Hey Insomniacs, before we begin, let me know what time it is and where you're tuning in from, and if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. Now, let's begin. Curtain call. The first time Julian Mercer tasted stage dust, he was 7 years old. Not the sanitized, OSHA-compliant atmosphere of modern Broadway, but the authentic, slightly toxic blend of ancient velvet particles, makeup residue, and the accumulated exhalations of generations of performers that hung in the air at the Beaumont Theatre in 1983. He'd inhaled deeply, feeling the grit settle in his lungs like communion. "You don't want to do that, kid," a stagehand had muttered, passing by with a prop table. "That stuff'll crystallize in your lungs. Theatre cancer. Real thing." But Julian hadn't cared. At 7, he'd already recognised his native element. Now, at 13, Julian stood in the wings of the Imperial Theatre as thunderous applause crashed through the auditorium like a tidal wave. His debut as Gavroche in the American premiere of Les Miserables had just concluded, and Broadway had a new wunderkind. Jules, they were already calling him. Theatre people gravitated toward diminutives like moths to footlights. 5 curtain calls, his mother Victoria whispered fiercely, gripping his shoulder with fingers hardened by decades of rigging lights and shifting scenery. Her touch was always slightly too firm, as if she were perpetually afraid he might drift away. That's more than Patti LuPone got in Evita. Julian nodded but said nothing. The rush of performance still coursed through him, that strange alchemy of terror and euphoria that made the rest of life seem two-dimensional by comparison. He didn't have words for it yet, wouldn't for years, but he recognised even then that he'd been granted access to something most people spent their lives seeking: purpose. Backstage was controlled chaos. Cast members in various states of costume removal congratulated him with a slightly perplexed enthusiasm, adults reserved for children who display unsettling competence. Julian accepted their praise with practised humility, a skill his mother had drilled into him with the same rigour she'd applied to his diction exercises. Humble in triumph, dignified in defeat, she'd recite, a mantra from her own chorus girl days, back when she'd believed her break was just one audition away. That dream had faded by increments, transforming instead into fierce ambition for her son. "Julian." A voice cut through the backstage tumult, resonant and commanding. Victor Lang, the director, moved toward them with the deliberate grace of someone accustomed to being watched. In his 50s, with silver temples and imperious posture, Lang was Broadway royalty, with 3 Tonys and a mythology of brilliant productions and spectacular meltdowns. "Mr. Lang," Julian said, extending his hand with rehearsed poise. Lang ignored the hand and instead cupped Julian's face, tilting it toward the harsh backstage lights. The gesture was invasive, clinical, like a horse trader examining merchandise. "You have something," Lang said simply. "Something real. Don't let them ruin it." Before Julian could respond, Lang was intercepted by a reporter from the Times, leaving the boy with a cryptic warning that would only make sense years later. "Vultures are circling," Victoria muttered, watching Lang charm the journalist. "But we're ready for them, aren't we?" Julian nodded automatically, though a small voice inside questioned who exactly they were, and whether the protective circle his mother drew around him was keeping dangers out, or keeping him in. The stage door area thronged with autograph seekers, a phenomenon Julian found both flattering and mystifying. He'd perfected a signature months ago at his mother's insistence, practicing until the flourishes looked spontaneous rather than laboured. "Jules, over here." A girl perhaps 2 years older than him pushed through the crowd, brandishing a playbill. Unlike the other admirers, she had an insider's confidence, standing with one hip cocked in an attitude of casual entitlement. "Lila Hart," she announced, offering the programme. "I'm in Brighton Beach down the street. You were good tonight. Not technically perfect, but interesting. Julian blinked at this backhanded compliment, oddly refreshed by its honesty amid the evening's hyperbole. "Thanks," he said, signing her program. "I tripped during Little People. Nobody noticed, but I did." Leela grinned. "I noticed, but it worked. Made you seem more desperate, more real." Before Julian could respond, a man's voice called out, "Lila, car's waiting." "That's my father," she said with an eye roll that contained volumes of adolescent judgment. "See you around, Jules. We child prodigies should stick together." She paused, then added with sudden gravity, "It gets weird. Fast." As she disappeared into the crowd, Julian felt the first flicker of connection with someone who might understand the peculiar bubble he inhabited. But the moment was short-lived as Martin Gray, another child actor from the production, sidled up beside him. "Quite the performance," Martin said, his voice pitched to sound casual though his eyes were calculating. "Though I hear they're expanding my role next month." At 12, Martin already had the sharp elbows and political instincts of a seasoned Broadway veteran. Where Julian approached performing with intuitive abandon, Martin was all technique, his performances flawless but somehow airless. "That's great," Julian replied, meaning it. Competition wasn't in his nature. The stage felt too much like home to be a battlefield. As the crowd eventually dispersed and the cold reality of a school night descended, Victoria hailed a cab back to their Upper West Side apartment. It wasn't luxurious, but it was a step up from the Queen's Walk-Up where they'd lived before Julian's career took off. The Times critic was there, Victoria said as they rode home, the city lights painting stripes across her tense face. And someone from the Post. Tomorrow will be big. Julian nodded absently, watching the Manhattan streets blur by. The applause still echoed in his ears, but beneath it lay something hollower, a space opening up inside him, vast and hungry. Each performance filled it temporarily, but the emptiness always returned, a little larger each time. At home, while Victoria called relatives to report the triumph, Julian stood before the bathroom mirror, removing the stage makeup that aged his cherubic features into Gavroche's street-hardened visage. As the character's grime washed away, Julian studied his own face with detached curiosity. Who was this boy beneath the role? Sometimes he wasn't entirely sure. "Big day tomorrow," Victoria said from the doorway, her expression soft with rare contentment. "Reviews, interviews, your life is changing, Jules." Julian nodded, meeting his mother's eyes in the mirror. "I know," he said, though he didn't, not really. Couldn't know that tonight marked a border crossing from which there was no easy return. Into a country where childhood operated under different laws, where his worth would be measured in reviews and box office receipts, where he would forever be both more and less than simply himself. Outside the apartment window, the Manhattan skyline glittered with promise and warning in equal measure. By the summer of 1984, Julian Mercer had become that peculiar New York phenomenon, a celebrity known within a 10-block radius of Times Square, yet able to ride the subway in relative anonymity everywhere else. At 14, he had graduated from Les Miserables to a critically acclaimed revival of The Member of the Wedding, where his performance as John Henry had reduced hardened theatre critics to tears. The Algonquin Hotel's lobby hummed with the distinctive cadence of theatre people, that particular blend of projected confidence and neurotic insecurity. Julian sat perched on an oversized chair, legs dangling, as Victoria negotiated with his new agent, a shark-like woman named Rebecca who specialised in exceptional juveniles. "The film offer is substantial," Rebecca said, sliding a contract across the polished table, "but it would mean 6 months in California. Broadway will forget him." "Broadway has the memory of an elephant," Victoria countered, scanning the figures with practiced nonchalance that didn't quite mask her excitement. And film reaches more people in a weekend than theatre does in a year. Julian tuned them out, focusing instead on a man seated across the lobby, a theatre critic whose recent review had described Julian's performance as unnervingly adult, raising uncomfortable questions about the nature of childhood itself. Julian wasn't entirely sure what that meant, but he recognised the discomfort lurking beneath the praise, as if his talent was somehow unseemly, a party trick performed by a precocious child who should be outside playing kickball instead. "Jules?" His mother's voice pulled him back. "Rebecca asked you a question." "Sorry," he mumbled, turning back to the table where both women watched him expectantly. "I asked if you want to do the film," Rebecca repeated, her tone suggesting this was a mere formality. "It's a wonderful opportunity." Julian considered this. The script was good. A period drama set during Prohibition where he'd play the sickly son of a bootlegger. But something in him resisted leaving New York, leaving the immediacy of the stage for the fragmented unreality of film production. "Can I think about it?" he asked, earning a sharp glance from his mother. Rebecca smiled indulgently. "Of course, but they're seeing other actors tomorrow, so..." The implied deadline hung in the air as his mother steered him toward the exit, her grip on his shoulder communicating volumes of frustration. "What's to think about?" she demanded once they were on the street. "This is what we've been working toward." "I thought Broadway was what we were working toward," Julian countered, surprising himself with his boldness. Victoria's expression softened fractionally. "Broadway's a stepping stone, Jules. Always has been." As they argued their way down 44th Street, Julian spotted a familiar figure ahead. Lila Hart, now 16 and fresh off a Tony nomination. Since their first meeting, they'd developed a strange friendship, occasionally meeting for ice cream or arcade games when their schedules aligned. With her, Julian didn't have to be Jules the Prodigy. He could just be awkward, confused Julian. "Lila," he called, waving. She turned, her face lighting with recognition before clouding slightly at the sight of Victoria. "Hey, Jules!" She approached, offering him their customary fist bump. "Mrs. Mercer." "Miss Hart," Victoria replied with professional courtesy. She'd never quite approved of the friendship, viewing Lila, who came from theatre royalty, her father a legendary producer, as potential competition rather than an ally. "I've got a meeting," Victoria said, checking her watch. "Julian, be at the theatre by 5. She hesitated, then added, "And think about what we discussed." As she walked away, Lila raised an eyebrow. "Trouble in paradise?" Julian shrugged. "Film offer in California." "Ah." Lila nodded knowingly. "The great Broadway exodus. My dad says it's inevitable. Talent flows west like the gold rush, leaving behind the diehards and the deluded." They wandered into Bryant Park, finding a secluded bench where they could watch chess players battle with the intensity of gladiators. "Did you take it?" Lila asked. "Haven't decided." "But your mum wants you to." Julian nodded, plucking absently at a loose thread on his jeans. "She says it's the logical next step." Lila snorted. "Adults love logical next steps, as if life follows some cosmic career ladder." She paused, studying him. "What do you want?" The question hit Julian like a physical blow. What did he want? Had anyone ever asked him that? Had he ever asked himself? His path had seemed predestined since that first community theatre production, when a director had pulled Victoria aside and whispered that overused but intoxicating word, special. "I don't know," he admitted finally. "I love performing, but sometimes I feel like..." Like what? Like I'm playing a role off stage 2. Julian Mercer, Broadway phenom, and if I stop, everyone will be disappointed. Lila nodded slowly. The curse of the prodigy. They love what you can do, not who you are. She gazed across the park. My mum walked away. Did you know that? 3 Tony nominations, then just quit. Teaches yoga in Santa Fe now. Were people mad? Furious. Dad didn't speak to her for a year. Lila's smile was tinged with sadness. But she says she finally sleeps through the night. Something about this revelation settled in Julian's chest like a stone. The possibility of another path existing alongside the one that had seemed so inevitable. Their conversation was interrupted by a familiar voice. Well, if it isn't the Wonder Twins. Martin Gray approached, his growth spurt having transformed him from the compact boy of last year into a gangling adolescent, whose limbs seemed to operate independently of one another. Despite this awkward transition, he'd managed to land a plum role in a new musical after Les Miserables. Martin, Julian acknowledged, genuinely pleased to see him despite their complicated rivalry. How's Starlight Express going? Bruising, Martin replied, indicating a spectacular purple mark on his forearm, a souvenir from the show's demanding roller skating choreography. But the Times loved it, so he shrugged with practiced modesty. I heard you're going Hollywood, Martin continued, his tone casual though his eyes were sharp. Abandoning the theatre for the big bucks. It's just one film, Julian protested, though the decision still hung in the balance. That's how it starts, Martin said, with the world-weary air of someone repeating adult conversations. Then you get a taste for swimming pools and convertibles. Ignore him, Lila cut in. He's just worried you'll become too famous to remember the little people. The 3 of them fell into the easy banter of child performers, discussing directors' quirks, comparing stage mothers, swapping horror stories about schooling requirements and labour laws. Despite their differences, they shared a bond forged in the crucible of early fame, living adult professional lives in still developing bodies. Later, as Julian made his way to the theatre for that evening's performance, he found himself thinking about Lila's mother in Santa Fe, sleeping through the night. What would that be like, to exist without the constant pressure of expectation, to make choices based on desire rather than opportunity? The theatre loomed ahead, its marquee featuring his name in lights that would burn for a few hours before going dark. Temporary immortality, 8 shows a week. Inside, he found Victor Lang waiting in his dressing room, an unusual occurrence that set Julian immediately on edge. The director had taken a curious interest in Julian's career since Les Mis, occasionally appearing at performances or sending cryptic notes of encouragement. I heard about the film, Lang said without preamble, settling into Julian's makeup chair with the entitlement of the truly powerful. Congratulations. I haven't decided yet, Julian replied, hanging up his street clothes. Lang raised an eyebrow. No? Interesting. He studied Julian with that same penetrating gaze from their first meeting. You know, most would leap at the chance. I'm not most people, Julian said, immediately regretting the pretentiousness of the statement. But Lang merely nodded. No, you're not, which is precisely why you should be careful about your choices. He leaned forward, suddenly intense. Film freezes you in amber, Julian, preserves you at a moment in time. The stage allows you to evolve, to make mistakes, to grow. Julian considered this. My mother says... Your mother, Lang interrupted gently, wants what's best for you, but she's thinking like a manager, not an artist. The 5-minute call saved Julian from having to respond. Lang rose smoothly, moving toward the door before pausing. "Whatever you decide," he said, "make sure it's your decision, not your mother's, not your agent's, yours." He smiled slightly. The truly exceptional ones always know their own minds, even when they're young. After Lang departed, Julian sat at his dressing table staring at his reflection as he began applying the makeup that would transform him into John Henry. In the mirror, he watched himself disappear beneath the character, layer by careful layer, and wondered which version was real. Julian, the uncertain teenager, or Jules, the consummate professional who never missed a cue. The question followed him on stage that night, hovering like a spectre as he performed the familiar scenes with mechanical precision, and for the first time, beneath the hot lights and watchful eyes of the audience, Julian felt something new and terrifying: doubt. The first sign of trouble came during rehearsals for Purgatory, an experimental off-Broadway production that marked Julian's 15th birthday and his first foray into explicitly adult material. The play, a contemporary retelling of Dante's Inferno set in Reagan's America, had drawn controversy even before casting was announced. With Julian as the teenage protagonist navigating literal and metaphorical underworlds, the production promised to be either a spectacular breakthrough or a catastrophic miscalculation. "Again," barked Diane Winters, the director, a woman with cropped silver hair and an unfiltered camel permanently attached to her lower lip. "You're holding back, Julian. This scene needs raw desperation." Julian nodded, sweat trickling down his spine despite the rehearsal room's aggressive air conditioning. The scene in question required him to break down after discovering his character's father's suicide, a moment of emotional nakedness that had thus far eluded him. "Let's take 5, Diane said finally, frustration evident in the tight line of her mouth. As the other actors dispersed, she approached Julian, pitching her voice for his ears only. "What's happening in there, kid? You haven't struggled with emotional accessibility before." Julian shrugged, unable to articulate the strange paralysis he'd been experiencing lately. How could he explain that each time he reached for the character's grief, he encountered a wall of numbness, as if some essential connection had been severed? "I'm sorry," he managed finally. "I'll figure it out." "See that you do," Diane replied, not unkindly. "We open in 3 weeks." In the rehearsal room's corner, Victoria watched with barely concealed anxiety. Since Julian's decision to turn down the film offer, a choice that had created the first serious rift between them, she'd been handling him with a brittle combination of disappointment and overprotectiveness. "Everything okay?" she asked as he approached. "Fine," Julian replied automatically. "Just need to find the right approach." Victoria nodded, though her eyes remained concerned. "You know, if this material is too intense—" "It's not," Julian interrupted, a flash of irritation surprising them both. "I can handle it." The truth was more complicated. After nearly a decade performing, Julian had developed a precise internal technology for accessing emotions on command. But lately that well had begun to run dry, each performance requiring him to dig deeper while yielding diminishing returns. It wasn't that the emotions were too intense, it was that they weren't intense enough. Outside the rehearsal space, autumn had transformed New York into a symphony of gold and crimson. Julian walked the 15 blocks to their apartment alone, having persuaded Victoria to finish some errands rather than accompany him. These solitary journeys had become precious, rare moments of anonymity between the scrutiny of rehearsals and the claustrophobic concern at home. Near Columbus Circle, a figure fell into step beside him, Victor Lang, looking characteristically immaculate in a camel haircoat. "Walk with an old man?" Lang asked, though he had already matched his stride to Julian's. "How did you know where to find me?" Julian asked, unsurprised by the director's uncanny appearance. Over the past year, Lang had become a peculiar constant in his life, appearing at performances, sending obscure books, occasionally inviting Julian to previews of productions he was directing. "I know everything that happens in New York theatre," Lang replied with the serene confidence of someone stating simple fact, "including that you're struggling with Winter's play." Julian shot him a suspicious glance. "Have you been talking to Diane?" "I don't need to. Word travels." Lang guided them onto a park bench overlooking the afternoon chess players. "The question is why you're struggling." Julian stared at the ground, scuffing his sneakers against fallen leaves. "I can't access it," he admitted finally. "The emotion. It's like trying to cry underwater." Lang nodded thoughtfully. "The well is running dry." "Yes, exactly." Julian looked up, startled by the perfect articulation of his problem. "It happens," Lang said, "especially to those who start young. You've spent years giving pieces of yourself away. Eventually there's a reckoning." "So what do I do?" "Live," Lang said simply. "Experience, fill the well." He reached into his coat, extracting a small leather notebook. "Here, start writing things down. Not for performance, for you. Observations, feelings, questions." Julian accepted the notebook hesitantly. "I'm not a writer." "Everyone is a writer," Lang countered. "Some just don't know it yet." He stood, adjusting his coat with precise movements. "The greatest actors draw from life, Julian, not technique. It's time you had some experiences that weren't about performing them later." Before Julian could respond, Lang was walking away, leaving him holding the empty notebook like a challenge. That night Julian opened the notebook, pen hovering over the blank page. What was there to say? His life had been so thoroughly documented, in reviews, interviews, playbills, that the idea of private expression felt almost transgressive. Finally he wrote a single line. "Sometimes I can't remember what's real and what's just a good performance." The words, once released, opened a floodgate. Soon he'd filled 3 pages with fragmented thoughts about his mother's ambition, his growing sense of isolation, his fear that beneath the roles lay nothing but emptiness. When he finally stopped, hand cramping, a peculiar lightness had replaced the day's frustration. The notebook became his secret companion over the following weeks. As Purgatory moved from rehearsal to previews, Julian found himself writing constantly, on subway rides, during breaks, in the pre-dawn hours when sleep eluded him. The practice didn't immediately solve his performance issues, but it created a space where he could acknowledge the growing chasm between his public and private selves. Opening night arrived with the usual flutter of nervous anticipation. The house was packed, the audience peppered with critics and industry insiders curious about Julian's transition to more mature material. Backstage, the energy was electric, actors pacing and muttering lines while stagehands executed final checks with military precision. "5 minutes, Jules," called the stage manager, using the nickname that had once felt like an honour but increasingly seemed like a character Julian was expected to play off stage as well. In his dressing room, Victoria fussed with his costume, a deliberately shabby punk aesthetic featuring combat boots and a leather jacket adorned with political buttons. "Remember," she said, her voice tight with nervous energy, "the Times critic is here, and someone from New York Magazine. This could be a turning point." Julian nodded absently, his attention caught by his reflection. At 15, his features had begun their transition from cherubic to angular, occupying that uncanny territory between boy and a man. Would the audience accept this evolution, or would they, like his mother, prefer him frozen in perpetual childhood? "Julian?" Victoria frowned, noticing his distraction. "Are you listening?" "Yes," he replied automatically. "Times critic, turning point." Her expression softened fractionally. "I know this production has been challenging, but you've always risen to challenges." Julian met her eyes in the mirror, struck by the desperate hope in her gaze. How much of her own dreams had she transferred to him? What would happen if he failed to fulfill them? "Places," called the stage manager from the hallway. As Julian took his position in the darkness of stage left, the familiar pre-performance jitters settled in his stomach. But tonight, something else accompanied them, a strange detachment, as if part of him were observing from a distance. When the lights came up, he found himself moving through the first scene with mechanical precision, his body executing the blocking while his mind remained curiously disengaged. Then came the pivotal moment, his character discovering his father's body. Julian knelt by the actor playing the corpse, prepared to deliver the anguished monologue that had eluded him in rehearsals. As the silence stretched, panic fluttered in his chest. The emptiness yawned wider than ever, a void where emotion should be. In desperation, Julian reached not for his character's grief but for his own, for the confusion of watching his mother's dreams consume his childhood, for the loneliness of having more fans than friends, for the terror of possibly being hollow at his core. To his shock, the emotions rose like a wave, overwhelming and authentic. The monologue that emerged was technically imperfect, ragged, stumbling, punctuated by genuine tears, but it carried a raw truth that silenced the theatre. When Julian finally looked up, the audience sat in stunned silence before erupting into thunderous applause. Backstage after the performance, Julian was met with praise tinged with a new wariness, as if his colleagues sensed they'd witnessed not just acting but something more personal and therefore more dangerous. Even Victoria seemed unsettled, her congratulations carrying an undertone of concern. "You were different tonight," she said carefully as they rode home in silence. "Good different?" Julian asked, though he already knew the answer. "Intense," she replied, choosing her words with uncharacteristic care, almost too authentic. Too authentic. The phrase lingered in Julian's mind as he lay awake that night, staring at his bedroom ceiling. Was that the problem? Had he crossed some invisible line between performance and reality? And if so, could he find his way back? In the darkness, he reached for Lang's notebook, now half filled with his increasingly honest observations. On a fresh page he wrote, "Tonight I forgot how to pretend. I just was, and it terrified everyone, especially me." The reviews for Purgatory were the most polarised of Julian's career. The Times lauded his unflinching emotional honesty, while more conservative outlets questioned the appropriateness of casting a 15-year-old in such dark material. What no one disputed was the raw power of his performance, a quality that carried through the entire 3-month run, earning Julian his first Drama Desk nomination and unprecedented attention from Hollywood. By the spring of 1985, Julian had reached a strange crossroads. Professionally, doors were opening in every direction. Film offers, television, prestigious theatre companies courting him for their upcoming seasons. Personally, he felt increasingly unmoored, disconnected from the meteor-like trajectory of his career. The notebooks, he'd filled 3 since Lang's initial gift, had become both sanctuary and confessional. In their pages, Julian explored questions he couldn't voice aloud. Who am I when I'm not performing? What do I actually want? Would anyone care about me if I stopped being exceptional? These musings had begun to manifest in small acts of rebellion. He'd started cutting school, spending hours in the public library's reading room devouring plays, novels, poetry, anything that spoke to the growing unrest inside him. Words he'd discovered could be as transformative as performance, offering new ways to process the world. "You missed your fitting," Victoria said when he finally returned home one April afternoon, her voice carefully neutral though her eyes betrayed her anxiety. "Sorry," Julian replied, not looking up from the copy of Salinger he'd been lost in on the subway. "I lost track of time." "That's happening a lot lately." Victoria sat across from him at their small kitchen table. "The Goodman people have been calling. They need to know about Chicago." The Goodman Theatre had offered Julian the lead in their summer production, a role that would require relocating to Chicago for 4 months. The opportunity was significant, but the thought of another temporary home, another temporary self, filled Julian with unexpected dread. "I'm not sure about Chicago," he admitted, finally meeting his mother's gaze. Victoria's expression tightened. "What's not to be sure about? It's the Goodman. Directors from all over the country will see you." "Maybe I need a break." The words hung between them like a thrown gauntlet. Victoria's face went through a rapid series of emotions: shock, disbelief, calculation. "A break," she repeated finally, "from acting?" Julian shrugged, uncomfortable with the directness of the question. "Maybe just from everything, for a while." "This isn't like deciding not to join the baseball team, Julian. This is your career. People are counting on you." "People like you," Julian thought but didn't say. Instead, he opened his book again, a clear dismissal that would have been unthinkable even 6 months earlier. Victoria watched him for a long moment, then left the room without another word. The silence that followed was worse than any argument, a cold withdrawal that spread through their apartment like fog. The next afternoon found Julian in Washington Square Park, watching chess hustlers separate tourists from their money with elegant efficiency. The day was unseasonably warm, the park crowded with NYU students sprawled on blankets, street musicians competing for acoustic territory, and the usual assortment of eccentric park regulars. Penny for your existential crisis. Julian looked up to find Lila standing before him, her hair now dyed a defiant purple, a theatre kid aesthetic replaced by punk sensibilities that would have horrified casting directors. "Layla, what happened to you?" he asked, taking in her transformed appearance. She grinned, dropping onto the bench beside him. "Liberation. Also my dad's apoplexy. 2 birds, 1 stone." She studied him critically. "You look like hell." "Thanks." "No, seriously, you okay? I heard about purgatory. Sounded intense." Julian hesitated, weighing honesty against his habitual guardedness. "I think I might be done," he said finally. "With what?" "Acting. All of it." To his surprise, Lila didn't look shocked. She merely nodded, as if she'd been expecting this confession. "I wondered when you'd hit the wall." "The wall?" "The point where you can't separate yourself from the roles anymore, where every performance takes a piece you can't get back." She picked at her chipped black nail polish. "I hit mine last year, after the revival closed." Julian stared at her. "But you're still performing. I saw you in that showcase last month." Lila shook her head. "Different. That was my work, a piece I wrote. Performing my own words instead of someone else's. It changes everything." "You write?" "Since forever. Started with angry poems about my dad. Evolved from there." She pulled a dog-eared manuscript from her backpack, offering it hesitantly. "It's a play. About us. Not literally, but you know. Child performers. The weird bubble we live in." Julian accepted the manuscript with a peculiar sense of reverence. "Can I read it?" "That's kind of why I brought it," Lila admitted. "I've been carrying it around for weeks, waiting to run into you. You're the only one who'd get it." That night, Julian devoured Lila's play in one sitting. a darkly comic piece about two teenage actors navigating the surreal landscape of adult ambition and childhood fame. The dialogue crackled with authenticity, the characters moving through their strange half-world with wounded dignity. But what struck Julian most was the underlying compassion for the driven stage parents, the exploitative directors, even the child performers themselves with their precocious egos and fragile insecurities. In the play's final scene, the protagonist chooses to walk away from a major role, prioritising sanity over success, a decision presented not as defeat, but as hard-won self-preservation. The parallels to Julian's current crossroads were impossible to ignore. Julian's phone call woke Lila at midnight, her groggy hello transforming into alert attention as he spoke. "It's brilliant," he said without preamble. "Your play is the truest thing I've ever read about our lives." "Really?" The vulnerability in her voice was a stark contrast to her purple-haired bravado. "Really, it needs to be produced. People should see it." "Yeah, well, good luck with that. Who's going to produce a play by a 17-year-old burnout?" Julian hesitated, an idea taking shape, simultaneously terrifying and exhilarating. What if I helped? I know people, directors, producers. "Like Victor Lang?" Lila asked, her tone suddenly sharp. "Be careful there, Jules. Lang has a reputation." "What kind of reputation?" A pause. "The exploitative kind, especially with talented young men." Julian frowned, thinking back on his interactions with the director. There had been an intensity to Lang's interest, certainly, but nothing overtly inappropriate. Still, Lila's warning triggered a vague unease that he filed away for future consideration. "There are other people," he said finally, "and anyway, that's not what I meant." He took a deep breath. "What if we produced it ourselves? What if I played the lead?" The silence on the other end of the line stretched so long that Julian wondered if the connection had been lost. "You want to act in my play?" Lila finally asked, her voice small with disbelief. "Not just act in it. Produce it. Find space, funding, put together a team." The idea gained momentum as he spoke, excitement building. "I've been saving almost everything I've earned. It's enough to mount a small production." "You're talking about risking your reputation on an unknown playwright's first work." "I'm talking about believing in something that matters," Julian countered. "Something real." The next morning, Julian approached Victoria at breakfast, manuscript in hand. Their silent standoff had persisted for days, communication reduced to terse necessities and pointed avoidance. "I need to talk to you," he said, sliding Lila's play across the table, "about my next project." Victoria glanced at the title page, confusion evident. "Prodigies, by Lila Hart. What is this?" "It's brilliant," Julian said, "and I want to produce it, star in it. Off-Broadway, maybe even off at first, but—" "Produce?" Victoria interrupted. Her coffee cup paused midway to her lips. "You're a performer, not a producer." "I can be both. Other actors do it all the time." Established actors, with track records and industry connections. She pushed the manuscript back toward him. "This is a detour you can't afford right now. The momentum from purgatory." "I don't care about momentum," Julian interrupted, surprising them both with his vehemence. "I care about this play. It says things I've been trying to say for years." Victoria studied her son with a calculating gaze that had assessed countless audition opportunities. "This is about Chicago, isn't it? You're looking for an excuse to turn down the Goodman." "This is about me finally having a choice," Julian replied, keeping his voice steady. "About doing something because I want to, not because it's the next logical rung on some career ladder I never chose." The declaration hung between them, weighted with implications neither was ready to fully examine. Victoria's expression shifted through a series of calculations before settling into resigned determination. "Let me read it first," she said finally. "If it's as good as you say, maybe we can find a compromise." It wasn't full support, but it was the first crack in Victoria's resolute management of his career, a small acknowledgement of Julian as something more than a professional trajectory to be optimised. Over the next weeks, Julian's vision gained tentative momentum. Victoria, after reluctantly acknowledging Lila's talent, made calls to industry contacts. A small theatre in the village agreed to a limited run. Auditions were scheduled, though the lead roles were predetermined. Julian as the male protagonist, Lila in the supporting female role. She'd insisted on keeping her part small, preferring to focus on the writing. The project gained unexpected gravity when Victor Lang, having somehow caught wind of the production, offered to direct. Julian, recalling Lila's warning, approached the offer with caution. "Why would you want to direct an unknown play with a teenage playwright?" he asked when Lang invited him to lunch at Sardi's. Lang smiled, his expression unreadable. "Let's call it investment in the future, yours and Ms. Hart's." He sipped his wine thoughtfully. "I've been watching your evolution, Julian. The questions you're asking yourself, they're the right ones." "What questions?" "About authenticity, about the cost of performance, about who you are when the applause stops." Lang leaned forward. "This play, it's your way of answering those questions, isn't it? Through someone else's words, but still your truth." The assessment was unnervingly accurate. Julian shifted uncomfortably in his seat, feeling suddenly exposed. "Lila might not want you involved," he said finally. "She has concerns about your methods." Lang's smile tightened imperceptibly. "My methods get results, but I understand her hesitation." He signalled for the check. "Think about it. My involvement would guarantee attention for the production. Sometimes the devil you know is preferable to the one you don't." As Lang departed, Julian was left with the uncomfortable question of what exactly he did know about the enigmatic director, and whether the promised attention was worth the potential complications. The first rehearsal was scheduled for a sweltering June afternoon in a rented studio space with temperamental air conditioning and windows painted shut decades earlier. Julian arrived early, script in hand, stomach churning with an unfamiliar nervousness. For the first time in his career, he wasn't merely executing someone else's vision, but helping to shape a project from the ground up. Lila arrived next, vibrating with anxious energy, her purple hair now streaked with defiant green. "This is really happening," she said, her voice pitched between terror and exhilaration. "It's really happening," Julian confirmed, handing her a coffee. Black, no sugar, just as she'd drunk it since they were 13 and determined to appear sophisticated. They'd ultimately declined Lang's offer, opting instead for an up-and-coming female director named Rachel, whose experimental work had impressed them both. Victoria had objected strenuously. Lang would put butts in seats. But Julian had held firm, this small victory cementing his growing artistic autonomy. As the cast assembled, a mixture of young professionals and promising NYU students, Julian felt a strange doubling effect. Here he was, preparing to portray a character whose fictional struggle mirrored his own real-life conflicts. The boundaries between performance and reality, already dangerously porous, seemed ready to dissolve entirely. Rehearsals progressed with a typical pattern of breakthroughs and setbacks. Julian found himself approaching the work differently, less focused on technical perfection and more on emotional honesty. His growing friendship with the cast created a collaborative atmosphere unlike anything he'd experienced in his career. Then, 3 weeks before opening, disaster struck. A pipe burst in the theatre, flooding the stage and rendering the space unusable for at least a month. The production, operating on razor-thin margins, faced potential collapse before reaching an audience. "We're finished," Victoria declared when Julian shared the news, her tone suggesting secret relief at this convenient derailment of his detour. "The insurance won't cover alternative venues, and there's no availability anywhere else this late in the season." Julian stared out their apartment window, watching a summer storm wash Manhattan's grime into the gutters. There has to be something, some space we haven't considered. Victoria shook her head. "I've called everyone, Julian. Unless you want to perform in a high school auditorium in Queens." "Wait," Julian interrupted, a memory surfacing. "What about the warehouse?" The warehouse was a decommissioned factory space in the meatpacking district that occasionally hosted experimental productions. Julian had attended a dance performance there the previous year, raw, industrial, with exposed brick and soaring ceilings. "That's not a real theatre," Victoria objected. "No proper lighting grid, no backstage area." "But available," Julian countered, "and maybe perfect for this particular show." He grabbed the phone, already dialing information for the number. Sometimes disasters become opportunities, right? Isn't that what you always say? As Julian threw himself into salvaging the production, negotiating with the alternative venue, reimagining the staging for the new space, calming panicked investors, he experienced a new kind of fulfillment. The stress was still present, but it was different, born of creation rather than evaluation, of problem-solving rather than pleasing critics. 1 week before opening, Julian found himself alone in the warehouse late at night, sitting centre stage with his notebook. Around him, the transformed space held the promise of what was to come. Simple platforms suggested different levels. Carefully positioned industrial lamps created pools of light and shadow. Mismatched chairs awaited their audience. "I built this," he wrote. "Not just me, but I was part of it. For the first time, I'm not just the product being sold, but the person doing the selling. The person making choices. It terrifies me. It thrills me." A noise from the entrance interrupted his reflection. Victor Lang stood framed in the doorway, his elegant silhouette incongruous against the industrial backdrop. "Ambitious," Lang commented, his voice echoing in the cavernous space as he approached, transforming catastrophe into opportunity. "How did you know where to find me?" Julian asked, closing his notebook. "I make it my business to know what's happening in New York theatre," Lang replied, echoing their earlier conversation, including last-minute venue changes for promising new productions. He sat beside Julian on the edge of the platform, gazing out at the empty chairs. "I came to wish you luck, and to give you this." He extracted an envelope from his coat. "Consider it an investment in your future as a producer." Julian accepted the envelope hesitantly, opening it to find a check with enough zeros to leave him momentarily speechless. "I can't accept this." "You can and you will," Lang said firmly. "Call it a loan if your pride demands it. But this production deserves proper lighting, decent chairs for the audience, programs that don't look like they were photocopied at the corner store." "Why do you care so much?" Julian asked, the question that had lingered throughout their unusual relationship. Lang was silent for a long moment, his profile sharp against the shadowed wall. "Because 30 years ago, I was you," he said finally. "A boy with too much talent and too little protection, navigating a world designed to use people up and discard them." He turned, meeting Julian's gaze directly. "The difference is, no one intervened for me." The confession hovered between them, simple yet weighted with unspoken history. Julian found himself reassessing their entire relationship. The books, the mentorship, the unexpected appearances. Had Lang truly been looking out for him all along, in his own complicated way. "Thank you," Julian said finally, "for this and everything else." Lang nodded once, rising with characteristic grace. "Don't thank me yet. Thank me when you've created something that matters." He moved toward the exit, pausing at the threshold. "And Julian, remember what I told you about making your own decisions. This is what I meant. This moment. This choice." As the door closed behind Lang, Julian looked down at the check in his hand, a gesture that represented both opportunity and obligation. The line between exploitation and mentorship, between control and support, had never seemed so delicately drawn. With opening night rapidly approaching, Julian found himself straddling two worlds, the familiar territory of performance and the uncharted realm of production. Days were consumed with technical rehearsals, budget adjustments, and last-minute staging changes to accommodate the unconventional space. Nights were devoted to refining his performance, finding the precise emotional calibration for a character whose journey so closely mirrored his own. The night before opening, Julian returned home exhausted to find Victoria waiting up, a rare bottle of champagne chilling in the refrigerator. "What's the occasion?" he asked, dropping his backpack on the counter. "Tomorrow," she replied simply, extracting 2 glasses from the cabinet. "Your first production." The acknowledgement, so casually delivered, stopped Julian in his tracks. Throughout the process, Victoria had been professionally supportive but emotionally reserved, as if waiting for the experiment to fail so they could return to their established patterns. "You think it's going to work?" he asked, accepting the glass she offered. Victoria considered this, her expression unusually unguarded. "I think it already has." She raised her glass. "To new beginnings." As they clinked glasses, Julian recognised the gesture for what it was. Not just celebration, but reconciliation. A tentative acknowledgement that perhaps his path might diverge from the one she'd envisioned without ending in disaster. "Mum," he began cautiously, "after this run ends, I've been thinking." "About taking a break," she finished for him. "I know." "How?" Victoria smiled wryly. "I read your notebook, left it open on the coffee table last week." Julian's indignation battled with unexpected relief. The secret finally exposed, the conversation no longer avoidable. That was private. "Yes," she admitted, not defensive but matter-of-fact. "It was, and I shouldn't have read it, but I'm glad I did." She took a careful sip of champagne. "You're a good writer, Jules. Maybe as good as you are an actor." The compliment, so unexpected, left Julian momentarily speechless. "I'm not sure what I want to do next," he admitted finally. "I just know I need some time to figure it out." Victoria nodded slowly. "Time is the one thing I never gave you, is it? Always rushing to the next opportunity, the next role." "You were doing what you thought was best." "I was," she agreed, her eyes suddenly bright with unshed tears. "But maybe what's best isn't always what's right." She reached across the table, covering his hand with hers. "Take your time, Julian. Find your voice as a writer, a producer, whatever you want. I'll still be here." In that moment, in their small kitchen with the buzz of anticipation and champagne warming his veins, Julian felt something shift and settle. Not an end, but a beginning. Not a door closing, but windows opening, revealing vistas he'd only begun to imagine. The final performance of Prodigies concluded on a Sunday evening in August 1986, 3 years after Julian's Broadway debut. The limited run had been extended twice due to unexpectedly enthusiastic reviews and steady word of mouth, culminating in a sold-out final week that attracted industry attention far beyond their modest expectations. Julian stood backstage, listening to the applause wash through the transformed warehouse like waves against a shore. Beside him, Lila gripped his hand, her face flushed with the peculiar cocktail of triumph and loss that accompanied endings. "Curtain call," the stage manager whispered, gesturing them toward the stage where the rest of the cast already stood in a line, bathed in warm light and appreciation. As Julian stepped into view, the applause intensified, punctuated by scattered cheers and a few standing patrons in the front rows. He moved to his position beside Martin Gray, who had, in one of the production's more surprising developments, taken a supporting role despite his rising Broadway status. The gesture had healed old competitive wounds, transforming rivalry into genuine friendship. Taking their bows, the cast stepped back to allow Lila her moment as playwright. Julian watched her face as she absorbed the audience's response, saw the precise instant when she understood that her words had mattered, had reached people, had created something real. Her expression in that moment, wonder tinged with determination, mirrored exactly what he'd felt at his first curtain call years earlier. The symmetry wasn't lost on Julian. As the house lights came up and the audience began dispersing, he felt a peculiar sense of completion, not of his journey, which continued to unfold in unexpected directions, but of a particular chapter that had begun with dust in his lungs and applause in his ears. Backstage transformed into an impromptu celebration, champagne flowing freely despite several cast members being underage. Julian moved through the crowd, accepting congratulations with the easy grace of someone who had lived half his life in the public eye. The familiarity of the ritual, the post-show euphoria, the hyperbolic praise, the promises to collaborate again soon, highlighted how much had changed beneath the surface. "Quite an achievement," came a familiar voice. Victor Lang stood in a quiet corner, immaculate as always in a summer weight suit that somehow resisted the warehouse's persistent heat. "I wasn't sure you'd come," Julian said, genuinely pleased to see the director despite their complicated history. Lang offered a rare, genuine smile. "I wouldn't have missed it, though I maintain it would have been even better with proper theatrical lighting." Julian laughed. "Your cheque bought us the lighting board, remember?" Money well spent. Lang studied him with that familiar penetrating gaze. "You've changed." "For better or worse?" "Better," Lang said decisively. "You found your footing, your voice." Julian nodded, unable to disagree. The past 3 years had transformed him, not in the dramatic fashion of television movies, but in the incremental shifts of genuine growth. The sabbatical from acting had stretched from months into years, filled instead with writing, producing, and eventually directing workshop productions that allowed him to remain connected to theatre without the constant pressure of performance. "I'm thinking of going to college," Julian said, the decision solidifying as he voiced it. "Maybe Yale, their playwriting program." Lang nodded approvingly. Education is never wasted on the talented. Unlike some directors, I don't believe formally training an instinctive gift ruins it. Quite the opposite. "Would you write me a recommendation?" "With pleasure." Lang hesitated, then added, "though it likely won't be necessary. Your work speaks for itself now." The conversation was interrupted by Victoria's arrival, her professional demeanour softened by evident pride. "There you are," she said to Julian before acknowledging Lang with a cautious nod. Their relationship had thawed over the years, mutual respect gradually replacing initial suspicion. "I was just telling Julian how impressed I am with the production," Lang said smoothly, "and with your son's evolution as an artist." "Yes," Victoria agreed, her gaze softening as it rested on Julian. "He's always been full of surprises." The three of them stood in momentary silence, each aware of the journey that had brought them to this particular crossroads. Julian thought of his first Broadway dressing room, of Lila's fist bump outside the stage door, of Martin's competitive barbs, of Lang's cryptic warnings and unexpected support, of his mother's ambitions slowly transforming into acceptance. "I should circulate," Lang said finally. "Congratulations again, Julian. The piece was remarkable." As he moved away, Victoria turned to Julian. "He's right, you know. What you've accomplished here, it's something special." Julian smiled, recognising how significant this acknowledgement was, coming from the woman who had once measured success exclusively in Broadway marquees and Tony nominations. Thanks for everything. A commotion near the backstage door drew their attention, Lila laughing as she accepted a bouquet from an admirer. Her transformation had paralleled Julian's own, from precocious performer to serious artist, finding her voice through words rather than interpretation. "She's going places," Victoria observed. "Her next play should be on Broadway." "Maybe," Julian agreed, "if that's what she wants." The qualifier hung between them, a simple acknowledgement of the lesson that had taken them years to learn. Success measured solely by external metrics was as hollow as applause in an empty theatre. Later, after the celebratory crowd had dispersed and the warehouse stood silent save for the distant rumble of late-night traffic, Julian found himself alone on the stage. The ghostlight cast long shadows across the space, transforming the modest set pieces into something more mysterious, more liminal. From his pocket he extracted Lang's original notebook, worn now, its pages filled with 3 years of observations, questions, and gradually emerging answers. On the final blank page he wrote, "Endings become beginnings if you let them. The curtain falls only to rise again." The warehouse door creaked open, admitting Lila with 2 paper cups of coffee balanced precariously in one hand. "Thought I'd find you here," she said, crossing to join him on the edge of the stage. Proper brooding artistic pose and everything. Julian accepted the coffee gratefully, not brooding, reflecting. "Same difference." She bumped his shoulder with hers. "So? Yale?" "You heard." "Martin overheard you talking to Lang. Yale Drama is getting 2 applications from our little group. I sent mine in last week." Julian grinned. "Of course you did. Always one step ahead." They sat in comfortable silence, drinking bitter coffee and listening to the building's subtle symphony of settling timbers and distant water pipes. "Do you miss it?" Lila asked finally. "Performing?" Julian considered this, trying to separate nostalgia from genuine longing. "Parts of it," he admitted. "The immediate connection with an audience. That moment when a scene is flowing so perfectly it feels like flying," he shrugged. "But the cost was too high." "It doesn't have to be," Lila pointed out. "You could go back on your terms. Choose projects that matter, directors who respect boundaries." "Maybe someday." Julian smiled at her sceptical expression. "I'm serious. I haven't sworn off acting forever. I just needed to figure out who I am when I'm not playing someone else." "And? Who is Julian Mercer these days?" The question hung between them, simple yet profound. Julian thought about the boy who had tasted stage dust and mistaken it for communion, who had given pieces of himself away until he feared nothing remained. He thought about the young man who had gradually reclaimed those pieces, reassembling them into something new and authentically his own. "Still figuring it out," he said finally, "but I'm getting closer." Lila nodded, understanding the journey because she'd walked a parallel path. "We should probably clean up," she said eventually, gesturing toward the scattered programs and abandoned cups that mark the audience's passage. "In a minute," Julian replied, reluctant to break the moment. "Let's just be here for a bit longer." As they sat side by side in the dimly lit warehouse, Julian felt a rare contentment settle over him. The applause had faded, the critics had moved on to the next production, the future remained unwritten, and for the first time that uncertainty felt like freedom rather than failure. Outside, Manhattan continued its perpetual motion. Taxis navigating rain-slicked streets, ambitious youngsters arriving with dreams intact, veterans departing with stories to tell. The city that had witnessed Julian's evolution would do the same for countless others, a backdrop against which personal dramas played out in endless variation. Julian closed his notebook, slipping it back into his pocket. There would be time for more words tomorrow, and the day after, and all the days that followed. Time to discover which stories he wanted to tell, which voices deserved amplification, which truths had yet to be explored. The final curtain had fallen on his life as a child performer, but the stage door remained open, leading to possibilities he was only beginning to imagine. The Pixel Queen and the Prodigal Coda. Theo Brennan's fingers trembled as he tried to adjust his headset. The livestream counter ticked past 20,000 viewers, all waiting for his studio's big reveal. 3 years of work, 2.5 million in venture capital, and the collective dreams of his 7-person team all converged on this moment. "Just breathe," he whispered to himself, the microphone fortunately muted. On screen, the trailer for Everpath played, a procedurally generated open-world game his team had poured their souls into. The audience chat scrolled by in a blur of emojis and exclamations. Someone wrote, "This better not be another No Man's Sky situation." The comment lodged in Theo's brain like a splinter. As the trailer ended and his webcam feed expanded to fill the screen, the first question came in. "Your procedural generation looks suspiciously similar to Helios Engine's proprietary algorithm. Care to comment?" Theo's mouth went dry. The accusation was baseless. They'd built their engine from scratch, but his prepared remarks evaporated. He felt the familiar tightness in his chest, the tingling in his extremities. We didn't..." The words wouldn't form. The chat exploded with speculation. Then came the second question. "Sources say your team missed 3 milestones and your lead designer quit last month. Is Everpath even playable yet?" The room began to spin. 20,000 people watched as Theo Brennan, once heralded as indie gaming's next visionary, had a full-blown panic attack on camera. His gasping breaths and wide-eyed terror were clipped, memed, and shared across gaming forums within minutes. By evening, number Everpath Meltdown was trending. 3 weeks later, Theo stood on his grandmother's porch in Manzanita, Oregon, a small duffel bag at his feet. The salty breeze from the Pacific stung his face. He hadn't called ahead, partially because he wasn't sure she'd answer, partially because he wasn't sure he could explain what had happened without breaking down again. Lena Brennan's cottage looked exactly as it had during his childhood summers. Weathered blue siding, wind chimes made from arcade tokens, and a garden gnome flipping the middle finger to passers-by. The only new addition was a hand-painted sign reading "Pixel Queen's Castle. Trespassers will be digitized." He knocked 3 times, each rap against the door loosening something tight in his chest. When the door swung open, Lena Brennan didn't look surprised to see her grandson for the first time in 8 years. At 74, she was still a formidable presence, 5'0" with a shock of silver-purple hair and reading glasses hanging from a chain of small plastic arcade tokens. She wore cargo pants with too many pockets and a faded t-shirt that read, "Gamer Granny, I was fragging noobs while you were in diapers." "Well," she said, eyes narrowing behind bifocals, "the prodigal programmer returns." Theo managed a weak smile. "Hey, Gran." "You look like warmed over shit." "Feel worse than that." She studied him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she stepped aside. "You coming in? Or you want to keep letting the mosquitoes have a buffet?" The inside of Lena's home was a time capsule of technological eras colliding. A sleek modern laptop sat beside a working Commodore 64. In the corner stood an original Donkey Kong arcade cabinet. Shelves overflowed with dusty boxes of floppy disks, programming manuals and tournament trophies. The centerpiece of the living room wasn't a TV but a wall-mounted pegboard displaying handmade controllers spanning 4 decades. "Still got the Nintendo Power Glove, I see," Theo said, gesturing to the bizarre peripheral mounted in what looked like a shadow box. "Makes a fine conversation piece," Lena replied, shuffling to the kitchen. "Always reminds me that even brilliant people make spectacularly stupid things sometimes." The barb wasn't subtle. "Coffee or whiskey?" she called. "Is both an option?" "Irish coffee it is. Your old room's still upstairs. Sheets are musty, but the bed doesn't have anyone else claiming it at the moment." As Lena busied herself in the kitchen, Theo climbed the familiar creaking stairs to the 2nd floor. His childhood room remained preserved. Posters of game covers from the early 2000s, a small CRT television with his Super Nintendo still hooked up. Unlike the calculated nostalgia downstairs, this room felt genuinely frozen in time, waiting for a boy who had grown up and left it behind. He set his bag down and sat heavily on the bed, which protested with a squeak. Through the thin walls he could hear Lena talking to someone, her voice softer than it had been with him. "No, Marjorie, not tonight. Yes, I know it's your turn to bring the cookies, but something's come up. My grandson's here. Yes, that grandson. No, I don't know how long. Yes, I'll tell him you said hello." Theo lay back, staring at the glow-in-the-dark stars still stuck to the ceiling. He hadn't planned beyond getting here. No job, minimal savings, and a reputation in tatters. Coming to Lena's had been an act of desperation. She was his last living relative who might take him in, despite their complicated history. It wasn't that they didn't get along. It was that they got along too well in some ways. Both stubborn, both obsessed with games as more than entertainment. The rift had formed when Theo's father, Lena's only son, had disappeared from their lives. Lena had stepped in to help raise Theo, but she never spoke about her son, as if erasing him from memory. When Theo tried asking questions in his teens, Lena shut down. Eventually he stopped coming for summers, stopped calling, focused on building his future in gaming, a future that had spectacularly imploded. "Your coffee's getting cold," Lena called from downstairs. Theo sighed and pushed himself up. As he moved to the door, something caught his eye, a faded photograph tucked into the mirror frame. It showed a younger Lena in an arcade standing triumphantly beside a Gallagher machine, the scoreboard showing an impossible number. She couldn't have been much older than Theo was now. For the first time in weeks, Theo felt a flicker of curiosity that wasn't immediately smothered by despair. Theo woke to the sound of rhythmic clicking, the unmistakable clatter of an old mechanical keyboard. He fumbled for his phone. 6:17 a.m. No notifications. The gaming world had already moved on to its next controversy. He found Lena in what had once been a dining room but was now clearly her workshop. 3 monitors of varying ages formed a mismatched command centre. She typed furiously on a keyboard older than Theo, its beige plastic yellowed with age. "Morning, sunshine," she said without looking up. "There's coffee, made it fresh an hour ago." "What are you working on?" Theo asked, voice still rough with sleep. "Knitting patterns." He peered over her shoulder at what was clearly not knitting patterns but lines of assembly code. "Since when does knitting involve hexadecimal?" "Since I decided it does," she replied, finally swivelling her chair to face him. "The Thursday night knitting circle meets here. We knit for an hour, then play Doom until midnight. The ladies wanted custom skins for their characters, so I'm modding." "You're teaching septuagenarians to play Doom?" "Bold of you to assume I needed to teach them. Wanda used to work for IBM in the 70s. Marjorie's son designs chips for Nvidia. Agnes once hacked her ex-husband's pacemaker. She what? Just slowed it down enough to give him hiccups during his second wedding. Now are you going to stand there catching flies in your mouth, or are you going to do something productive today? The question stung. Productivity had been Theo's religion until 3 weeks ago. Now the thought of opening a code editor made his palms sweat. I thought I'd just settle in, he said lamely. Lena's eyes narrowed behind her glasses. You're on dish duty then, and the attic needs clearing out. I've been meaning to digitize my old projects before the floppies degrade completely. Before Theo could protest, the doorbell rang. Lena pushed herself up with a grunt. That'll be Leo. He comes by before school. She returned moments later with a skinny boy of about 11 trailing behind her. He wore an oversized NASA t-shirt and had the wary look of a child who expected adults to be disappointed in him. Leo, this is my grandson Theo. Theo, this is Leo Cruz from next door. He helps me test games sometimes. The boy regarded Theo with sudden interest. Are you the Theo Brennan who made Nanobots Rising? The speedrunning community still plays that game. Theo blinked in surprise. His first indie title had been a modest success 6 years ago, but hardly memorable. Yeah, that's me. Cool, Leo said simply, then turned to Lena. Did you fix the input lag on level 6? Check for yourself, Lena replied, gesturing to one of her computers. I tweaked the code last night. As Leo settled in, Theo watched with bewilderment as his grandmother and this child discussed frame rates and optimization techniques with the easy rapport of long-time colleagues. I'm heading up to clear the attic, Theo announced, feeling oddly like an intruder. The attic was a dust-covered time capsule, packed with cardboard boxes labelled in Lena's precise handwriting. Tournaments, 1982 to 1987. Design docs, unreleased. Press clippings, hardware, obsolete. Theo pulled down a box labelled prototypes and began sifting through it. Inside were dozens of cartridges and floppy disks, each in a protective sleeve with handwritten notes. Most bore the logo of Radiant Horizon Studios, a long-defunct game company Theo vaguely recalled his grandmother mentioning. At the bottom of the box, a metal case caught his eye. Unlike the other prototypes, this one had no company logo, just a hand-drawn label reading grit.exe and a small note, for Daniel, someday. Daniel, his father's name. Theo's hands trembled slightly as he opened the case. Inside was a cartridge unlike any he'd seen before, custom-built with exposed circuitry visible through a clear plastic casing. Alongside it was a small notebook filled with Lena's handwriting, design documents, sketches of pixel characters, and pages of assembly code annotated with comments like "fixed jump physics" and "death animation too gruesome." The last entry was dated May 17th, 1986 and simply read, "Project shelved indefinitely." When Theo brought the metal case downstairs, Leo had already left for school. Lena was back at her keyboard, glasses perched on the end of her nose. "Found something," Theo said, placing the case on her desk. Lena's fingers froze mid-keystroke. She stared at the cartridge for a long moment before slowly closing the lid of the case. "That doesn't need digitizing," she said flatly. "What is it? I've never seen hardware like this." A mistake. A waste of 8 months of my life. She pushed the case back toward him. "Put it back where you found it." "The label says it's for Dad." Lena's expression hardened. "Like I said, a mistake." Theo held his ground. "Gran, I've had a game blow up in my face too. Literally on camera in front of thousands of people. If anyone gets it..." "You don't get anything about this," she snapped, then immediately seemed to regret her tone. She removed her glasses, suddenly looking every one of her 74 years. "That game, it was supposed to be different. Personal. Not the arcade stuff I was known for." "Can I see it running?" "No." "Why not?" "Because it doesn't work," she said, then added more quietly, "It never worked right." Theo picked up the case again, studying the unusual cartridge. What if I could make it work? Lena laughed, a short dismissive sound. You think you can fix something I couldn't? No, Theo said carefully, but maybe we could fix it together. This code is an absolute nightmare, Theo muttered, hunched over Lena's workbench. Did you write this while actively hallucinating? 3 days had passed since the discovery of grit.exe. Despite her initial reluctance, Lena had relented when Theo pointed out that the cartridge's custom circuits were showing signs of corrosion. If they didn't act soon, whatever was on it would be lost forever. Watch your mouth, Lena replied, though without real heat. That's cutting-edge 1986 assembly language you're looking at. We didn't have your fancy frameworks and autocomplete back then. They'd managed to extract the source code using a contraption Lena had built years ago for archiving her old work. Now they were attempting to understand what the game was supposed to do, and why it had never been finished. From what they could piece together, Grit was a side-scrolling platformer with an unusual premise. The player controlled a character navigating through a world that represented stages of grief. Each level transformed around the player, environments shifting from dark caves to stormy mountaintops, to serene beaches as the protagonists processed their loss. It's surprisingly deep for a mid-80s game, Theo admitted, scrolling through the level designs. Most games then were just go right and jump on things. Lena shrugged, but Theo caught the flicker of pride in her eyes. Games have always been more than just toys, at least the good ones. A knock at the door interrupted them. Leo stood on the porch, backpack still on, practically bouncing with excitement. Miss Brennan, I got an A on my coding project. I used that loop trick you showed me and... He stopped when he saw Theo. Oh, hey. Come on in, smarty pants, Lena said, genuine warmth in her voice. I've got cookies in the kitchen. As Leo chattered about his programming class, Theo found himself studying the easy relationship between his grandmother and this neighbourhood kid. There was none of the guardedness Lena showed with him, none of the sharp edges. What's that? Leo asked, peering at the screen. Just an old game I never finished, Lena answered. Can I see? Before Lena could object, Theo clicked on a partially reconstructed level file. The screen filled with crude but effective pixel art. A character in a flowing red scarf stood at the edge of a storm-tossed sea. Leo's eyes widened. Whoa! This is retro cool? It's just old, Lena corrected. No way! This has that authentic pixel art style everyone's trying to copy now. It looks like it means something. Leo leaned closer. What happens if the character jumps in the water? They drown, Lena said flatly. Game over. But there's something on that island, Leo pointed to a distant pixel formation. How do you get there? You don't, Lena said, reaching over to close the file. That's as far as I got. Later, after Leo had gone home, Theo found Lena sitting on the back porch staring out at the darkening sky. He handed her a mug of tea and settled into the adjacent chair. Leo seems like a good kid, he offered. He is. Smart as a whip, but terrible social skills. Reminds me of you at that age. They sat in companionable silence for a moment. The game, Theo finally said. It's about Grandpa, isn't it? Lena's hands tightened around her mug. For a long moment, Theo thought she might shut down the conversation, as she always had in the past. Instead, she sighed. Jack died in 85. Pancreatic cancer. Fast and brutal. Her voice was matter-of-fact, but her eyes had drifted somewhere distant. The arcade community did a tournament in his honour, raised money for his medical bills. But after the funeral, I couldn't go back to making the same mindless games. So you started GRIT instead. I wanted to make something that mattered, something that captured what it felt like to keep going when you've lost someone. She took a sip of tea. Radiant Horizon thought I was having a breakdown. They wanted more Cosmic Crashers sequels, not some artsy game about grief. What happened? I quit. Decided to make it independently, but then... She trailed off. Then what? Then your father told me he was leaving. that he couldn't handle raising you alone, couldn't handle Oregon, couldn't handle any of it. He dropped you here and said he'd be back in a week. Her voice grew tight. 3 months later, he sent divorce papers to your mother's lawyer and a postcard from Arizona. Theo absorbed this in silence. He'd always known his father had left, but the details had been kept from him. His mother had died when he was 4, a car accident he barely remembered. His father's abandonment had come just 2 years later. I stopped working on the game, Lena continued. It felt pointless. I'd already failed at the most important thing. You didn't fail, Theo said quietly. You raised me. For a while. Until you got old enough to start asking questions I didn't want to answer. The unspoken history stretched between them. Theo's teenage years when he'd pushed for information about his father, Lena's stubborn refusal to discuss him, the growing distance that followed. I think we should finish it, Theo said suddenly. What? Grit. I think we should finish it. Update it. Make it playable on modern systems. He turned to face her. It was ahead of its time, Gran. Games about emotional journeys are exactly what the indie scene celebrates now. Lena shook her head. That code is 39 years old. So we rewrite it. Keep the soul, update the body. Theo leaned forward, feeling the first genuine spark of excitement since his public meltdown. I need a project that matters, that isn't about chasing market trends or impressing investors, and you deserve to see your vision completed. And what happens when you get bored or frustrated and bail on this too? The words were harsh, but Lena's tone wasn't accusatory, just weary. The question hit Theo like a physical blow. Is that what you think? That I'm like him? I think the Brennan men have a history of not finishing what they start. Theo stood up, hands clenched at his sides. I'm not my father. Prove it, Lena said simply. By mid-June, Theo and Lena had fallen into an unexpected rhythm. Mornings began with coffee and arguments over code architecture. Afternoons were spent with Lena recreating her original pixel art at a higher resolution, while Theo built a modern engine that could capture the feel of the original. Evenings often included Leo, who had appointed himself their first beta tester and most vocal critic. The jump still feels floaty, Leo insisted, demonstrating on the test level for the 5th time. See? There's like a micro-hesitation before the character starts falling. The boy's right, Lena said, making a note. The original had snappier physics. Theo rubbed his eyes. I'll fix it tomorrow, again. Leo handed back the controller. It's still awesome, though. When can I show my friends? When it's ready, Lena and Theo replied in unison, then glanced at each other in surprise. After Leo left, they continued working in companionable silence until Theo's phone buzzed, a rare occurrence these days. He checked the screen and froze. What is it? Lena asked. You look like you've seen a ghost. Not a ghost, just someone from before. He showed her the screen, a message from Juno Park, his former creative partner. Heard through the grapevine you're working on something new. Want to catch up? Former girlfriend, Lena guessed. Former everything. Partner, girlfriend, co-developer. Theo put the phone down. We were building Everpath together until she got an offer from Horizon Studios. She left 6 months before the meltdown. Ah, the lead designer quit part of your public flameout. She didn't just quit. She took an improved version of our core mechanics to a major studio. He shook his head. At least that's what I told myself at the time. Looking back, I might have been projecting some issues. You think? Lena's tone was dry. What are you going to do? Ignore it? Lena snatched up his phone and began typing. Gran, give that back. Too late, she said, tossing the phone to him. She's coming for dinner tomorrow. I'm making my lasagna. You can't just... Yes, I can. I'm old. Being inappropriately direct is one of the few perks. The next evening, Juno Park arrived exactly on time, a bottle of wine in one hand and a small package in the other. At 29, she had the focused energy of someone accustomed to being the smartest person in the room but working hard not to show it. Her black hair was cut in a sharp bob, and she wore a leather jacket over a t-shirt from the game studio where she now worked. "Miss Brennan," she said, extending her hand to Lena. "It's an honour to meet you. I did my master's thesis on women pioneers in game development." "Call me Lena," Theo's grandmother replied, accepting the wine. "Anyone who can put up with my grandson for 3 years deserves first-name privileges." Dinner was surprisingly comfortable, with Lena dominating the conversation by interrogating Juno about her new job and the state of the industry. Theo remained quiet, studying his ex-partner when she wasn't looking. There was no anger there anymore, he realised, just a lingering sadness for what they'd lost, professionally and personally. After dinner, Lena manufactured a transparent excuse to leave them alone, claiming she needed to water her begonias, despite the steady rainfall outside. "Your grandmother is exactly as formidable as industry legend suggests," Juno said when they were alone. "She grows on you," Theo replied, "like a particularly stubborn fungus." Juno smiled, then her expression grew serious. "I heard about what happened at GDX. I'm sorry I wasn't there." "Wouldn't have changed anything." Theo shrugged, surprising himself with how much he meant it. The project was doomed. Too ambitious, too derivative, too hollow. "Is that why you disappeared? Because of Everpath?" "Partly. It was more about what the meltdown revealed." Theo looked down at his hands. "I was building games for all the wrong reasons. To prove something, to chase trends, to get the validation I thought I deserved. And now..." He hesitated, then gestured toward the workstation where GRIT was taking shape. "Now I'm helping my grandmother finish something she started almost 40 years ago." Juno's eyes widened as she took in the screen. "Is that... Wait, are you the mystery developer behind Grit Remastered?" Theo blinked in confusion. "Behind what? You haven't seen it?" Juno quickly pulled out her phone and showed him a gaming news site. There, prominently featured, was a blurry screenshot of their game under the headline, "Lost Classic from Arcade Legend, Pixel Queen Gets Secret Remaster." What the hell? Theo scrolled through the article in disbelief. It detailed how footage of an emotional retro platformer with modern enhancements had appeared on several gaming forums, sparking speculation about a comeback from Lena Brennan. The source of the leak was immediately obvious. "Leo," Theo groaned. "That little gremlin must have recorded our test session." "It's going viral in indie circles," Juno said. "People love the concept, a game about grief that predates the whole games as art movement by decades, finally being completed by the original creator." Theo felt his chest tightening. The familiar panic began to creep in. "No, no, no. We're not ready for this. The game is barely functional. The story isn't finalized. We can't..." "Theo." Juno's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts. "This is good publicity. Organic interest. The kind studios pay millions to generate. You don't understand. I can't do this again. The expectations, the scrutiny." "Do what again?" Lena's voice came from the doorway. She stood there, a knowing look on her face that made it clear she'd never left. "Fail publicly? Have a panic attack on camera?" "Yes," Theo exploded, "exactly that. We started this project for us, not for some redemption narrative or publicity stunt." "I didn't say anything about redemption," Lena replied calmly. "That's your baggage, not mine." "What's this really about, Theo?" Juno asked gently. "Because from where I'm standing, you've got something beautiful here, something worth sharing." "It's about not being ready," Theo insisted. "The game is broken, unfinished." "It's always going to be broken and unfinished," Lena shouted, surprising them both with her vehemence. "That's what creating anything worthwhile is. You think I was ready to raise a 6-year-old boy after my husband died and my son abandoned his child? You think any game is ever truly done, rather than simply released?" The room fell silent. Lena rarely raised her voice and never spoke so directly about the past. "I didn't finish this game in 1986 because I was afraid," she continued. her voice quieter now. Afraid it wouldn't be good enough. Afraid it would make me feel more than I could handle. Don't make my mistake. Before Theo could respond, Lena turned and walked upstairs, the conversation clearly over as far as she was concerned. She's right, you know, Juno said after a moment. About what part? All of it. She stood up. I should go. But Theo, for what it's worth, I never stole your ideas for Horizon. I turned down their initial offer. They came back a month later, after you stopped listening to anyone on the team. The words hit like a revelation. How much of his narrative about Juno's departure had he fabricated to protect his ego? I'm sorry, he said, the words feeling wholly inadequate. I know. She headed for the door, then paused. One more thing. That package I brought. It's for your grandmother. A piece of tech history I thought she'd appreciate. After Juno left, Theo opened the small package. Inside was a pristine floppy disk labelled The Pixel Queen's Crown Jewels, a bootleg compilation of Lena's arcade work that had circulated in collectors' circles for years. With it was a handwritten note. Some legacies can't be erased, no matter how hard we try to forget them. That night Theo couldn't sleep. He sat in the living room staring at the old photographs on Lena's walls, snapshots of arcade tournaments, product launches, and gaming history. In many of them, a younger Lena held a small boy on her hip, Theo's father, Daniel. What had happened between them? What wound had never healed? At dawn, Theo made a decision. He went to his workstation and deleted the current build of GRIT. You did what? Lena stood in the doorway, still in her bathrobe, coffee mug frozen halfway to her lips. I deleted our work, Theo repeated, voice steady despite his exhaustion. He'd been up all night. But before you kill me, look at this. He gestured to the screen where a new project was open. Not the direct port they'd been building, but something different. Something more. What am I looking at? Lena asked, moving closer. Grit. Remastered. For real this time. Theo pulled up a design document he'd spent the night creating. We've been trying to rebuild your game, but we've been ignoring what it was actually about. On screen, he showed her a new concept. The original game would exist as a game within a game, discovered by a modern protagonist, a game developer returning to their hometown after a public failure. As they played through the unfinished pixels of the older game, the modern sections would reflect and expand upon its themes. 2 stories, 2 time periods, connected by shared experience, Theo explained. Your original vision preserved intact, but framed by something new we create together. Lena stared at the screen for a long moment. That's not terrible, she finally admitted. High praise indeed. But why delete what we had? Because we weren't making Grit. We were making a museum piece. Theo ran a hand through his dishevelled hair. After talking with Juno last night, I realised something. This project isn't just about finishing your game. It's about why you couldn't finish it then, and why I crashed and burned now. Lena sat down heavily. Go on. You were processing Grandpa's death through this game. I get that now. But something else happened too, didn't it? Something with Dad. Lena's face closed off, the familiar wall coming down, but Theo pressed on. We can't finish this game if we keep avoiding the truth it was meant to tell. So I'm asking you, one last time, what happened with Daniel? The silence stretched between them, taut as a wire. Finally, Lena set down her coffee cup. He blamed me, she said quietly, for your mother's accident. Theo felt the floor shift beneath him. What? I was supposed to pick her up that night. Had a tournament I couldn't miss. Asked her to take a cab. Lena's eyes focused on something distant. The driver fell asleep at the wheel. If I'd been there... That's why Dad left? Because he blamed you? Partly. He was already struggling after her death. But yes, that was the final break. She looked up at Theo, eyes bright with unshed tears. And he was right to blame me. My selfishness cost you your mother. That's bullshit. The words escaped before Theo could temper them. It was an accident. Tragic and terrible, but an accident. You don't understand? No, you don't understand. Theo knelt before her chair, taking her weathered hands in his. Dad left because he couldn't handle his grief. He abandoned his child, abandoned you, when you were grieving too. That wasn't your fault. None of it was. Lena shook her head, but Theo continued. You've been carrying this guilt for almost 30 years. You couldn't finish Grit because it was supposed to be about processing grief, but you wouldn't allow yourself to process yours. A single tear escaped down Lena's cheek. When did you get so insightful? Probably around the time I had a mental breakdown on camera and had to move in with my grandmother at 34. He squeezed her hands. We're both works in progress. For a moment they sat in companionable silence, the weight of unspoken history finally acknowledged between them. So, Lena finally said, wiping her eyes, this new version of GRIT, tell me more. 6 months later, Wally Ortega's retro gaming bar, 8-Bit Alley, was packed wall to wall with an improbable mix of aging arcade enthusiasts, indie game developers, and curious locals. A banner hung over the main cabinet. World Premiere, Grit, Remastered. Theo stood nervously by the bar, watching as Lena held court near the machine, Leo at her side acting as self-appointed crowd control. The boy had been promoted from unauthorized leaker to official community manager, a title he took with absurd seriousness, complete with a homemade badge. Nervous. Theo turned to find Juno beside him, nursing a craft beer. After their reconciliation, she'd become an unofficial advisor on the project, offering feedback during her occasional weekend visits to Manzanita. Terrified, Theo admitted. What if they hate it? What if they love it but for all the wrong reasons? What if you stop catastrophizing for 5 minutes and enjoy the fact that you actually finished something meaningful? Juno nudged him with her shoulder. Look at your grandmother. Across the room, Lena was demonstrating the original controls to a group of 20-something developers, her hands moving with the muscle memory of decades. There was an animation to her that Theo hadn't seen before. Not just energy, but a kind of unguarded joy. Ladies and gentlemen, Wally's voice boomed over the speakers. It's time for the moment we've all been waiting for. The official unveiling of the lost classic from the legendary Pixel Queen. The crowd cheered as Lena made her way to the front, adjusting her glasses with a self-conscious smile. Theo held his breath. They hadn't prepared a speech, neither of them good with prepared remarks. Well, Lena began, her voice steady despite the crowd. 39 years ago I started making a game about grief. I never finished it because I couldn't face my own. She paused, finding Theo in the crowd. Then my grandson showed up on my doorstep, crashed and burned in his own way, and somehow we ended up finishing it together. The room had gone quiet, the usual bar chatter suspended. Grit isn't like the games I made back in the arcade days. It's not about high scores or perfect runs. It's about continuing forward when everything hurts, about finding meaning in what remains. She cleared her throat. It's also about family, the ones we lose, the ones who leave us, and the ones we build in their absence. She gestured to Theo, who reluctantly made his way to the front. This young man taught me that it's never too late to finish what you start, that some stories take decades to tell properly. She turned to the gleaming arcade cabinet where their game waited. So here it is, GRIT Remastered, a game 39 years and 3 generations in the making. As the title screen appeared, the original pixel art upscaled alongside new, hand-drawn elements. The crowd erupted in applause. Theo felt a lump form in his throat as he watched the opening sequence they'd laboured over, a modern character finding an old cartridge in an attic, the worlds between then and now blurring as both protagonists began their parallel journeys. What followed was a blur of demonstrations, questions, and the distinct click of controllers as players worked through the first few levels. Industry press took photos. Streamers requested interviews. Through it all, Theo found himself watching not the game, but the faces of those playing it. Their concentration, their emotional reactions, their quiet nods of recognition at particularly resonant moments. Later, as the crowd thinned and the evening wound down, Theo found Lena outside the bar, sitting on a bench overlooking the night-dark Pacific. He sat beside her, neither speaking for a long moment. "We did it," he finally said. "We did," she agreed, then added, "Daniel would have liked it." The mention of his father, spoken without bitterness for the first time Theo could remember, hung in the cool evening air. "You think so?" "I know so. He had your creative streak before." She trailed off, then rallied. Before life got complicated, the game was originally for him, a way to help him process his mother's death. Theo nodded slowly. "I've been thinking about reaching out to him." "Have you now?" Lena's tone was carefully neutral. Not to reconcile, necessarily. Just to... Theo searched for the words. "To close the loop. To stop running from that part of my history." Lena patted his hand. "One unfinished project at a time, kiddo." Inside, they could hear Wally calling for Lena. Someone from a gaming history podcast wanted a few words. She stood with a sigh. "Duty calls. You coming?" "In a minute." Left alone, Theo pulled out his phone and opened the Game Store app where their digital version of GRIT had gone live that morning. Already there were a handful of reviews, some from press who'd received advance copies, others from early adopters. One caught his eye. Not like anything else out there. A game that feels like it was made by real people who have lived through something. Authentic in a way most polished productions aren't. He smiled, pocketing his phone. The game wouldn't break sales records. It wouldn't revolutionize the industry. But it had done something more important. It had helped heal the people who made it. Inside, Lena was now showing Leo and a group of his friends how to access the game's secret level. A peaceful beach, where the only objective was to build a sandcastle before the tide came in. The same beach where she and Jack had honeymooned, where Daniel had taken his first steps, where Theo had spent childhood summers collecting shells. "There's no points here," he heard her explaining. "No enemies, no timer, just memory and creation." As Leo carefully built his digital monument, Theo thought about the past year, the public humiliation that had driven him home, the reluctant reconnection with his grandmother, the slow, painful process of excavating family history while rebuilding a forgotten game. He'd arrived broken, convinced his career was over, yet somehow in helping Lena complete her abandoned project, he'd found something he hadn't even known he was seeking. Not just redemption or a creative reset, but a genuine connection to his past and a pathway to his future. The virtual sandcastle on screen was taking shape now, pixel by pixel. Imperfect, but standing. Beyond it, the digital tide ebbed and flowed, a constant reminder of impermanence that somehow didn't feel threatening anymore. After all, some things remained, some things endured. Some things, even after decades of silence, could be rebuilt. One pixel, one line of code, one honest conversation at a time. The end. The Clockmaker's Apprentice, Amsterdam, 1943. The city once known for its vibrant canals and ringing church bells had fallen silent under the heavy boot of occupation. The Dutch winter pressed against window panes like a pale ghost, and citizens hurried through streets that no longer belonged to them, their breath forming clouds of condensation that dissipated before they could become wishes. Levi Goldstein pressed his back against a stone wall, listening to the rhythmic march of Wehrmacht boots against cobblestones. At 16, his frame was still boyish, but his eyes held the ancient weariness of someone who had seen too much. The yellow star that had once been sewn onto his coat was now ashes in some forgotten alley fire. His parents, gone. His home, seized. his identity a death sentence. "Move," whispered a voice behind him. Levi turned to find a man with a face like crumpled paper, eyes darting nervously beneath the brim of a workman's cap. "Follow me. 5 paces behind. If I'm stopped, walk past and take the 3rd street on the left." They walked for what felt like hours, though the church bells, the few that still rang, only chimed once. The streets narrowed, widened, then narrowed again until they reached the Herengracht Canal. The man stopped before a narrow building wedged between 2 larger ones, its facade weathered but dignified. The sign above read simply, "Vandermeer Timepieces." The door opened before they could knock. A thin man with silver hair and spectacles perched on a hawkish nose peered out, his gaze sweeping the street before settling on Levi. "This is the boy," said Levi's guide, who promptly turned and disappeared into the maze of Amsterdam's back streets. "In, quickly," said the silver-haired man, ushering Levi inside. The shop's interior was a symphony of ticking. Hundreds of clocks lined the walls, hung from the ceiling, and occupied every available surface. Tall grandfather clocks stood like sentinels, their pendulums swinging in hypnotic arcs. Pocket watches gleamed from velvet-lined display cases. Cuckoo clocks, their tiny doors sealed shut, waited patiently for hours that might never come. "I am Elias Vandermeer," said the old man, locking the door behind them, "and you will be my apprentice." "I don't know anything about clocks," Levi admitted, his voice barely audible above the collective ticking. "You will learn," said Vandermeer, "but first..." A floorboard creaked, and Levi turned to see a girl descending a narrow staircase at the back of the shop. She was perhaps a year older than him, with wheat-coloured hair tied back severely, and eyes that reminded Levi of the North Sea, grey-blue and stormy. "This is Annika Voss," said Vandermeer, "my niece." The girl's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Another one?" "Annika," the clockmaker warned. She approached, studying Levi with an intensity that made him want to shrink into himself. "Do you know how to keep quiet?" she asked. "Yes," Levi replied. "Do you know how to forget your name, your past, your family?" Levi swallowed hard, thinking of his mother's hands, his father's voice. "I'm learning." "Good," said Annika, her expression unchanging, "because here you're no one but who we say you are." She turned to Vandermeer. The Wehrmacht increased patrols on Prinsengracht today. Weber was asking questions at the bakery. Vandermeer nodded gravely. "Take him upstairs. Show him." As Levi followed Annika up the creaking staircase, he noticed something odd. Several of the clocks showed different times, their pendulums swinging at irregular intervals. A tall clock near the door was 5 minutes fast. A small desk clock by the counter was 3 minutes slow. The upper floor of the building was modest. A small kitchen, a sitting room with worn furniture, and 3 doors leading to what Levi presumed were bedrooms. Annika led him to the smallest one. "You'll sleep here," she said. "Don't leave crumbs, don't make noise, don't stand near windows." The room contained a narrow bed, a dresser, and a small table. But what caught Levi's attention was a peculiar clock on the wall, its face divided not into 12 hours but into 14 uneven segments. "What's that?" he asked. Annika's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. "Your first lesson." She closed the door behind them. "The clocks aren't just timepieces, they're our language." She pointed to the misaligned pendulums he had noticed downstairs. Each morning, Vandermeer adjusts certain clocks. The differences in minutes, that's our cipher. 2 minutes slow means a message received. 3 minutes fast means danger. 5 minutes fast means movement tonight. Levi's mind raced. "And the strange clock here?" "That's for the next phase. Once you've proven yourself," she fixed him with those stormy eyes. "If you betray us, if you compromise even one of our people, I will kill you myself." Levi believed her. Over the following weeks, Levi learned the delicate art of clockmaking. His fingers, once clumsy, grew nimble as he manipulated tiny gears and springs under Vandermeer's critical eye. But his real education happened after closing, when the old clockmaker would reveal the intricate network of resistance that pulsed through Amsterdam like the hidden mechanisms of his timepieces. "Time is neutral," Vandermeer told him one evening as they huddled around a small fire, the blackout curtains drawn tight. "It serves neither good nor evil, but those who control time, who can read it, manipulate it, predict it, they have power." The Resistance used the innocuous clock shop as a message hub. Customers would come in, requesting repairs with specific phrases. "My grandfather's watch runs 2 minutes fast every day," meant information needed to be passed. "The cuckoo no longer sings," signalled a safe house had been compromised. Annika was often absent, returning at odd hours with mud on her boots and a hardness in her eyes that spoke of things Levi could only imagine. She barely acknowledged him at first, treating him as a necessary inconvenience. But as January turned to February and Levi proved his worth, memorizing codes, crafting hidden compartments in timepieces, keeping silent during the nerve-wracking visits from German officers seeking repairs for their watches, something shifted between them. It began with small things, an extra slice of the precious black bread at dinner, a nod of approval when he correctly interpreted a complex time cipher, standing closer than necessary as they worked side by side in the cramped workshop. One night, as snowflakes drifted past the attic window, Annika finally asked about his family. "They were taken during the razzia last summer," Levi said, his voice hollow. "I was running an errand. When I returned, the apartment was empty. A neighbour hid me until I could connect with the Resistance." Annika was quiet for a long moment. "My brother Peter was part of a group that derailed a German supply train," she finally said. "He was captured 4 months ago. They made an example of him in Dam Square." The unspoken truth hung between them. There would be no reunions after the war, no return to what was. They were orphans of occupation, clinging to the wreckage of their former lives. "Why clocks?" Levi asked, changing the subject before grief could overwhelm either of them. A ghost of a smile touched Annika's lips. "Vandermeer says time is the only thing the Nazis cannot fully control. They can steal our possessions, our freedom, even our names, but seconds pass the same for everyone. And while they count down to what they believe is their 1,000-year Reich, we count toward their inevitable defeat." That night, as Amsterdam's hidden Jews and resistance fighters marked another day of survival, the synchronous ticking of hundreds of clocks sounded to Levi like the collective heartbeat of hope. March arrived with unexpected warmth, melting snow into treacherous puddles that reflected the grey Amsterdam sky. For Levi, the passing months had transformed him from a terrified fugitive into something else. Not quite a resistance fighter, but no longer merely a survivor. His days fell into a rhythm as predictable as the clocks that surrounded him. Mornings were spent in the front of the shop, learning the craft from Vandermeer. The old man's hands, spotted with age yet remarkably steady, guided Levi through the intricate dance of gears and springs. Afternoons were dedicated to the secret language of time, memorizing drop points, safe houses, and extraction routes, all coded in minute an hour hands. It was during one such lesson that Vandermeer revealed the true extent of their operation. "Amsterdam is a clock itself," the old man explained, unfolding a map across the workshop table after ensuring the blackout curtains were secure. Each district a dial, each canal a hand, each checkpoint a moment of danger. He traced weathered fingers across the map, which was marked with inscrutable symbols. The Resistance moves like the mechanisms inside a timepiece, each part knowing nothing of the others, yet all working toward the same purpose. Levi studied the markings, recognizing some of the time-based codes he'd learned. "These are all run from here? From this shop?" Vandermeer's eyes crinkled at the corners. "This shop is but one gear in a much larger machine, boy. We coordinate the Western districts, primarily messages and safe transports. Other cells handle sabotage, intelligence, forged papers. And Annika? Levi asked, noticing how Vandermeer's expression softened at the question. Annika is our bridge to the others. She carries what needs carrying, sees what needs seeing. The answer was deliberately vague, but Levi understood. The less he knew about specific operations, the less he could reveal if captured. That evening, as Levi practiced setting the special cipher clock in his room, now able to manipulate its unusual face to transmit complex messages, Annika appeared at his door. Her cheeks were flushed from the cold and she carried a small leather satchel. "Come," she said without preamble, "it's time you did more than practice." Heart pounding, Levi followed her down the back stairs and through a concealed door that led to the adjacent building's cellar. They emerged into an alley, where Annika quickly assessed their surroundings before setting off at a brisk pace. "Where are we going?" Levi whispered. "Westerkirk," she replied, referring to the church with Amsterdam's tallest bell tower. "You'll see." They wound through narrow streets, Annika instinctively pausing or changing direction whenever patrol lights swept the cobblestones ahead. Levi matched her movements, his body learning a new kind of timepiece, the rhythm of evasion, the tempo of survival. The massive church loomed before them, its spire a dark sentinel against the night sky. Instead of approaching the main entrance, Annika led him to a small side door where an elderly caretaker waited. He nodded once, then ushered them inside without a word. "The Germans allow the church to mark the hours," Annika explained as they climbed the narrow spiral staircase of the bell tower, "but they've forbidden the carillon concerts that once played daily." "What are we doing here?" Levi asked, his voice echoing slightly in the stone passage. "Teaching you about transmission." At the top of the tower, a small door opened onto a cramped room dominated by the massive church clock mechanism, a complex arrangement of weights, pulleys, and gears far larger than anything in Vandermeer's shop. Beyond it, Levi could see the bell chamber. To his surprise, 3 people were already there. A woman in her 40s with a school teacher's stern demeanour, a man with a railway worker's cap, and a priest who nodded at their arrival. "This is the new one?" the woman asked, studying Levi critically. "Yes," said Annika. "He's ready." The railway worker chuckled. "That's what you said about Weber's boy." A shadow crossed Annika's face. "I was wrong about him. I'm not wrong about Levi." The priest intervened. "What's done is done. Tonight's message must reach Harlem before dawn." He turned to the clock mechanism. "Young man, what do you know of carillons?" "Only that they're played with keys and pedals," Levi admitted. "Before the occupation, Amsterdam's carillons would play music that could be heard across the city," the priest explained. "Now, we are permitted only to mark the hours, but even in this, we found opportunity." The railway worker opened a panel on the clock mechanism to reveal an ingenious modification. Additional gears had been installed, connected to a removable lever. "The lever allows us to adjust the striking pattern," the teacher explained. 3 normal strikes followed by 2 quick ones, then a pause, then normal again. It sounds like a mechanical hiccup to most, but to those who know... "It's code," Levi realised, "like our clocks in the shop, but with sound instead of hands." "Precisely," said the priest. "Tonight's message will alert our Harlem cell that a package is coming. Medical supplies for hidden families and parts for radio transmitters." Annika opened her satchel, removing a small wooden box. "Which you'll be carrying." Levi's mouth went dry. Until now, his resistance activities had been confined to the relative safety of the clock shop. "Me?" "You can't stay hidden forever," she said quietly. "Every gear must turn." The next hour was spent preparing. The railway worker adjusted the clock mechanism while the teacher gave Levi detailed instructions about the Harlem contact, a flower seller near the great church who would recognise him by his response to a coded greeting. As midnight approached, they gathered in tense silence. The priest offered a brief prayer, and then the clock began to strike. The normal 12 bells of midnight, but with a subtle, altered rhythm on the 8th and 9th strikes that only the most attentive ear would notice. Across Amsterdam, and more importantly in Haarlem, resistance members hearing those distinctive chimes would know something is coming. Be ready. As they descended the tower, Annika unexpectedly took Levi's hand. Her fingers were cold but gripped his with surprising strength. "Are you afraid?" she asked. "Yes," Levi admitted. Her lips curved slightly. "Good. Fear keeps you sharp," she hesitated. "When I first saw you, I thought you wouldn't last a week. You looked like a rabbit cornered by wolves. And now? Now I think perhaps you are a wolf who has learned to move among rabbits." It was the closest thing to a compliment Annika had ever given him, and Levi felt warmth spread through his chest despite the chill night air. The journey to Haarlem was a gauntlet of checkpoints and patrols. Annika had provided Levi with perfect papers, identifying him as a deaf apprentice to a clock repairman sent to fix the mechanism of a wealthy Nazi sympathizer's antique timepiece. His fabricated disability meant he wouldn't be expected to respond verbally to German commands, avoiding the risk of his accent betraying him. The ruse worked. By dawn, the medical supplies and radio parts had been successfully delivered to the Haarlem resistance, and Levi found himself on a returning train, exhausted but exhilarated. He had done more than survive. He had struck back in his own small way against the machine of oppression. When he returned to the clock shop, Vandermeer was waiting, his face grave. "While you were gone," the old man said, "the Gestapo raided the Backer's print shop. They found resistance pamphlets." Levi's blood turned cold. Were they? The family was taken, and a list was found. Addresses, contacts. Vandermeer's voice dropped to a whisper. Our shop was on it. What do we do? The clockmaker's eyes moved to the wall of timepieces. We have perhaps 3 days before they connect the names and addresses. We must move our operation and find you a new hiding place. No, Levi said, surprising himself with his vehemence. I won't leave you and Annika. Vandermeer regarded him with a mixture of pride and sadness. My boy, in this war, attachment is a luxury none of us can afford. But as April bloomed across a city still gripped by fear, Levi remained at the clock shop. The anticipated raid never came. The Gestapo officer in possession of the list had been assassinated by resistance fighters the night after the bakers were taken, the documents presumably destroyed. It was a temporary reprieve, and they all knew it. The shop remained under suspicion, subjected to random inspections that left Levi hiding in a specially constructed compartment beneath the workshop floor, breathing through a reed as German boots passed inches above his head. During one such inspection, Levi made a discovery. From his hiding place, he could hear the German officer speaking to Vandermeer in a familiar way, referring to the old days in Munich. Later, when it was safe to emerge, he confronted the clockmaker. You knew him. Before the war. Vandermeer's shoulders sagged. I was once watchmaker to many powerful Germans, before I saw what they truly were. That night, as a rare spring storm lashed Amsterdam, Vandermeer revealed his past. He had been a master clockmaker for the German military in the 1930s, crafting precision instruments for their ships and planes. But during a visit to Poland, he had witnessed the early atrocities against Jews and defected, using his knowledge of German military protocols to establish himself as a resistance asset. Each of us has sins to atone for, the old man said, his eyes fixed on the rain-streaked window. Mine is that I once served the beast that now devours us. The revelation changed something in Levi's perception of the clockmaker, not diminishing his respect, but deepening it. Vandermeer had chosen to turn against his former patrons, risking everything for what he knew was right. As for Annika, her missions grew more frequent and dangerous. She returned late one night in May with a bloody gash across her shoulder, which Levi helped clean and bandage. As he worked, she told him about her brother Peter, his humour, his courage, how he had been the one to bring her into the resistance after their parents died in the bombing of Rotterdam. He always said time was the great equaliser, she murmured, wincing as Levi applied antiseptic to her wound. That no matter how powerful the Nazis thought they were, they couldn't stop the clock from ticking toward their defeat. Her usual armour of detachment had cracked, allowing Levi to glimpse the grief she carried. Without thinking, he brushed a strand of hair from her face, his fingers lingering against her cheek. For a moment, the war receded. They were just two young people, alive and breathing in a quiet room, while rain tapped gentle rhythms against the window glass. Annika leaned forward slightly, and in the space between heartbeats, their lips met. Hesitant at first, then with a desperate intensity that spoke of all they had lost and the uncertain future before them. When they finally broke apart, Annika pressed her forehead against his. "Promise me something," she whispered. "Anything. If they catch me, don't try to save me. Keep working, keep fighting." Levi wanted to protest, to say he could never make such a promise. But they both knew the reality of their situation. Individual lives had to matter less than the cause. "Only if you promise the same," he replied. In the soft darkness of the attic room, surrounded by the constant ticking of clocks marking the precarious passage of time, they sealed their pact with another kiss, a defiant assertion that even in the shadow of death, life insisted on being lived. Summer descended upon Amsterdam like an uneasy dream. The canals reflected a perfect blue sky as barges laden with German supplies drifted through the city. Children who had never known peacetime played in parks under the watchful eyes of occupying soldiers. In the markets, people traded rumours along with their ration coupons, whispers of Allied advances in Italy, of growing resistance in France, of a second front soon to open. For the network of resistance fighters connected to Vandermeer's clock shop, summer brought new dangers and opportunities. The longer daylight hours made clandestine movements more difficult, but created new shadows in which to hide their activities. Levi, now 17 and no longer the frightened boy who had arrived the previous winter, had become an integral part of the operation. His fingers, trained by Vandermeer's patient instruction, could disassemble and reassemble a watch in complete darkness, a skill that proved useful for creating the hollow timepieces that carried microfilm, compass parts, and coded messages throughout the Netherlands. June had been marked by a series of successful operations. 3 downed Allied airmen had been moved through their network to the coast. A German ammunition depot had mysteriously exploded on the outskirts of the city. Most significantly, radio parts smuggled by Levi had enabled a transmitter that now broadcast vital intelligence to London. But success bred complacency, and complacency was deadly in occupied territory. It began with small inconsistencies, a contact arriving late to a drop, a recognition signal slightly off, a patrol appearing when none had been scheduled. Vandermeer noticed first, his clockmaker's precision attuned to even minor deviations from established patterns. "Someone is watching us," he confided to Levi and Annika during a late-night meeting in the workshop. "The question is whether they're gathering evidence or merely suspicious." The answer came on a sweltering July evening. Levi was returning from a message delivery when he spotted an unmarked car parked across from the clock shop. Through its window, he could see a man with civilian clothes but a military bearing watching the entrance. Using the network's emergency protocols, Levi circled the block and entered through the building adjacent to the shop. He found Annika packing documents into a hidden compartment behind one of the grandfather clocks. "Gestapo," she said before he could speak. "Vandermeer saw them questioning Mrs. Visser at the bakery. They know about the shop." Levi's heart pounded painfully against his ribs. Where is he now? Creating a diversion. He'll meet us at the secondary location. She handed him a small package wrapped in oilcloth. "Take this. If we're separated, get it to the Westerkirk contact." Outside, an automobile engine roared to life. Through a crack in the blackout curtains, they watched the unmarked car pull away from the curb, its tyres squealing as it accelerated down Herengracht. "That's our window," said Annika. "We have perhaps 10 minutes before they realise Vandermeer is leading them away from something important." They worked with practised efficiency, destroying what couldn't be moved and concealing what might later prove useful. Levi changed into workman's clothes, smudging his face with clock oil to alter his appearance. Annika donned a headscarf and dress that aged her by decades. As they prepared to leave through the back exit, the shop door flew open with a crash that sent the tinkling bell into a frenzy of alarm. 2 men stood in the doorway, not Gestapo, but Dutch police in the employ of the occupation authorities. One held a pistol, the other clutched a crumpled piece of paper that Levi recognised with horror as a page from the shop's cipher ledger. "Nobody move," said the officer with the gun. "You're under arrest for anti-German activities." Time slowed to an excruciating crawl. Levi saw Annika's hand inch toward the counter, beneath which a small revolver was hidden. The officer's finger tightened on the trigger. The clock on the wall ticked loudly in the sudden silence. What happened next occurred so quickly that Levi's memory of it would always remain fragmented, like pieces of a broken watch face. Annika lunged for the gun. The officer fired. The bullet missed her but shattered a cabinet of delicate pocket watches. And Levi, operating on instinct rather than thought, hurled a heavy brass clock weight at the second officer's head. The man crumpled, and in the ensuing chaos, Annika managed to wrench the pistol from the first officer's grasp. She struck him with its butt, sending him staggering backward. "Run!" she shouted to Levi. "The package! Get it out! Not without you. I'll be right behind you." It was a lie, and they both knew it. Someone needed to delay pursuit to ensure the package, containing names and locations of Jewish families in hiding throughout Amsterdam, reached safety. In that moment, Levi understood what Vandermeer had meant about attachment being a luxury. His heart tore as he clutched the oilcloth package and ran for the back door. The last glimpse he had of Annika was her silhouette against the shop window, pistol raised as more figures approached from the street. Levi ran blindly through Amsterdam's back alleys, the package clutched to his chest like a talisman. Sirens wailed in the distance. Searchlights swept the canals. The city had become a clockwork trap, its gears turning inexorably toward capture. By some miracle, he reached the Westerkerk as the midnight hour approached. The elderly caretaker recognised him and quickly ushered him inside, up the familiar spiral staircase to the bell tower room. There, to Levi's astonishment, stood Vandermeer, alive but injured, a bloodstain spreading across his left shoulder. "Annika?" the old man asked, his voice barely audible. Levi shook his head, unable to speak through the knot in his throat. Vandermeer closed his eyes briefly, absorbing the blow. When he opened them again, they held a steely determination. Then we must ensure her sacrifice was not in vain. The package was delivered to the waiting contact, a resistance courier disguised as a night watchman. But as the man prepared to leave, Vandermeer stopped him. "Tell Visser the final operation must proceed immediately. The timeline has accelerated." The courier's eyes widened. "But the preparations are sufficient," Vandermeer interrupted. "It must be tomorrow, during the blackout test." After the courier departed, Levi confronted the clockmaker. "What final operation?" "What have you been planning?" Vandermeer gestured to the massive clock mechanism beside them. "Something that will shake the German command structure in Amsterdam to its core." He explained that for months, a splinter cell of the resistance had been working to infiltrate the German headquarters at the former Amstel Hotel. An Allied agent had been inserted as a clerical worker, gathering intelligence on troop movements and defence installations across the Netherlands. Tomorrow night the Germans are conducting a blackout drill, testing the city's preparedness for Allied bombing raids, Vandermeer explained. During those 15 minutes of darkness, our agent will retrieve vital documents from the commandant's safe, details of coastal fortifications along the entire Dutch seaboard. But how will they escape with the documents? The hotel will be guarded, blackout or not. Vandermeer smiled thinly. That's where we come in, and this clock tower. The plan was audacious in its simplicity. The Resistance had installed a special mechanism in the Westerkirk clock that would allow them to manipulate the hourly chimes. During the blackout, the clock would strike an unusual pattern, a signal to Resistance fighters positioned throughout the area. These fighters would create diversions, small explosions and disturbances far enough from the hotel to draw guards and patrols away, but close enough to create confusion. In the chaos, the agent would escape with the documents and pass them to a waiting courier. The timing must be perfect, Vandermeer emphasized. The blackout begins at 9. The clock must strike its special sequence at precisely 9:07 when the guards change posts. It was clockwork warfare, each element timed to mesh perfectly with the others. But there was a problem. The mechanism needs to be manually adjusted, said Vandermeer, wincing as he tried to move his injured arm. My hands are no longer steady enough for such precision work. Levi understood. You need me to do it. It's asking too much. If you're caught, I'll do it, Levi interrupted. The image of Annika standing defiantly in the shop window flashed through his mind. Tell me what needs to be done. As dawn broke over Amsterdam, Vandermeer provided detailed instructions for modifying the clock's strike hammer. The adjustment required specialized tools, which the clockmaker produced from a hidden compartment in his boot. Once you've made the adjustment, this lever will allow you to control the strike pattern, he explained. 3 normal, 2 rapid, 3 normal, that's the signal. And afterward, Vandermeer's expression grew sombre. The extraction point is the old boathouse by Reguliersgracht. If all goes well, a boat will take you and the agent south toward Belgium. What about you? The old man shook his head. My journey ends here, I think. Levi started to protest, but Vandermeer silenced him with a raised hand. Listen to me. You have become the son I never had. In you, I see the future that might be when this nightmare ends. He pressed a small key into Levi's palm. This opens a safe deposit box in Zurich. Inside is enough to start a new life, and perhaps a new clock shop. Tears blurred Levi's vision. I can't leave you. You must. The work will continue, but not here. Not in Amsterdam. Vandermeer's voice dropped to a whisper. You carry our legacy now, both the craft and the courage. The day passed in tense preparation. The caretaker brought food and news. The city was in uproar over the incident at the clock shop. The Germans had posted Annika's description on reward notices throughout Amsterdam. Vandermeer's name was listed as a wanted criminal. As dusk approached, Vandermeer's condition worsened. The bullet wound, inadequately treated, had become infected. He developed a fever, his skin burning to the touch even as he shivered beneath a thin blanket. Get some rest, Levi urged. I'll wake you before I need to make the adjustment. But when 8 o'clock came and Levi gently shook the old clockmaker's shoulder, Vandermeer did not wake. His breathing was shallow, his pulse weak but present. Panic threatened to overwhelm Levi. He had studied horology under Vandermeer's tutelage, learned the resistance codes and signals, but he had never modified the massive tower clock alone. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself of what the clockmaker always said. A timepiece responds not to fear, but to precision. With trembling hands that gradually steadied, Levi began the delicate work of adjusting the strike mechanism. Each gear, each lever required minute calibration. One mistake would render the signal meaningless, or worse, create a pattern that might alert the Germans to unusual activity. At 10 minutes to 9, searchlights swept across Amsterdam as German patrols took their positions for the blackout drill. From the tower window, Levi could see the darkened form of the Amstel Hotel, now German headquarters, its windows already covered in anticipation of the drill. 9 o'clock arrived. Like a curtain falling on a tragic play, Darkness enveloped Amsterdam. The only illumination came from the occasional sweep of military searchlights, probing the blackness for Covenant violations. Levi counted the seconds, waiting for 9:07. Beside him, Vandermeer's breathing had become more laboured. The moment arrived. With a silent prayer, Levi engaged the mechanism. The massive bell began to toll. 3 normal strikes, followed by 2 in rapid succession, then 3 normal again. The sound rolled across the darkened city like thunder. Within minutes, explosions erupted at 3 points around the German headquarters, not large enough to cause significant damage, but perfectly timed to create maximum confusion. Sirens wailed. Orders were shouted in German. Patrols rushed toward the disturbances. From his vantage point, Levi saw a slight figure slip from a side entrance of the hotel, moving swiftly through the darkness toward the canal. It was working. The agent was away, the diversion successful. But as the figure reached the canal edge, a searchlight suddenly illuminated the area. A patrol, off course in the confusion, had stumbled upon the escape route. Levi watched in horror as the agent ducked behind a low wall, trapped between the approaching patrol and the water. Without thinking, he raced down the tower stairs and out into the blackened city. Amsterdam under blackout was a maze of invisible obstacles and sudden dangers. Levi navigated by memory and instinct, making his way toward the trapped agent. As he approached, he could see it was a woman, young, terrified, clutching a leather document case to her chest. The patrol was closing in, their flashlight beams sweeping the area. Levi grabbed a loose cobblestone and hurled it far down the canal path. It clattered loudly against a metal railing. "Da drüben," a German voice shouted. "Over there!" The patrol diverted toward the sound, giving Levi precious seconds. He darted to the woman's side. "Resistance," he whispered, using the recognition phrase. "The clock strikes for freedom." Relief flooded her features. "The hands point to liberation," she responded. "This way," Levi urged, pulling her toward a narrow alley between buildings. The boathouse is 200 meters south. They moved silently through the darkened city, freezing whenever a searchlight swept nearby. The blackout drill would end soon. They had perhaps 5 minutes before Amsterdam's lights returned. The boathouse appeared before them, a dilapidated structure extending partially over the canal waters. As they approached, a low whistle came from inside. A resistance fighter Levi didn't recognize beckoned them forward. "Quickly," the man said, helping them into a small rowboat concealed beneath the boathouse floor. "The documents." The woman passed over the leather case. "Coastal defense plans for the entire Dutch seaboard, and something else. Deployment orders for reserve units. They're shifting forces east." "East?" The boatman seemed surprised. "Away from the coast." "They fear the Russians more than an Allied landing," she explained. The information was invaluable, suggesting the Atlantic Wall might be weaker than Allied intelligence believed. If verified, it could influence invasion planning. Levi hesitated as the boatman prepared to cast off. "There's someone I need to bring, an injured man at the Westerkerk." The woman grabbed his arm. "There's no time. The blackout ends in minutes." "He saved my life. He's the one who made all this possible." The boatman shook his head grimly. "The church is surrounded." Germans entered just after the explosions. Cold dread washed through Levi. "How do you know?" "Our spotter saw them. At least a dozen soldiers. No one could have escaped. Vandermeer." The realization hit Levi like a physical blow. The old clockmaker had known the church would be a target after the signal. He had sent Levi away, knowing he himself would not survive. "We need to move," the woman urged. "His sacrifice means nothing if we're caught now." Tears blurred Levi's vision as the small boat slipped from beneath the boathouse and into the dark waters of the canal. Behind them, the blackout ended. Lights flickered on across Amsterdam, revealing a city still clenched in the fist of occupation, but now missing something vital from its heart: As they navigated south through the intricate canal system, passing silently beneath bridges where German sentries stood oblivious to their presence, Levi made a silent vow. He would continue Vandermeer's work, both the craft of timepieces and the cause of freedom. Each tick of every clock he'd ever repair would be a reminder. Tyranny's time was limited. By dawn, they had reached the Belgian border. The resistance network there passed Levi and the documents through a series of safe houses until, 2 weeks later, they reached Switzerland. The coastal defence plans made their way to London, where Allied commanders incorporated them into their invasion planning. Levi never learned Annika's fate. Despite extensive inquiries through resistance channels, her name appeared neither on deportation lists nor execution records. Some claimed to have seen her in a prison transport heading east. Others swore she had escaped and continued fighting under a new identity. Like so many swallowed by the war, she became a ghost, present in memory but absent from record. As for the clock shop on Herengracht, it was ransacked by the Gestapo, its treasures confiscated, its secrets violated. The wall of timepieces was dismantled, each clock inspected for hidden compartments or coded messages. But the Germans never fully understood the system that had operated right under their noses, the language of time that had helped dozens escape their clutches. Zurich, December 1944. Snow fell gently outside the window of Levi's small apartment, transforming the city into a pristine wonderland that belied the chaos still consuming Europe. Switzerland's neutrality created an eerie bubble of normality. Shops remained open, restaurants served food without ration coupons, and people walked the streets without fear of arrest. For Levi, now 18, this peace felt almost offensive. How could the world continue as if nothing had happened when Amsterdam remained under the Nazi boot? When Vandermeer and Annika and countless others had sacrificed everything? He subsisted on the funds from the Swiss bank account the old clockmaker had left him, taking a small room above a bakery and establishing a modest watch repair service. His skills, honed under Vandermeer's tutelage, quickly earned him a reputation among Zurich's elite, who marvelled at the young refugee's ability to restore even the most delicate timepieces. But at night, alone with his thoughts, Levi found himself frozen in time, unable to move forward, unwilling to forget the past. The tick of his bedside clock sometimes sounded like Annika's voice. The chime of the city's cathedral bells reminded him of the Westerkirk signal that had sealed Vandermeer's fate. "You look like you're attending a funeral, not a celebration," said a voice beside him. Levi turned to find Jakob Bergman, a Polish watchmaker who had escaped Warsaw in 1940, standing at his elbow. They were at the annual gathering of the Zurich Horological Society, an event that would have delighted Vandermeer, who had often spoken of the Swiss masters with reverence. "What are we celebrating?" Levi asked, his voice more bitter than he intended. "The Germans still occupy half of Europe." Jakob's weathered face creased with sympathy. "We celebrate survival, young Goldstein, and the craftsmanship that endures even when empires fall." He gestured to the display of antique timepieces that had drawn the society's admiration. "That breguet there survived the French Revolution. The grandfather clock by the window escaped the Great Fire of London, and you carry Amsterdam's horological tradition in your hands." The words penetrated Levi's numbness. It was true. Each time he repaired a watch or clock, he was continuing something ancient and enduring. Vandermeer had understood this. Time and its measurement outlasted the worst of human brutality. Jakob lowered his voice. "There are rumours from the east. The Russians have crossed into Prussia. The Germans are retreating." Hope flickered like a weak flame. "And the West?" "The Allies hold Belgium now. They say Holland will be next." That night Levi dreamed of Amsterdam's canals, of the clock shop on Herengracht, of Annika's grey-blue eyes. He woke with a clarity he hadn't felt since fleeing the Netherlands. Switzerland's neutrality had kept him safe, but it had also rendered him passive, a bystander to history rather than its participant. The next morning he visited the Swiss office of the International Red Cross. A sympathetic clerk helped him file inquiries about both Annika Voss and Elias van der Meer, though she warned him that information from occupied territories was sporadic at best. Many records have been destroyed, she explained, and many people have disappeared. Levi knew what she meant. The whispers had reached even neutral Switzerland, trains heading east, packed with Jews and resistance fighters, bound for places with names like Auschwitz and Dachau. "If there's anything at all, please let me know," he said, leaving his address. December yielded to January 1945, which brought news of Soviet advances in the east and Allied progress in the west. The Third Reich was being squeezed from both sides, its thousand-year ambitions crumbling after barely a decade. In February, a letter arrived from the Red Cross. Levi's hands trembled as he opened it. "Regarding your inquiry about Elias van der Meer, records indicate subject was arrested by German authorities in Amsterdam, July 1943. Transferred to Amersfoort transit camp. No further information available. There was no mention of Annika." Grief, long suspended in the limbo of uncertainty, crashed through Levi. He had known, of course, that the likelihood of Vandermeer's survival was minimal, but the cold bureaucracy of the report, subject was arrested, reduced the brilliant, courageous Clockmaker to a statistic. That night Levi did something he hadn't done since his arrival in Switzerland. He opened his leather tool case and removed the small 14-segment cipher clock that van der Meer had taught him to use. Its unusual face had confounded the Swiss customs officials, who had eventually dismissed it as an apprentice's failed experiment. But Levi knew better. This was no failure but a masterpiece of secret communication, a physical embodiment of how ingenuity could resist tyranny. He wound the clock carefully, listening to its quiet tick, and placed it on his bedside table. The hands, frozen since his escape, began to move again. March brought astounding news. American forces had crossed the Rhine. The Wehrmacht was collapsing. In Amsterdam, the Dutch resistance grew bolder, sabotaging German installations and disrupting deportation efforts. Then, in early April, a second letter arrived from the Red Cross. This one bore a Belgian postmark. "Monsieur Goldstein, your inquiry regarding Annika Voss was forwarded to our Brussels office. We have information that may interest you. A person matching this description was reported working with resistance elements near Bruges until January 1945. Subsequently, this individual was evacuated to England after sustaining injuries during an operation against retreating German forces. Current whereabouts unknown, but believed to be recovering in a military hospital near London. For security reasons, no further details can be provided at this time. With sincere regards, Pierre Dubois, International Red Cross, Brussels Division." Levi read the letter a dozen times, scrutinizing each word. Could it be her? The description was deliberately vague. The resistance was still cautious even as German power waned. But it offered something he had abandoned months ago. Hope. That same week, radio reports announced the liberation of Amersfoort camp by Canadian forces. Survivors were being treated and registered. Levi immediately dispatched another inquiry to the Red Cross, asking about van der Meer, but held little expectation of a positive response. As April progressed, Switzerland's placid streets began to fill with refugees carrying news from the front lines. Germany was dying, but its death throes were violent and desperate. Hitler had reportedly moved to an underground bunker in Berlin as Russian artillery pounded the city. In his small repair shop, Levi found himself working on a particularly challenging piece, a rare astronomical clock showing lunar phases and planetary movements. The intricate mechanism required complete disassembly, and as he carefully removed each component, labelling and cleaning them, he felt van der Meer's presence as clearly as if the old man were leaning over his shoulder. "Time and patience," he could almost hear the clockmaker say. Respect the craftsman who came before you. A knock at the shop door interrupted his concentration. A middle-aged woman stood outside, her clothes suggesting recent travel. "Are you Levi Goldstein?" she asked in French-accented Dutch. "Yes," he replied cautiously. Years of occupation had taught him wariness. She handed him an envelope. "I was asked to deliver this personally." Before he could question her, she was gone, walking briskly down the narrow street. The envelope contained a folded piece of paper and a small object wrapped in velvet. Levi opened the note first. Time moves differently for us now, but its direction remains constant. Forward. Always forward. I hear the bells of Westerkirk in my dreams. When the hour is right, the hands will align again. The handwriting was unfamiliar, shakier than he remembered, but the initial and the references to time could only be from one person. With trembling fingers, Levi unwrapped the velvet bundle. Inside was a watch key. Not just any key, but one he recognized immediately. It was the specialized tool Vandermeer had used to adjust the cipher clock. She was alive, and somehow she had tracked him to Zurich. The realization was both exhilarating and terrifying. If she could find him, so could others less friendly. And why the cryptic message? Why not come herself? The answer came 2 days later in a newspaper report. British intelligence was hunting Nazi collaborators fleeing to Switzerland with looted wealth. Border security had intensified. Any Dutch citizen attempting to cross would face extreme scrutiny, especially a young woman whose description had once graced wanted posters throughout Amsterdam. Levi understood. She couldn't come to him. He would have to go to her. But how? Switzerland jealously guarded its neutrality. Leaving officially meant extensive paperwork, travel permits, and explanations he couldn't provide without risking both himself and Annika. The solution came from an unexpected source. Jakob Bergman, the Polish watchmaker, had connections with the Jewish relief organisation smuggling refugees in the opposite direction, into Switzerland. "These routes work both ways," he said when Levi cautiously approached him. "But why leave safety for a continent still at war?" Levi showed him the note, not explaining its source, just its significance. Jakob studied it, then nodded slowly. "Love makes fools of even the most sensible people," he sighed. "I know someone who brings watch parts from France. His next delivery is in 3 days. He might take a package back with him." "Not a package," Levi said. "A passenger." On April 30th, 1945, as Adolf Hitler prepared to end his life in a Berlin bunker, Levi Goldstein crossed the Swiss border into France, hidden in a false compartment of a watchmaker's supply wagon. The timing was fortuitous. The borders had become more porous as Germany's collapse accelerated, and the French resistance now operated nearly openly in areas cleared of German forces. From there, the journey north was arduous but no longer impossible. France's liberation had created corridors through which people and supplies moved with relative freedom, and Levi's skills as a watch repairer earned him both goodwill and transportation as he made his way toward the coast. May 7th found him in a small fishing village near Calais, watching Allied ships patrol the channel. Germany had surrendered unconditionally the day before. The war in Europe was officially over. Yet Amsterdam remained partially occupied, the westernmost regions of the Netherlands among the last to be liberated. Annika's note had mentioned the Westerkirk bells, which suggested she planned to return there when it was safe. But was she still in England, or had she already made the crossing? A British patrol boat provided the answer. The officer checking Levi's provisional papers recognised the name Voss. Dutch resistance, right? Tough bird. Lost an eye but kept fighting. He nodded appreciatively. Last I heard, she was heading home on a transport last week, part of the advance team helping with liberation efforts. Home, Amsterdam. And she had lost an eye, the injury mentioned in the Red Cross letter. 2 days later, Levi secured passage on a military supply barge bound for the Netherlands. As they approached the Dutch coast, he stood on deck, watching his homeland emerge from morning mist like a ghost returning to life. Amsterdam had survived, but not without scars. Buildings stood empty, windows broken. The hunger winter of 1944-45 had left its mark on the hollow-cheeked citizens who moved through streets only recently cleared of German forces. Allied troops distributed food and medical supplies while hunting the remaining Nazi officials in hiding. The Herengracht Canal appeared before him, familiar yet alien in the harsh light of liberation, and there, still standing despite everything, was Vandermeer's clock shop, its windows boarded, its door sealed with official notices but structurally intact. Levi approached slowly, half expecting a German patrol to materialise and demand his papers, but the only uniform in sight belonged to a young Canadian soldier, directing the distribution of food parcels nearby. The shop door was locked, the interior dark. Levi circled to the rear entrance, the one he and Annika had used for clandestine missions, and found it similarly secured. After nearly 2 years away, he stood before the place that had been both his prison and his salvation, unable to enter. "It's still under government seal," said a voice behind him. "Suspected collaborator property." Levi turned to find an elderly man watching him from a neighbouring doorway. "Collaborator?" he echoed in disbelief. The owner was Resistance. The old man shrugged. Germans confiscated it in 1943, used it as an observation post for a while, then closed it up. No one's been inside since liberation. "Has anyone?" Levi hesitated. "Has a young woman been asking about this place? Dark blonde hair. She might be wearing an eye patch." A flicker of recognition crossed the man's face. "You just missed her. She comes by every few days, just stands and looks like you're doing." He studied Levi more carefully. "You're him, aren't you? The apprentice they were hunting. The one who got away." Before Levi could respond, church bells began to ring across the city. Not the restricted time signals of occupation, but full, joyous peals celebrating freedom. Among them, he recognised the distinctive tone of the Westerkirk carillon. "I hear the bells of Westerkirk in my dreams." Without another word to the old man, Levi began running toward the church, dodging through streets still bearing the scars of war. His lungs burned and his legs ached, but he pressed on, driven by a hope he scarcely dared articulate even to himself. The Westerkirk rose before him, its tower standing defiant against the spring sky. A small crowd had gathered in the square before it, ordinary citizens and allied soldiers mingling as the bells rang out across the liberated city. And there, standing slightly apart, gazing up at the tower, was a slender figure whose posture Levi would have recognised anywhere. Her hair was shorter, and a black patch covered her left eye. She wore the practical uniform of the Dutch resistance, a hodgepodge of civilian clothes and military surplus, but it was unmistakably Annika. Levi moved toward her, suddenly uncertain. Nearly 2 years had passed. They had both changed, marked by experiences that couldn't be fully shared or understood. Her right eye, still that remarkable grey-blue, widened as she spotted him. For a long moment they simply stared at each other across the intervening space, the bells pealing overhead. Then, with the decisiveness he remembered so well, she closed the distance between them in quick strides and wrapped her arms around him. Levi held her tightly, feeling the subtle tremor in her body, the proof that she was real and not another dream that would dissolve with morning light. When they finally drew apart, her single eye gleamed with tears and something else, a fierceness that even war had not diminished. "I knew you'd understand the message," she said. "Vandermeer always said you were the quickest study he'd ever taught." The mention of the Clockmaker's name sent a pang through Levi. "I tried to find information about him. The Red Cross confirmed he was sent to Amersfoort, but nothing after that." Annika nodded grimly. "I've spoken with survivors. He didn't last long there. His heart, they said, but he left his mark. A small, proud smile touched her lips. He repaired the commandant's watch and sabotaged it to lose 2 minutes every hour. Drove the man to distraction, apparently. Levi could almost see the old clockmaker's satisfied expression at such subtle rebellion. It was exactly the kind of resistance Vandermeer had taught them, invisible to most but meaningful to those who understood the language of time. What happens now? Levi asked, suddenly aware that survival had never been their purpose, only their prerequisite for continuing the fight. With the Germans defeated, what defined them? Annika's gaze moved to the boarded clock shop visible down the street, then back to Levi. "We rebuild," she said simply. "We reopen the shop. We make the clocks tick again." As they walked together toward the Herrengracht Canal, Levi felt time shifting. No longer a countdown to disaster, but a measure of possibility. Each second that passed was no longer stolen from oppressors, but freely experienced. Each minute not a unit of survival, but of life. Amsterdam around them was broken but unbowed, its citizens emerging from the long darkness with the same tentative hope that Levi felt stirring in his own heart. There would be justice to seek, wounds to heal, stories to preserve. But there would also be new timepieces to craft, their steady rhythms marking not war but peace. The hands that had frozen in that desperate night of 1943 began to move again, carrying Levi and Annika forward into an unmarked future where time, for the first time in years, was truly their own. Amsterdam, May 1947. The morning light filtered through the newly installed glass of the clock shop window, catching the polished brass of a dozen timepieces displayed on blue velvet. Outside, the Herrengracht Canal reflected a perfect spring sky as boats glided past, no longer bearing occupying forces but tourists and traders in a city slowly reclaiming its identity. The bell above the door chimed as Levi adjusted a delicate pocket watch, its inner workings exposed like a miniature cityscape of gears and springs. Annika looked up from her ledger at the counter, her single eye assessing the elderly couple who entered. "Good morning," she said in Dutch. "Welcome to Goldstein and Voss timepieces." The name had been the subject of lengthy debate. Vandermeer's legacy deserved honouring, but Annika had been adamant. He would want the future marked, not just the past. The shop had been reclaimed after months of bureaucratic wrangling, its interior painstakingly restored. Many of the original clocks were lost forever, confiscated by German officers, or destroyed in the final chaotic days of occupation. But gradually new timepieces had taken their places, some crafted by Levi's own hands, others acquired from collectors and refugees liquidating assets for fresh starts elsewhere. "We're looking for something special," said the gentleman, his accent marking him as from Rotterdam. "A wedding anniversary gift." Levi closed the pocket watch he'd been repairing and moved to the display cabinet, where he selected a lady's wristwatch with an intricately engraved silver case. "This is newly arrived from Switzerland," he said. "The mechanism is self-winding. It draws energy from the wearer's natural movements." As he demonstrated the watch's features, Levi caught Annika's slight smile. She knew, as he did, that this particular timepiece had another distinction. It had been crafted by Jakob Bergman, the Polish watchmaker who had helped Levi escape Switzerland. They had established a quiet trade network with fellow horologists across Europe, many of whom had their own stories of resistance and survival. After the customers departed, watch in hand, Annika locked the door and flipped the sign to "closed for lunch." "You didn't tell them about the inscription," she noted as she joined Levi in the back workshop. He shrugged. "Some things are better discovered in private." The inscription, etched microscopically inside the watch case, read simply, "Time forgives what people cannot." It was Vandermeer's favourite saying, one Levi had adopted as a personal mantra during the difficult days of liberation and recovery. Those days had tested them both in unexpected ways. physical wounds, Annika's missing eye, the gauntness that famine had carved into their frames, were only the visible markers of deeper traumas. Nightmares plagued them. Levi would wake gasping, convinced he was still hiding beneath the workshop floor, while German boots moved overhead. Annika sometimes went days barely speaking, her mind pulled back to the prison cell where she had lost her eye to a Gestapo interrogator. They had married in the winter of 1946, a small ceremony in the Westerkirk, where they had once synchronized resistance operations. The pastor who performed the service had himself been part of their network, transmitting messages through his parish visits. Their grief for Vandermeer had eventually softened from a jagged wound to a dull, persistent ache. When clearing the shop for reopening, they had discovered a hidden cache of the Clockmaker's personal effects, photographs, journals, and technical drawings that painted a fuller picture of the man who had saved them both. Among these treasures was a letter addressed to Levi, to be delivered when safety returns. In it, Vandermeer had expressed his hopes not only for victory over fascism, but for Levi's future. My boy, if you are reading this, then the long night has ended. Remember that clockmaking is not merely about marking time's passage, but about creating order from chaos, a skill the world will desperately need in the coming peace. I have watched you and Annika grow from frightened fugitives into warriors of the quiet resistance. But war, necessary though it sometimes is, distorts the soul. In peace, you must rediscover gentleness without sacrificing strength. Create beautiful things, repair what is broken, keep true time in a world that will be tempted by the easy comfort of forgetting. With the pride of a father, Elias. The letter had hung framed on the workshop wall ever since, its presence a quiet reminder of their purpose. The Canadian delegation is coming this afternoon, Annika said as she brewed coffee on the small stove. Coffee, real coffee, not the ersatz mixture of chicory and roasted grains that had sustained them during occupation, remained a luxury they savoured. Levi nodded. The Canadians had been instrumental in liberating the Western Netherlands, and a small group of officers had commissioned a special clock to commemorate their fallen comrades. It would be installed in their headquarters in The Hague, its face bearing the names of Dutch cities they had freed. "Is the inscription finished?" Annika asked. "Just completed it this morning." The words, etched into the clock's brass backplate, read, "For those who gave their time so others might have a future." As they ate lunch, simple but nourishing fare that still felt miraculous after the hunger winter, a knock came at the back door. Annika tensed momentarily, her hand moving instinctively to the drawer where she still kept a small revolver. Old habits died slowly. "It's Wednesday," Levi reminded her gently. "It will be David." David Abrahamson was 16, the same age Levi had been when he first arrived at Vandermeer's shop. The boy had survived the war in an attic in Utrecht, his parents deported and never returned. Now he was their apprentice, learning both horology and how to live in a world that had tried to erase him. Annika relaxed, moving to open the door. David entered, carrying a small package wrapped in brown paper. "It arrived at the post office this morning," he said, handing it to Levi. "From Switzerland, they said." The return address bore Jakob Bergmann's name. Inside was a set of specialized tools and a note. For the apprentice. The craft must continue. Levi smiled, running his fingers over the finely machined implements. "Just in time. I'm going to teach you about escapements today." David's eyes lit up. The boy had a natural talent for the delicate work of clockmaking, his fingers nimble and his mind quick to grasp mechanical principles. In him, Levi saw echoes of himself, the same hunger to create order in a world that had shown him chaos. The afternoon passed in quiet industry. The Canadian officers came and went, visibly moved by the memorial timepiece. David absorbed his lessons with the intensity of someone who understood that knowledge was the one thing that could never be taken away. Annika balanced the books, her neat columns of figures bringing their own kind of order to the business they were slowly building. As dusk fell, they closed the shop. David departed for the room they had prepared for him above the workshop, the same room where Levi had once hidden. Before climbing the stairs, the boy paused before the wall of clocks, watching their synchronized movement with evident satisfaction. "They're all perfectly aligned today," he observed. Levi and Annika exchanged a glance loaded with shared memory. During the war, such alignment would have been dangerous, a sign of inactivity, of messages not passing through the resistance network. Now it simply meant peace. "Yes," Annika said, her voice soft, "as they should be." Later, as Amsterdam's streets grew quiet and the last light faded from the canal waters, Levi and Annika sat in the small apartment they'd created behind the shop. A single lamp illuminated Levi's work, not a timepiece now, but a journal in which he had begun recording their experiences during the occupation. "Do you think anyone will want to read about clock codes and resistance signals?" Annika asked, looking over his shoulder. "Perhaps not now," Levi admitted. "People want to rebuild, to move forward. But someday, when time has softened the edges, they'll need to remember how ordinary people fought back with the tools at hand." She nodded, her fingers absently tracing the edge of her eye patch. Vandermeer would approve. He always said history moves like a pendulum, back and forth between darkness and light. "And our job is to keep the mechanism running," Levi finished, "to ensure it never stops in darkness." Outside, the Westerkirk bells rang the hour, clear, strong and free. 9 o'clock, the time that had once signalled curfew under occupation, now merely marked the evening's progression. Time had been reclaimed, its measurement no longer a tool of oppression but a neutral marker of life's passage. That night, as they had every night since reopening the shop, Levi wound the 14-segment cipher clock that had survived war, flight and return. Its unusual face, once the key to a secret language of resistance, now served as a reminder of how time itself had been weaponized and then liberated. He placed it on the bedside table, its steady tick a lullaby of continuity. Next to it stood a framed photograph of Elias Vandermeer, his expression serious but his eyes kind behind wire-rimmed spectacles. "Good night, old friend," Levi whispered to the image, a ritual that brought comfort. "Keep the gears turning wherever you are." As he and Annika drifted towards sleep, the synchronized ticking of Amsterdam's many timepieces, in homes, shops and churches, created a collective heartbeat for a city relearning how to live without fear. Each tick measured a moment of freedom. Each tock pushed the horrors of war incrementally further into the past. Time, that most neutral of forces, continued its relentless forward movement, carrying with it both the burden of memory and the gift of renewal. And in a small clock shop on the Herengracht Canal, 2 survivors kept its measure with skilled hands and resilient hearts, marking each precious second of the peace they had fought so desperately to secure. In the decades that followed, as Amsterdam grew and changed around them, the shop remained, a quiet monument to resistance hidden in plain sight. Tourists who wandered in saw only beautiful timepieces and an aging couple who crafted them with extraordinary skill. They couldn't know that each clock contained an invisible history, each tick a whispered reminder that even in the darkest hours, time moves inevitably toward dawn. David eventually took over the business, maintaining its reputation for excellence while raising his own family in the rooms above the shop. Levi's journal was published in 1965, finding an audience among a new generation seeking to understand what their parents had endured. And on a wall of honour in Amsterdam's Resistance Museum, among the names of those who had fought the occupation with weapons and sabotage, appeared a small plaque dedicated to the clock shop network. Beneath the names of confirmed participants, Vandermeer, Voss, Goldstein, was inscribed a simple tribute. They turned time itself against tyranny and saved lives with the turning of gears. When darkness fell across our city, they counted the seconds until light returned. Time, that most impartial witness to human struggle, had in the end become their most enduring memorial, continuing long after their own hands grew still, marking with each steady tick the triumph of those who had dared to fight when fighting seemed futile, and who had found within the mechanical heartbeat of clocks the perfect metaphor for resistance, quiet, constant, and ultimately unstoppable. End. The Pacific stretched out like spilled mercury beneath the Malibu cliff house, catching the last light of day. Gabe Castell stood barefoot on Italian marble, watching ice melt in his untouched whiskey. Around him, beautiful people performed beautiful conversations, a carefully orchestrated symphony of laughter, gossip, and the soft electronic pulse of music that would never climb the charts, but somehow made everyone feel like insiders for recognizing it. "Gabe, there you are." Eliza Sharp, his publicist, materialized at his elbow. "Variety just arrived, and that Netflix exec keeps asking where you disappeared to." Gabe offered a smile he'd perfected over the last decade. Mysterious, slightly wounded, the smile of a man with depths you'd never plumb. "Tell him I'm in the moment. Creative process." Eliza rolled her eyes. "Your creative process cost $40,000 tonight. At least pretend to network." She wasn't wrong. Every week for the past 3 months, Gabe had been hemorrhaging money on these gatherings. The glass mansion rental alone was bleeding him dry, a modernist fever dream jutting from the coastline like a middle finger to gravity. But the algorithm was finally noticing. Gabe Castell and Castell Comeback had been trending twice this month. 4 years of industry exile were finally cracking. 4 years since Dorian King had stolen Silverdust and blackballed him from every studio. 4 years since Serena had walked away. A drone buzzed overhead, capturing calculated candids that would hit Instagram by morning. The swimming pool glowed cobalt, reflecting onto faces that had collectively spent millions altering their angles, their lighting, their reality. None of it was real. Not the conversations, not the connections, not the carefully dishevelled clothing that cost more than most people's monthly rent. But that was Hollywood, a dream factory built on beautiful lies. "She's coming tonight," Eliza said quietly, eyes fixed on her phone. Her agent RSVP'd an hour ago. The glass in Gabe's hand stilled. "Serena?" "With Dorian." Eliza's eyes met his. "Gabe, tell me this isn't all about her." But it was. Every party, every calculated social media post, every penny spent, all of it was scaffolding to rebuild what he'd lost, what Dorian had taken. Memory clawed at him. A threadbare apartment in Los Feliz 7 years ago. Serena's bare shoulders in morning light as she read his script aloud, voice catching on the dialogue. "It's beautiful, Gabe," she'd whispered. "This could be the one." Silverdust. His screenplay about a fading starlet who fakes her own death to escape fame, only to become obsessed with the mythology that builds around her ghost. Serena was meant to star in it. His words, her face. Before Dorian King had stolen both. "They're here," Eliza murmured, nodding toward the entrance. And there she was, Serena Vale. Still impossibly luminous at 32, dark hair falling in waves past her shoulders. The face that had launched Gabe's career with his first short film, before everything imploded. Before the drinking, the spiral, the industry whispers, unstable, difficult, obsessive. Beside her stood Dorian King, 53 and powerful enough to end careers with a phone call. His arm wrapped possessively around Serena's waist, platinum Rolex catching the light. The 3-carat diamond on Serena's finger might as well have been a flag planted on conquered land. "Smile," Eliza whispered. "You're the host, remember?" Gabe crossed the room, each step a performance of casual confidence. Faces turned to watch. This was the moment social media had been anticipating for weeks. Director Gabe Castell, the industry's beautiful disaster, face to face with the man who'd destroyed him and the woman he'd never stopped loving. "Dorian," Gabe said, extending his hand. "Glad you could make it." Dorian's handshake was brief, clinical. "Quite the comeback tour you're staging." "Just reconnecting with old friends." Gabe's eyes shifted to Serena. 7 years of history hung in the narrow space between them. "Gabriel," she said softly, using his full name the way only she ever had. "Serena," his voice caught on the edges of her name. "You look like everything I've ever written, like every dream I've failed to forget." "Well," he finished lamely. Something complicated moved behind her eyes. Recognition, regret, wariness. "Congratulations on all this," she gestured vaguely at the party, the house, the spectacle he'd created. "Everyone's talking about what you're doing next." What he was doing next was reclaiming everything that had been taken from him. But he couldn't say that with Dorian's cold eyes tracking every micro-expression. "Just exploring options," Gabe said. "I hear congratulations are in order for you both." Serena's fingers unconsciously touched her engagement ring. "Thank you." "Summer wedding in Capri, I believe." Gabe smiled, letting them know he'd been paying attention. "I've seen every Instagram post, every interview, every red carpet where he parades you like a prize." "You should come," Dorian said, with the confidence of a man who knew the invitation would never be accepted. "For old time's sake." The conversation fractured into small talk, brittle and sharp-edged. When they finally drifted away into the crowd, Gabe retreated to the terrace overlooking the ocean. The night air felt thin in his lungs. His phone vibrated, a text from a number he hadn't deleted in 7 years. "Still finishing other people's sentences in your head? Some things never change. Meet me by the gazebo at 20. Alone." Gabe stared at Serena's message, heart pounding against his ribs like something caged and desperate. 20 minutes. After 7 years of silence, 20 minutes was nothing and everything. The gazebo sat at the property's edge, far from the party's orbit, close enough to the cliff's lip that the ocean's roar almost drowned out the distant baseline. Gabe arrived first, hands shoved deep in his pockets to hide their slight tremor. "I wasn't sure you'd come," Serena's voice emerged from the shadows moments before she did, a silhouette in midnight blue becoming flesh as she stepped into the faint light. "I wasn't sure you'd remember the gazebo was here," Gabe countered, watching her face for tells, the microsecond tightening at the corner of her mouth when she was constructing a lie. The almost imperceptible flare of her nostrils when something mattered more than she wanted to admit. "I did my research." She moved beside him at the railing, careful to maintain several inches of space between them. "This place belongs to Martin Kearns, doesn't it? You two worked together on Lowlands. Before Dorian made sure my name was quietly removed from the final credits." Serena sighed. "Are we really starting there? Where would you prefer to start? Your engagement party? The interview where you called my work promising but uneven? The restraining order Dorian's lawyers tried to file when I kept calling you? You were spiraling, Gabe, showing up at my parents' house at 3 a.m, sending manuscripts with passages highlighted in your blood." Her voice remained steady, but her fingers gripped the railing. "You needed help, not me." Memory flashed. A psychiatric hold. 72 hours of fluorescent lights and paper slippers. The diagnosis: bipolar 1 with psychotic features. The medication that dulled his creativity to a hum he could barely hear. The slow climb back to something resembling stability. "I got help," he said simply. 2 years of therapy, medication, sobriety. A half-truth. He'd been sober exactly 11 days, just long enough to ensure he wouldn't slur his words when Serena finally saw him again. Her eyes softened. "I'm glad." "Why are you here, Serena?" "Officially?" because you're the industry's prodigal son and Dorian's production company is considering you for a limited series. And unofficially, her gaze dropped to her hands. The diamond caught the light, throwing prisms against the weathered wood. I needed to see you, to know if these parties, this comeback, if it's real. Define real. Are you actually working again? Creating? Or is this... She gestured vaguely toward the main house where beautiful people continued their beautiful performance. Just smoke. Before he could answer, his phone chimed. Harvey Wells, the Netflix executive who'd been circling all evening. Where'd you disappear to? We need to talk about your next project. Thinking algorithm-friendly limited series. Work calls? Serena smiled faintly. Netflix. They're interested. In what? Me, Gabe said simply. My name. My reputation. Not necessarily in that order. And Silverdust? She spoke the title like it was a secret language between them. In many ways, it was. Dorian owns it now. You know that. He owns the title, the treatment you submitted, the draft you foolishly left on his office computer. Her eyes held his. But the soul of it? The real Silverdust? He can never own that. Something electric passed between them. Understanding, recognition. Gabe took a careful step closer. Dorian tells me you're dangerous, she whispered. That you're manipulating everyone with these parties, creating an illusion of success. And what do you think? I think you've always been most dangerous when you're telling the truth. Her fingertips grazed his there and gone like a match struck and extinguished. We should get back before people notice. Gabe watched her walk away, the dress whispering against stone steps. His phone chimed again. Netflix. Opportunity. Compromise. He made his choice before he reached the main house. He would take the Netflix deal. Director for hire. Algorithm-friendly content. A Trojan horse to get back inside the industry's walls. And all the while he would rewrite Silverdust from memory. Every line, every scene. The story that had been stolen from him. The story that had always been about Serena. 3 weeks later, Gabe sat across from Harvey Wells in a downtown LA restaurant so exclusive it didn't have a name. Just a glyph etched into frosted glass doors. The algorithm loves you, Harvey said, cutting into Wagyu beef that cost more per ounce than Gabe's first apartment. Your socials are on fire, engagement through the roof. I'm ready to work, Gabe said, not just be talked about. That's why we're here. Harvey slid a tablet across the table. On it, a treatment for a limited series called Gold Rush, young tech entrepreneurs in San Francisco destroying themselves for success. We see this as your comeback vehicle. 6 episodes, full creative control. He paused. Within parameters, of course. The parameters were outlined in dry contractual language. Appeal to the 18 to 34 demographic, optimize for binge metrics, leave room for a potential second season if viewership targets were met. Gabe skimmed the treatment. Formulaic, focus group to death, with just enough edge to feel dangerous without actually challenging anyone. Everything his early work had rebelled against. I'll need to assemble my own team, he said. Harvey smiled. Within reason. But yes. That night, after signing the preliminary paperwork, Gabe returned to his real apartment. Not the Malibu glass palace he rented for parties, but a modest Echo Park 2-bedroom cluttered with books and empty coffee cups. He opened his laptop and pulled up the file he'd been working on obsessively. Silverdust, revised. The screenplay Dorian had stolen from him, now reborn, page by page, scene by scene. Different characters, different settings, but the same beating heart. A story about identity lost and found, about the performance of life versus its reality. He would make Gold Rush for Netflix. He would play their game, deliver their algorithm-friendly content, and all the while Silverdust would grow in the shadows, waiting for its moment. His phone lit up with a text. Heard about Netflix, congratulations. Dinner to celebrate? Just us. Old times. Serena. His heart stuttered in his chest. "When and where?" he replied. "Tomorrow, 8 p.m. Remember Lupo's?" He remembered. Their place in the early days, a hole-in-the-wall Italian restaurant where the owner had let them linger for hours over cheap red wine, talking about films, dreams, each other. "I'll be there," he typed. And then, after a moment's hesitation, "What about Dorian?" Her reply came seconds later. "Some things are none of his business." Lupo's hadn't changed in 7 years. Still cramped, still dimly lit by candles stuck in empty Chianti bottles, still smelling of garlic and history. Gabe arrived 15 minutes early, stomach knotted with anticipation. Guido, ancient and aproned, recognized him immediately. "The director returns," he crowed, arms wide. 7 years, no visit." "I've been away," Gabe said simply. "The girl too?" Guido raised bushy eyebrows. "She comes sometimes, always sits at your table, always looks at the door." Something inside Gabe's chest cracked and realigned. He let Guido lead him to the small corner table where he and Serena had spent countless evenings dissecting films, planning futures, falling into a love that had consumed them both. When she arrived, 5 minutes late, slightly breathless, the years collapsed like a telescope. Serena in jeans and a simple black sweater, hair pulled back, minimal makeup. This wasn't the polished actress from magazine covers or the glittering fiancé on Dorian's arm. This was his Serena. "You still look at menus even though you always order the same thing," she said instead of hello, sliding into the seat across from him. Gabe closed the menu. "Spaghetti alle vongole," with extra red pepper flakes. Her smile was soft, unguarded. "Some things never change." "And some things do," he countered, nodding toward her engagement ring. Serena twisted it absently. "We should get that out of the way first." "Your engagement to the man who destroyed my career and stole my screenplay? Yes, let's..." She winced. "It's not that simple." "Enlighten me." Serena glanced around, lowered her voice. When things fell apart, Dorian was there. He promised to protect me from the fallout. Your behaviour was becoming erratic, frightening. The industry was whispering that I was just as unstable for staying with you. So you traded up to someone stable, someone powerful. "I traded up to someone safe," she corrected. "You were brilliant, Gabe, but that brilliance was burning you alive, and me along with it. And now? Is Dorian King everything a girl could want? Private jets, production deals, your name above the title." "It's comfortable," she said after a moment. "Predictable." "You used to hate predictable." "I used to think chaos was romantic," she met his gaze. "Dorian doesn't challenge me creatively. He doesn't understand why I sometimes need to drive to the beach at 3 a.m. to watch the sunrise. But he never shows up at my door incoherent, having not slept for 4 days, convinced the industry has hidden cameras in his apartment." The waiter arrived, saving Gabe from responding immediately. They ordered their old usuals, vongole for him, arrabbiata for her, a bottle of the house red that was terrible and perfect. When they were alone again, Gabe leaned forward. "I was sick, Serena. Undiagnosed. Untreated. I know that now." Her fingers found his across the table, a brief electric touch. "But you've gotten help. You're making a show for Netflix." "I'm making algorithm fodder for Netflix," he corrected. "It's not Silverdust." Her eyes widened slightly. "Are you still fixated on that?" "Aren't you? The story was always about you. About us." "It was about a woman so desperate to escape fame she destroys herself," Serena said quietly. "It was about authenticity in a world of performance." Gabe's fingers tightened around his wineglass. "Something you used to value?" Silence stretched between them. In the background, Guido was arguing with someone in the kitchen, the familiar soundtrack of their past. "Tell me about your Netflix show," she said finally. "Tech bros destroying their souls for success. Familiar enough to be safe, edgy enough to feel dangerous. And you'll direct all episodes?" "And executive produce." He smiled wryly. Hollywood loves a redemption story almost as much as it loves a downfall. The conversation shifted, flowing into safer channels. Films they'd seen, mutual friends, the changing landscape of the industry. By the third glass of wine, they were laughing about old memories, the time they'd snuck onto the Universal lot, the disastrous Thanksgiving with her parents, the puppy they'd rescued and then had to give away when they couldn't afford the apartment pet deposit. "Remember that night in the valley?" Serena said, eyes bright with wine and memory. "When your car broke down and we walked 3 miles to that 24-hour diner. You were wearing my jacket because you were cold," Gabe recalled, "and those ridiculous heels that gave you blisters. So you carried me the last half mile." And you recited the entire opening monologue from Sunset Boulevard to keep me entertained. Their eyes met across the table, something ancient and familiar passing between them. "I've missed this," she whispered. "Missed you." "Then why are you marrying him?" She looked away. "Because he's what I should want. Stability. Success. A partner who doesn't disappear into his work for days at a time." "But is he what you do want?" Before she could answer, her phone buzzed on the table. Dorian's name flashed on the screen. "I have to take this," she said, standing. "He's at a benefit in New York, supposed to call when it ends." Gabe watched her step outside, phone pressed to her ear, expression shifting from warmth to a carefully composed mask. Performance versus reality. The theme of Silverdust playing out in real time. When she returned, something had changed. A subtle withdrawal, walls reconstructing. "I should go," she said, reaching for her purse. "Early call tomorrow." "Serena." He caught her wrist gently. "Meet me again. There's something I want to show you." "This was a mistake, Gabe. Dorian would—" "Damn Dorian!" The words came out sharper than intended. "This isn't about him. It's about us. About Silverdust." "There is no us. Not anymore." "Then why did you text me? Why Lupo's? Why the walk down memory lane?" She hesitated, caught between truth and performance. "Tomorrow," he pressed. "My real apartment in Echo Park, not the Malibu showpiece. Just a couple of hours." "What do you want to show me?" "The real Silverdust. The one he couldn't steal." Something flickered in her eyes. Curiosity, longing. "Text me the address," she said finally. "No promises." The next day, his apartment doorbell rang at precisely 2 p.m. Serena stood on his threshold, sunglasses masking her eyes, oversized sweater making her look younger, vulnerable. "No assistant?" "No security detail?" Gabe asked, stepping aside to let her in. "I told everyone I was getting a facial." She removed her sunglasses, taking in his apartment, the crowded bookshelves, the screenplays stacked on every surface, the corkboard wall covered in index cards and photographs. "This is more what I expected from you. As opposed to the Malibu glass cage. That was never you. It was a set you built." She moved to the corkboard, studying the intricate storyboard taking shape. "Is this Silverdust?" "The real version. Not the one Dorian butchered into that melodramatic garbage he's producing with Channing Tatum." "He's not producing it anymore," Serena said quietly. "The project stalled when the original actress dropped out." Gabe hadn't known this. Hope flared dangerously in his chest. "I've been rewriting it," he said, moving to his laptop. "Scene by scene, from memory. But better. Clearer." He opened the screenplay file, stepped back so she could read. Serena sat at his desk, scrolling slowly through pages, expression unreadable. 10 minutes passed in silence, then 20. "This is beautiful, Gabe," she finally whispered. "It's what it always should have been." "It was always about you," he said softly. "About us." She turned to face him, eyes glistening. "There was a photographer outside Lupo's last night. Someone spotted us." Gabe felt the floor tilt beneath him. "Dorian?" "His assistant sent him the alert this morning. We had a fight." "I'm sorry." "Are you?" Her gaze was penetrating. "These parties, this comeback, is it all just to get back at him? To get back at me?" Not at you. Never at you. Gabe moved closer, kneeling beside her chair. It started as revenge, yes. But now it's about reclaiming what's mine, my work, my voice. He hesitated. And maybe the woman who always understood that voice better than anyone. Gabe, I can't just... I'm not asking you to leave him, not yet. I'm asking you to help me make Silverdust, the real version. You and me, like we always planned. How? Dorian owns the rights. To that version, this is different enough to be legally distinct. New title, new character names. But the same soul, she murmured, fingers tracing over the screenplay pages. The same soul, he agreed. She stood abruptly, pacing to the window. This is crazy. I have a contract with Universal, a wedding in 4 months, a life that doesn't include... Doesn't include what? Passion? Truth? The work that actually matters to you? Gabe followed her. When was the last time you took a role that scared you? That wasn't carefully calculated for market appeal. That's not fair. None of this is fair. Dorian stealing my screenplay wasn't fair. You walking away wasn't fair. I had to survive, her voice cracked. You were drowning, Gabe, and pulling me under with you. I'm not drowning anymore. He took her hands in his. I'm medicated, stable, clear. For how long? Until the pressure builds again. Until the voices come back. They never leave, he admitted. But I've learned to live with them. To use them. Serena's phone chimed, a text message. She glanced at it, face paling. I have to go. Dorian's called an emergency meeting with my team. Damage control. For having dinner with an old friend, Gabe's jaw tightened. For having dinner with the unstable director I left for my current fiancé, who happens to be one of the most powerful men in Hollywood. She gathered her purse, movements jerky with anxiety. This was a mistake. Serena, wait. But she was already moving toward the door, the performance of composure crumbling at the edges. I'll call you, she said, not meeting his eyes, when things calm down. After she left, Gabe stood in the sudden emptiness of his apartment, the ghost of her perfume lingering. His phone buzzed with a text from his Netflix producer. Script revisions needed by Friday. Testing suggests darker tone for pilot. He ignored it, returning to his laptop where Silverdust glowed on the screen. Serena had left it open to a scene he'd written the night before, the protagonist realizing her entire identity had become a performance so convincing she no longer recognized her true self beneath it. Art imitating life. 3 weeks passed. Gabe's Netflix production entered pre-production, a carefully controlled process where his creative input was filtered through algorithm preferences and focus group results. Meanwhile, his Malibu parties grew more elaborate, more desperate, a drowning man's increasingly violent thrashing. Serena didn't call. Her silence became a wound he prodded nightly, scrolling through paparazzi photos of her and Dorian at industry events. Their body language a study in public performance, his possessive hand at the small of her back, her practiced smile never quite reaching her eyes. The tabloid narrative crystallized around them, Hollywood's power couple weathering the brief return of her unstable ex, Dorian, magnanimous and understanding, Serena, apologetic and loyal. It was enough to make Gabe break his fragile sobriety. 11 days became 0, reset with the burn of expensive scotch and the familiar spiral of obsessive thoughts. Harvey called daily, concerned about rumours. People are saying you're unravelling again, he said during their 3rd conference call that week. Netflix is nervous. Netflix is getting exactly what they paid for, Gabe countered, nursing a hangover that felt like glass shards behind his eyes. A director with an edge. Controversy sells subscriptions. Controversy, yes. Public meltdowns, no. The decision formed in Gabe's mind like a fever dream. Leak the original Silverdust screenplay. Prove to the world, to Serena, that Dorian King was a fraud, a thief of other men's visions. He found a hungry film blogger with an axe to grind against mainstream studios. The plan was simple. Publish the screenplay with dates proving it predated Dorian's version, along with emails showing Gabe had submitted it for consideration before being removed from the project. The story broke on a Tuesday morning. By Tuesday afternoon, Dorian's lawyers had filed a cease and desist. By Tuesday evening, the blog had pulled the screenplay, but not before it had been downloaded thousands of times. Gabe's phone exploded with notifications, industry friends choosing sides, Netflix executives demanding explanations, his publicist threatening to quit. But no word from Serena, until Wednesday night, when a single text arrived. "You realize he'll destroy you all over again." Gabe, 3 drinks into the evening, replied, "Let him try." The Hollywood Reporter ran a feature on Thursday. Silverdust Scandal. Director Gabe Castell accuses producer Dorian King of screenplay theft. Underneath was a smaller headline that cut deeper. Actress Serena Vale stands by fiancé, calls Castell's claims distorted by personal history. The spiral tightened. Gabe threw himself into planning one final Malibu spectacle, a party so lavish, so excessive it would either resurrect his career or burn it to ashes. Invitations went out to everyone: studio heads, streaming executives, influencers, journalists, actors, directors. Even Dorian and Serena received the black envelopes with silver embossing. Silverdust, the resurrection. He hired aerialists to perform over the pool, commissioned a drone light show spelling out scenes from the screenplay, ordered rare Japanese whiskey that cost more than his monthly rent. Everything designed to create a moment that would dominate social media for days. The night arrived cool and clear, stars pricking the velvet sky above the Pacific. Guests began arriving at 9. The curious, the opportunistic, the schadenfreude seekers hoping to witness the final unravelling of Gabe Castell. Gabe moved through his carefully constructed world in a detached haze, the perfect host, the maestro of artifice. Inside, he was hollow, watching the hours tick by with no sign of Serena. By midnight, the party had reached its carefully orchestrated crescendo. 100 conversations vibrated through the glass house, the swimming pool's blue light casting everyone in the same ghostly glow. Photographers circulated, capturing calculated spontaneity for tomorrow's feeds. That's when it happened. Derek Summers, a rising actor cast in Gabe's Netflix series, collapsed by the pool. At first, people thought he was drunk. Then came the seizure, the vomiting, the paramedics pushing through the beautiful crowd, breaking the spell of invincibility. Overdose, ecstasy cut with something stronger, something darker. The party imploded. Guests scattered like startled birds, suddenly remembering early morning calls, children at home, reputations to protect. Journalists who had come for a comeback story now had something juicier. The director who couldn't escape his demons, who dragged others down with him. By 2 a.m. the house stood empty except for Gabe, his publicist Eliza, and a handful of staff cleaning up the wreckage. Derek had been rushed to Cedars-Sinai, condition critical but stable. "This is it," Eliza said flatly. "Netflix will pull the plug. No one will touch you after this." Gabe stared out at the ocean, numb. "Is that your professional opinion?" "It's my damn resignation letter," she snapped, gathering her things. "I've stood by you through everything, Gabe. The breakdown, the comeback. But this? Endangering people's lives. I'm done." After she left, Gabe wandered through the emptied rooms, past abandoned drinks and discarded shoes. The dream factory shutting down for the night. He was on the terrace when he heard footsteps behind him. Turning, expecting another desertion, he found Serena. She stood in the doorway, still in evening wear, not from his party but from some other event. Diamond earrings caught the moonlight. Her face was a mask of grief and fury. "What have you done?" she whispered. "I didn't give him the drugs, if that's what you're asking." "This isn't about Derek, it's about all of it." She gestured at the ruined party, the empty house, the shambles of his resurrection. "You're doing it again. The self-destruction, the collateral damage." "I did it for you," he said simply. "For us. For Silverdust." "There is no us. There never will be again." Her composure fractured, voice rising. "Do you think I'd leave Dorian for this? For someone who builds his entire identity around obsession and revenge? You loved me once. I loved the man you were, the artist, the visionary." She stepped closer, eyes bright with unshed tears. "But that man is gone. You've become the thing you always hated. All spectacle, no substance." "Run away with me," Gabe said suddenly, desperately. "We'll make Silverdust together, the way it was meant to be. Just you and me, like before." For a moment, just one heartbeat, something wavered in her expression. Longing, perhaps, the memory of what they'd been. Then she leaned forward and pressed her lips to his, a kiss that tasted of goodbye. "I have to go," she whispered against his mouth. "Don't call me again." She turned and walked away, silver dress shimmering like a ghost in the half-light, leaving Gabe alone with the ruins of his beautiful performance. The fall was as spectacular as the ascent had been calculated. Netflix terminated his contract by email the next morning. The talent agency that had tentatively re-signed him issued a public statement parting ways with director Gabe Castell. The Malibu house owner demanded he vacate the premises immediately, citing dangerous and destructive use of the property. Derek Summers recovered physically, then immediately checked into rehab. His team made it clear that Gabe Castell was to blame for creating an environment of excess and self-destruction. The industry closed ranks, invitations dried up, calls went unreturned. 4 years of exile became irrelevant. Gabe was back to square one. Worse than square one, because now he'd proven the whispers true. Unstable, dangerous, obsessive. He retreated to his Echo Park apartment, ignoring the reporters who camped outside for 3 days before finding fresher scandals to chase. The silence that followed was absolute. For the first time in months, no one was watching. No one was waiting for his next performance. In that silence, Gabe found something unexpected. Relief. The constant pressure to maintain the illusion, the parties, the connections, the calculated social media presence, had been crushing him as surely as his untreated condition once had. Now, with nothing left to lose, he stopped performing. He cut his hair himself badly, let his designer stubble grow into an unkempt beard, wore the same sweatpants for days. His medication schedule at least remained sacred, the hard-won stability that had survived even his recent spiral. One morning, 3 weeks into his exile, he opened his laptop and found himself not returning to Silverdust, but to something else. A small, incomplete project from years ago. A personal documentary he'd shot during film school. Raw footage of his parents' struggling diner in Michigan, intercut with his own journey west. No commercial prospects, no algorithm-friendly hooks. Just truth, unvarnished and intimate. He began editing, losing himself in the rhythm of cutting, the meditative flow of finding connections between moments. The work felt like breathing after years of suffocation. Days blended together. He emerged only for food and therapy appointments. His therapist, Dr. Levinson, watched his transformation with cautious optimism. "You seem present," she observed during their 6th post-meltdown session. "I'm not trying to be anything for anyone," Gabe admitted. "It's just me and the work now. And Serena." He told her everything. The obsession, the parties, the desperate final plea. "She was right to walk away," he said quietly. "I wasn't seeing her. I was seeing what she represented. Validation, vindication, my own mythology." "That's insightful, Gabe. Doesn't make it hurt less." Weeks became months. The documentary took shape. Unpolished, honest, nothing like the glossy Hollywood narratives he'd been chasing. When it was finally finished, he uploaded it to Vimeo with no fanfare, no press release, not even a social media announcement, just a simple title, Going Home. He expected nothing. A few views from film school friends, perhaps, a curiosity footnote in his imploded career. Then his phone rang, a number he didn't recognise. Is this Gabe Castell? A woman's voice, unfamiliar. Who's asking? My name is Maya Lin. I run the New Voices Film Collective. Gabe vaguely recognised the name, a grassroots organisation showcasing independent filmmakers, operating on the fringes of the industry. Your documentary, she continued. Someone shared it with me. It's remarkable. Thank you. He didn't know what else to say. We're holding a small festival next month. Underground, no corporate sponsorship. Would you consider screening it? His first instinct was refusal. Public appearance meant performance, meant expectations, meant the possibility of seeing Serena and Dorian meant... Just the film, Maya said, as if reading his thoughts. No press, no red carpet, just filmmakers sharing honest work. Something in her voice, earnest, unpolished, resonated with the person he was trying to become. Send me the details, he said. The New Voices Film Collective operated out of a converted warehouse in downtown LA, far from the Hollywood Hills and Malibu mansions. The festival audience consisted mostly of film students, indie directors, and the occasional industry outlier drawn to authentic storytelling. Gabe arrived alone, bearded, and in a simple black sweater, unrecognisable to most. He sat in the back row as his documentary played to a room of strangers, watching their reactions instead of the familiar footage. They laughed at unexpected moments, grew quiet during scenes he thought mundane. Afterward, the applause was modest but genuine. No networking, no ulterior motives. During the post-screening mingling, he nursed a club soda at the makeshift bar, content to observe rather than perform. That's when he saw her. Serena stood near the exit, no makeup, hair pulled back, watching him. No Dorian in sight. No entourage. When their eyes met, she didn't look away. He crossed the room slowly, giving her every opportunity to leave. She stayed. You cut your hair, he said, noticing the bob that now framed her face. You grew a beard, a small smile. It's terrible. I know. Silence stretched between them, not uncomfortable but weighted with history. Your film, she finally said. It's beautiful. Real. Thank you. I didn't expect to see you here. Likewise. He studied her face, searching for signs of the anger from their last encounter, finding none. Is Dorian... We're taking a break, she interrupted, indefinitely. Gabe absorbed this, careful not to reveal the hope flaring in his chest. I'm sorry. Are you? Yes, he said, surprising himself with his sincerity. I never wanted to hurt you. Didn't you? Her gaze was direct, unflinching. Wasn't that the point of everything? The parties, the screenplay leak, the spectacle? I thought I wanted revenge, he admitted. But I was really just trying to get back to you. To us. To who I was when you believed in me. She looked away, blinking rapidly. I'm directing now, she said, changing the subject. Small projects. Nothing commercial yet. That's amazing, Serena. It's terrifying, a genuine smile now. But it feels right. They moved outside, the cool night air a relief from the crowded warehouse. For an hour they walked and talked, not about the past but about their current projects, films they'd seen, books that had moved them. No performance, just conversation. When they reached her car, Gabe finally asked the question that had been hovering unspoken. Why are you here tonight? Really? Serena leaned against her car door, considering. I saw your film online. It reminded me of who you were when we met, before everything. I'm trying to find that person again, Gabe said quietly. I think you're succeeding. She reached out, her fingers briefly touching his bearded cheek. I'm proud of you, Gabe. not for making a comeback or proving anyone wrong, just for making something true. Will I see you again? She smiled, a little sad, a little hopeful. I don't know. Maybe, when we're both ready. They embraced, a long moment of connection without expectation. When they separated, something had shifted. Not reconciliation exactly, but a gentle closing of one chapter and the possible opening of another. Goodbye, Gabriel, she whispered, using his full name one last time. Goodbye, Serena. He watched her drive away, feeling not devastation but a strange, peaceful clarity. For 7 years he'd been chasing a ghost, not just Serena, but the man he'd been with her, the artist he'd believed himself to be. The real work would be finding that man again without her as his mirror. 1 year later, a small independent theatre in Silver Lake hosted the premiere of a film called Stardust, written and directed by Gabe Castell, shot on 16mm film, featuring unknown actors. The story was familiar yet transformed. A filmmaker loses everything and must discover who he is without his career, his muse, his carefully constructed identity. No algorithm-friendly plot points, no focus-grouped ending, just raw human truth about performance versus reality. The theatre was only half full, but among those present was Dorian King, sitting in the back row, watching with inscrutable eyes the film that had evolved from the screenplay he'd stolen years ago. And in the middle row, quietly observing, sat Serena Vale. Not as Gabe's date or his muse, but as a fellow artist. They had spoken occasionally over the past year, professional conversations, cautious friendship rebuilding from the ashes of obsession. As the final scene played out, the protagonist standing alone on a cliff overlooking the ocean, whispering to himself, none of it was real, until now. Gabe watched Serena's reflection in the darkened screen. A small smile played on her lips, recognition perhaps, or approval. When the lights came up and modest applause filled the theatre, their eyes met briefly across the rows of seats. She nodded once. Acknowledgement, respect, maybe even pride. It wasn't the Hollywood ending he'd once scripted for them. There was no dramatic reconciliation, no running away together to make movie magic. But it was real, and after a lifetime of performance, real was enough. Beneath the Banyan, a Vietnam War love story. The jungle breathed. As dusk settled over the canopy, a symphony of life emerged from the shadows. Cicadas thrumming their metallic chorus, frogs calling from hidden pools, and somewhere distant, the hollow percussion of artillery fire punctuating the natural rhythm. The air hung thick with moisture, pressing against the skin like a living thing. Above this living tapestry, a lone UH-1 Huey helicopter cut through the darkening sky. Inside the cockpit, Captain Jack Reynolds gripped the controls, his knuckles white beneath his flight gloves. At 27, his face already carried the weathered look of someone much older, deep lines etched around eyes that had seen too much death for one lifetime. 5 minutes to target, he called over his shoulder to the medic bracing himself against the open doorframe. Downed patrol, at least 3 casualties reported. The medic nodded grimly, checking his kit one last time. These twilight medevac missions were always the worst. What pilots called the golden hour, when light played tricks on the eyes and NVA gunners lurked in perfect camouflage. Jack's forearm stung where he'd gotten a fresh tattoo just days earlier, during a rare 48-hour pass to Saigon, a banyan tree with roots stretching down his wrist. The pain kept him focused as he navigated the contours of the valley, the downed soldier's coordinates punched into his navigational equipment. Through his headset came the static-filled voice of his commanding officer. Reynolds, Satellite shows increased enemy movement in your sector. Abort if... The transmission dissolved into white noise. Command. Repeat last. Over. Jack adjusted his frequency, but received only the hollow whisper of dead air in response. In the fading light, he spotted the clearing where the patrol had marked their position with a smoke grenade, a small purple plume rising above the trees. He began his descent, relief washing over him as he spotted 3 prone figures and 2 standing soldiers waving frantically. He was so focused on the landing zone that he missed the muzzle flashes from the tree line until tracer rounds streaked past his windshield. "Taking fire!" he shouted, banking hard to the left and pulling up sharply. But it was too late. A round punctured the fuel line, and another shattered his instrument panel in a shower of sparks. The helicopter lurched sideways, the distinctive whop-whop-whop of the rotor blades faltering. "Mayday! Mayday!" Jack wrestled with the controls as the helicopter began to spin. Hotel 6 going down. Coordinates. The world tumbled around him as the Huey plummeted through the canopy, metal shrieking against wood as giant branches gave way. Jack's head slammed against the side window, and darkness edged his vision. The last thing he remembered was the sickening crunch as the helicopter hit the ground. Then silence. A silence more terrifying than all the chaos that preceded it. When consciousness returned, it came in fragments. The copper taste of blood in his mouth, the smell of fuel and burning metal, pain shooting through his left leg, the distant sound of voices speaking a language he didn't understand. Jack forced his eyes open, finding himself still strapped into the pilot's seat of the now mangled cockpit. The medic lay motionless beside him, a branch the thickness of a man's arm having pierced through the side of the helicopter directly into his chest. There was no need to check for a pulse. With trembling fingers, Jack released his harness and nearly screamed as pressure shifted onto his injured leg. Looking down, he saw a piece of the instrument panel had embedded itself just above his knee, blood soaking through his flight suit. The voices were growing closer now. Survival training kicked in. Jack grabbed his sidearm and the emergency kit strapped behind his seat, then dragged himself through the shattered windshield. Each movement sent white-hot pain through his body, but fear drove him forward, away from the wreckage. He knew the smoke would draw the enemy soldiers to the crash site within minutes. The jungle floor was a tangle of roots and undergrowth. Jack crawled deeper into the vegetation, leaving a trail of blood that he desperately tried to conceal by brushing leaves over it. 20 yards from the wreckage, he found a hollow beneath a massive fallen tree, partially concealed by dense ferns and vines. He squeezed himself inside just as flashlight beams cut through the darkness near the helicopter. Men's voices called to each other, their tones urgent and commanding. Jack pressed himself deeper into his hiding place, forcing his breathing to slow despite the pain threatening to overwhelm him. From his position, he could see silhouettes moving around the wreckage, their AK-47s distinctive against the night sky. One man shouted something that caused the others to spread out, beginning to search the surrounding area. Jack pulled a compression bandage from his kit and, biting down on a strap from his pack to muffle any sounds, yanked the metal shard from his thigh. The pain nearly caused him to black out again, but he managed to apply pressure and wrap the wound tightly. As a flashlight beam swept just feet from his hiding place, Jack held his breath. Blood loss and shock were making him lightheaded, the edges of his vision pulsing with each heartbeat. He knew he couldn't run, couldn't fight off an entire patrol in his condition. His only hope was to remain hidden until they gave up the search, or until American forces came looking for the downed helicopter. If they came at all, if anyone had heard his mayday call. The voices and flashlights eventually moved deeper into the jungle, but Jack dared not move. Night fully descended, bringing with it a chorus of unfamiliar sounds and the distant rumble of bombings miles away. Above, through gaps in the canopy, stars appeared. the same stars that would be visible back home in Oregon, where his parents probably sat on their porch swing, unaware that their only son lay bleeding in a jungle on the other side of the world. Jack's thoughts began to drift as fever set in. The wound would be infected soon without proper treatment. He had water and morphine in his kit, but little else that would help long term. In the darkness, as consciousness began to slip away once more, he realized with stark clarity that he might die here, alone, beneath an alien sky. His last coherent thought before surrendering to the darkness was of the Banyan tattoo on his arm. How fitting that he might end his life beneath the jungle roots, like the ink that marked his skin. Dawn broke over the jungle, light filtering through layers of mist and leaves to create beams that seemed solid enough to touch. Nguyen Mai Lin moved silently through the undergrowth, her slight figure barely disturbing the morning dew that clung to every surface. At 22, Lin carried herself with the quiet dignity of someone who had known suffering intimately. Her dark hair was pulled back in a practical braid, and her hands, small but strong, clutched a woven basket already half filled with medicinal plants and fungi. She was the youngest daughter of the village healer, and had spent her life learning which leaves calmed fevers, which roots stopped bleeding, which barks eased pain. After completing her official training with the Vietnamese Red Cross, she'd returned to her village when many others fled, determined to care for those who couldn't, or wouldn't, leave their ancestral homes despite the war raging around them. This morning she was searching for a particular fungus that grew on fallen logs after heavy rain. The village elder had developed a persistent cough, and Lin's mother needed the fungus to prepare a remedy. But her thoughts were elsewhere, troubled by news that had arrived the previous night. Her cousin's village 20 miles south had been bombed, leaving few survivors. This war had already taken too much. 3 years earlier, her brother Van had been killed by an American bombing while working in the rice fields. She still kept his blood-stained shirt, unable to wash away the last physical connection to him. The memory of identifying his broken body remained vivid, a wound that never fully healed. A distant sound pulled her from her thoughts, metal groaning against wood, unnatural in the organic symphony of the jungle. Lin froze, listening. It could be a patrol from either side, and neither would be welcome. The villagers existed in a precarious balance, suspected by both sides of aiding the enemy. Curiosity and caution warred within her. She slowly moved toward the sound. Through a break in the vegetation she spotted it, the crumpled remains of an American helicopter, its olive-green fuselage now wrapped in vines as if the jungle were already reclaiming it. Lin crouched lower, scanning the area for soldiers. Finding none, she crept closer, basket tucked against her side. The aircraft had clearly crashed the previous night. Scorch marks blackened the metal, and broken branches still showed fresh green wounds where the helicopter had torn through the canopy. She reached the wreckage and peered inside, holding a hand over her nose against the smell of fuel and death. A body remained strapped in one of the seats, but the pilot's chair was empty, its harness hanging loose. Blood stained the controls and floor. Someone had survived. Years of training as a healer overcame her instinctive fear of Americans. A wounded person, even an enemy, needed help. Stepping back from the helicopter, she began searching for signs of the missing pilot. It didn't take long to find the blood trail leading away from the crash site. It was partially concealed but obvious to someone who knew what to look for. Lin followed it slowly, ears straining for any sound that might indicate danger. The trail led to a fallen log covered in moss and ferns. Had she not been tracking blood, she might have walked past without noticing the small gap beneath it. Kneeling, Lin peered into the darkness of the hollow. There he was, an American soldier, unconscious, his face pale beneath a layer of dirt and dried blood. His breathing was shallow, and a makeshift bandage around his thigh was soaked through with blood. Without treatment, he would die within days, perhaps hours. Lynn sat back on her heels, conflicted. By all rights, she should report him to the local authorities or leave him to his fate. This man was the enemy, perhaps even one who had dropped bombs on villages like her cousins or her brothers. And yet... She reached out cautiously, pressing her fingers to his neck to check his pulse. At her touch, the man's eyes flew open, startlingly blue against his dirty face, and his hand shot out to grab her wrist. His grip was weak but desperate. Lynn remained still, meeting his panicked gaze steadily. "I am nurse," she said in halting English, one of the few phrases she had learned during her Red Cross training. "You hurt. Bad." The man's eyes darted around wildly before focusing on her face again. His grip loosened slightly, but he didn't release her. "American?" he rasped, his voice barely audible. She shook her head. "Vietnamese. Red Cross." She pointed to herself. "Lynn." He studied her face, confusion and pain evident in his expression. Finally something, exhaustion or trust, Lynn couldn't tell which, caused him to release her wrist and slump back. "Jack," he whispered, pointing weakly to himself before losing consciousness once more. Lynn sat beside the hollow for several minutes, weighing her decision. Helping this man, Jack, could bring danger to her village if discovered, but leaving him to die went against everything she believed as a healer. In the end, it wasn't a complicated choice. Life was life. She couldn't move him alone, and bringing others would risk exposure. Instead, she opened her basket and began applying a poultice of herbs to his wound, after cleaning it with water from her canteen. She left bread and dried meat from her own lunch beside him, along with her water container. As the sun climbed higher, Lynn knew she needed to return to the village before she was missed. She arranged branches and ferns to better conceal the hollow, then leaned close to Jack's ear. "I return. Night," she whispered, unsure if he could hear her. "Stay." Back in the village, Lynn went about her duties with mechanical precision, her mind constantly returning to the wounded American hidden in the jungle. During the communal evening meal, she carefully wrapped extra portions in a banana leaf, hiding the bundle in her healing kit. Her mother noticed her distraction. "You're troubled, daughter," she said as they washed bowls together. Lynn forced a smile. "Just tired. I will go to bed early tonight." But when darkness fell, she slipped out of their small home, healing kit in hand. The journey through the nighttime jungle was dangerous, but Lynn knew these paths intimately, having gathered herbs under every moon since childhood. When she reached the hollow, she found Jack awake but feverish, his eyes glassy as they tracked her approach. "You came back," he murmured, sounding surprised. Lynn nodded, kneeling beside him. "Cannot stay here," she whispered. "Patrols come. Looking." Understanding flickered in his eyes. "Where?" She pointed deeper into the jungle. "I know place. Safe." Without waiting for his response, she began gathering his few possessions. "Can walk?" "Little." Jack grimaced but nodded, allowing her to help him out of the hollow. He towered over her as he stood, swaying dangerously before steadying himself against a tree. Lynn positioned herself beneath his arm, supporting as much of his weight as her small frame could manage. Their progress was painfully slow. Every few minutes they had to stop for Jack to rest, his breathing laboured, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool night air. The third time they paused, distant voices echoed through the trees, a patrol moving in their direction. Lynn felt Jack tense beside her. "NVA," he whispered. She nodded, urgency lending her strength as she pulled him forward again. "Hurry, not far now." They stumbled through the darkness, Jack gritting his teeth against the pain, Lynn guiding them along invisible paths only she could see. The voices grew closer, then began to fade as the patrol moved in another direction. Still, they didn't slow until they reached their destination, a massive banyan tree, its aerial roots creating a natural fortress of wooden columns, descending from high branches to the ground. Between two of the thickest roots, partially hidden by the curtain of smaller tendrils, was a small bamboo shelter Lynn had built years ago as a quiet place to sort her herbs away from the village's constant activity. It was little more than a platform with a sloped roof, but it was dry and hidden from casual observation. "Here," she said, helping Jack climb onto the platform. He collapsed immediately, his face ashen from the exertion. Lynn worked quickly, changing his bandage, applying fresh medicine, and coaxing him to drink a bitter tea she had prepared. Then she arranged palm leaves to better conceal the shelter from view before settling beside him. "Why?" Jack asked suddenly, his voice clearer than it had been before. He gestured weakly between them. "Why help me?" In the dim moonlight filtering through the canopy, Lynn studied the face of her enemy, a face that, in pain and exhaustion, looked remarkably human. She thought of her brother, of her cousin's destroyed village, of all the reasons she should hate this man. Then she thought of her oath as a healer, of her mother's words when she first began her training. To heal is to recognize that suffering knows no sides. "I nurse," she said simply, knowing her limited English couldn't express the complexity of her feelings. "You hurt. Bad." Jack held her gaze for a long moment before nodding slightly, as if accepting that incomplete answer for now. His eyelids grew heavy as the medicinal tea took effect. "Thank you," he murmured as he drifted off to sleep. Lynn remained awake, listening to the night sounds of the jungle and the deep breathing of the American soldier beside her. She knew with absolute certainty that her life had just changed irrevocably, though she couldn't yet imagine how. Above them, the ancient banyan tree stood sentinel, its roots connecting sky to earth, much like the connection now forming between two souls who, in any other circumstance, would never have met. The first 3 days beneath the banyan tree passed in a blur of fever and pain for Jack. He drifted between consciousness and delirious dreams, often calling out names Lynn didn't recognize or muttering coordinates and radio codes that meant nothing to her. She came twice daily, dawn and dusk, bringing food, fresh bandages and herbal medicines. Each time she left a container of water and emergency provisions in case patrol movements prevented her next visit. Each time she spoke to him in her limited English, telling him the date, where he was, that he was safe, anchoring him to reality as infection fought to claim his mind. On the 4th day, Jack woke clear-headed for the first time. Weak sunlight filtered through the aerial roots of the banyan, creating patterns on the bamboo floor of the shelter. For a moment he thought he might still be dreaming until the sharp pain in his leg reminded him otherwise. He found himself alone, but evidence of Lynn's care surrounded him. Fresh water, neatly folded bandages, a small bundle of rice wrapped in a banana leaf. Nearby his few possessions were arranged carefully. His combat knife, dog tags, a waterproof match case, and the battered photo of his parents he kept in his pocket. Outside, the distinctive sound of rain began as fat droplets hit the canopy above, slowly building to a steady downpour that created a curtain of water around the shelter. The monsoon season was beginning, Jack realized. Any American search parties would be grounded for days, perhaps weeks. He was stranded, at the mercy of a Vietnamese nurse who had every reason to hate him. When Lynn appeared through the rain that evening, she froze momentarily upon seeing Jack sitting up, alert and watching her approach. A cautious smile spread across her face. "You better," she stated, setting down her basket and kneeling to examine his wound. "Thanks to you," Jack replied, wincing slightly as she removed the bandage. The angry red infection around the gash had receded, though the wound itself remained serious. As she worked, Jack studied her face, the focused concentration in her eyes, the small furrow between her brows, the gentle firmness of her hands as they applied medicine to his injury. He had been too delirious before to really see the person who was saving his life. How do you say thank you in Vietnamese? He asked suddenly. Lynn looked up, surprised. Come on, she replied. Come on, Jack attempted, the tone's all wrong. A small laugh escaped her, the first he'd heard, before she covered her mouth quickly as if remembering herself. Number, listen. Come on. Come on, he tried again, closer this time. She nodded, a hint of approval in her expression. Good. It became their routine, this exchange of languages. Each visit, Lynn would teach Jack a Vietnamese phrase, and he would offer an English one in return. They drew pictures in the dirt to bridge gaps in understanding, acted out concepts when words failed, and slowly, painfully began to communicate. From her he learned jiao, pain, nuok, water, and eat. From him she learned helicopter, pilot, Oregon. The words were lifelines thrown across the chasm of war that separated them. On the 7th day, as monsoon rains continued unabated, Lynn arrived at midday, something she had never done before. Her clothes were soaked, her expression troubled. Patrols, she explained, making a sweeping motion with her hand. Many, looking for American pilot. Jack nodded grimly. His leg was healing, but he still couldn't put much weight on it. Couldn't run if discovered. Dangerous for you, he said slowly, choosing words he knew she would understand. To help me? Lynn shrugged, the simple gesture conveying a complexity of emotion her English couldn't express. She reached into her basket and pulled out something wrapped in cloth, a wooden crutch she'd carved from a young bamboo stalk, the top padded with woven grass. For walking, she explained, demonstrating its use. Soon, not now. The care evident in the craftsmanship, the smoothed handle, the perfectly sized height, struck Jack deeply. This woman had not only risked her safety to heal him, but had devoted precious time to ensure he could eventually move independently. Why? He asked. The same question he had posed that first night, but now with more force behind it. Why help enemy? Lynn hesitated, searching for words. Finally she pointed to her Red Cross armband, then to him. Not enemy. Person. She placed a hand over her heart. Here, no war. Rain drummed on the shelter's roof as they sat in silence, the weight of her words hanging between them. Eventually Lynn sighed and began unpacking her basket. More food than usual, extra bandages, and a worn deck of playing cards. I stay, she said. Today. Rain too much. They spent the afternoon playing simple card games, Lynn teaching Jack a Vietnamese game called Tien Len, and Jack showing her how to play war. The language of cards became another bridge between them, filled with laughter and exaggerated sighs of defeat. As daylight began to fade, Lynn lit a small, smokeless candle she had brought, its flame casting warm light within their shelter, while rain continued to isolate them from the world outside. In that gentle illumination, Jack told Lynn about his life before the war, about his family's small farm in Oregon, about studying engineering in college, about being drafted just 3 credits short of graduation. He spoke slowly, using simple words and gestures, unsure how much he understood, but needing to share himself with someone after months of keeping everything locked inside. When he finished, Lynn was quiet for a long moment. Then, haltingly, she began her own story. She told him about her training as a healer, about her village, about her brother Van who had died in an American bombing 3 years earlier. Jack's stomach twisted with guilt at this revelation. For the first time, the war became real to him, in a way that flying high above the jungle had never allowed. Here was the human cost sitting across from him with eyes that somehow held both grief and compassion. "I'm sorry," he said, knowing the words were wholly inadequate. "For your brother, for this war." Lynn looked down at her hands. "You drop bombs?" "No," Jack replied. "I fly." He mimicked a stretcher with his hands. "Wounded soldiers. Save them." She nodded slowly, absorbing this information. "Same," she said eventually, pointing to herself. Same work. The realization settled over them, that in another world they might have been colleagues instead of enemies separated by politics neither fully understood. The candle burned lower as night deepened outside. Soon Lynn would have to return to her village despite the rain, but neither moved to end this rare moment of connection. "Teach me," Jack said suddenly, pointing to her, then to his mouth. "Your name, full name." "Nguyen Mai Lin," she pronounced carefully. Jack tried, stumbling over the unfamiliar tones, making Lynn smile despite herself. Again and again he attempted it, each effort bringing him closer until finally he managed a recognizable approximation. "Nguyen Mai Lin," he said, meeting her eyes directly. "Beautiful name." Something shifted in that moment. A boundary crossed without either fully acknowledging it. Lynn broke their gaze first, busying herself with gathering her things as the candle flickered its last light. "Tomorrow," she said, standing to leave, "I bring book, English learning book, from before war." Jack nodded, suddenly reluctant to see her go. "Be careful," he said. "Patrols." She paused at the edge of the shelter, rain still falling beyond the protective roots of the banyan. "Always careful," she assured him, then hesitated as if wanting to say more. Instead, she reached out and briefly touched his hand, a fleeting contact that felt monumental in its deliberateness. Then she was gone, a shadow dissolving into the rainy darkness. Jack lay back on his makeshift bed, listening to the rhythm of the downpour, feeling the phantom warmth of her touch on his skin. He knew he should be planning his escape, figuring out how to reach American forces once he could walk again. It was his duty as a soldier. Instead, he found himself looking forward to tomorrow, to Lynn's return, to learning more Vietnamese phrases and sharing more of himself with her. It was dangerous, this connection forming between them, more dangerous perhaps than the patrols searching for him. Yet as sleep claimed him, his last thoughts were not of escape, but of dark eyes that held no hatred, of gentle hands that healed rather than harmed, and of a voice carefully pronouncing English words as if each one were a gift rather than a necessity. Outside, the ancient banyan stood unmoved by the deluge, its roots reaching deep into soil that knew no allegiance to any flag or cause, only to life itself. By the third week, Jack could stand with the help of the crutch Lynn had made. His first tentative steps around the shelter left him exhausted but triumphant. The wound had closed, leaving an angry red scar that pulled tight when he moved but no longer threatened his life. "Soon," Lynn said, watching him practice walking in increasingly wider circles around the banyan tree. "Soon you walk to American zone." She pointed south, where they both knew American forces controlled territory about 30 miles away. Jack nodded, but without enthusiasm. The prospect of leaving, of returning to the war, to his unit, to being Captain Reynolds instead of just Jack, filled him with a strange reluctance he couldn't articulate even to himself. Their time together had taken on a dreamlike quality, isolated from the conflict that raged beyond their small sanctuary. With Lynn's English textbook and Jack's patient teaching, their conversations had deepened beyond simple exchanges. They spoke of families and dreams, of favourite foods and childhood memories. In the evenings, when Lynn could stay longer, they sat shoulder to shoulder, watching fireflies dance among the aerial roots of the banyan. Neither acknowledged the growing tension between them, the lingering glances, the way their hands would brush when passing objects, the comfortable silences that communicated more than words ever could. Until the night everything changed. Lynn arrived after sunset, her face taut with worry. "Soldiers come to village," she said without preamble. "Ask questions about American pilot." She mimicked someone looking around suspiciously. "They watch me." Jack felt cold fear settle in his stomach. "Someone saw you coming here?" She shook her head. "Not think so, but..." She hesitated, struggling for words. "They know someone helps American. They search jungle tomorrow." She gestured to the surrounding areas. "Everywhere." The implication was clear. His time in the sanctuary was over. "I'll leave tonight," Jack said immediately. "Go south. You've shown me the way." He began gathering his few possessions. "You've risked too much already." Lynn caught his arm, stopping him. "Number night dangerous. Many patrols." She pointed to his leg. "Not strong enough." "I can't stay," Jack insisted. "They'll find me, and then they'll find you helped me." The thought of what would happen to her if that occurred was unbearable. "I have plan," Lynn said. "Tomorrow I take you part way, no safe path." She spread a rough map she had drawn on a piece of bark. "Here, old temple. You hide one day. Next night, go this way." Her finger traced a route along a river. 3 days walking, find Americans. Jack studied the map, recognizing the logic in her plan while hating the danger it placed her in. "Come with me," he said suddenly, looking up to meet her eyes. Lynn froze, surprise evident on her face. "What?" "Come with me," he repeated, taking her hand. "To the American zone. I can protect you there." She pulled her hand away slowly, sadness replacing the surprise in her expression. "My family here. Mother, younger sisters. Village needs healer." She shook her head. "America not my place." "After the war then," Jack pressed, knowing he was being irrational but unable to stop. "When it's over, I'll come back for you." Lynn's smile was gentle but tinged with something like pity. "War not end soon. Years, maybe." "I'll wait," Jack insisted, "however long it takes." She looked away, blinking rapidly. "Americans forget Vietnam when go home, forget promises." "Not me." Jack reached out, gently turning her face back toward his. "I won't forget. I couldn't." The certainty in his voice seemed to reach something in her. Lynn's composure cracked, revealing the fear and longing she had kept carefully controlled during their weeks together. "I afraid," she whispered. "For you. For—" She touched her own chest. Here, Jack understood. This fragile connection between them existed only in the suspended reality beneath the banyan tree. Outside, the world would tear it apart with the same impersonal cruelty that had already claimed so many lives. "I'm afraid too," he admitted, still cradling her face in his palm. "But I'm more afraid of leaving tomorrow and never seeing you again." In the quiet that followed, something settled between them, an acceptance of what had been growing since that first day when she found him dying in the hollow log. Slowly, giving her every chance to pull away, Jack leaned forward until his forehead rested against hers. "Nguyen Mai Lin," he said softly, the name he had practiced countless times until he could say it perfectly. "I think I've fallen in love with you." Her sharp intake of breath was the only sound in the shelter. For a heartbeat, Jack feared he had ruined everything with his confession. Then her hand came up to cover his, and she closed the remaining distance between them. The kiss was gentle at first, tentative, questioning, before deepening into something urgent and necessary. Years of cultural differences and months of war fell away, leaving only two people finding comfort in a world determined to deny it to them. When they finally separated, Lynn's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Not fair," she whispered, "to find you now, like this." Jack pulled her closer, wrapping his arms around her slight frame. "None of this is fair," he agreed, "but it's real." He pressed his lips to her forehead. "Whatever happens tomorrow, this is real." They spent the night wrapped in each other's arms, alternating between passionate discoveries and quiet conversations about impossible futures. They spoke of Oregon forests and Vietnamese rice fields, of what peace might look like if it ever came, of children with her eyes and his smile. As dawn approached, casting soft light through the banyan roots, they lay facing each other, memorizing features they might never see again. "I leave something with you," Lynn said suddenly, reaching for her bag. From it she withdrew a simple leather cord with a small jade pendant, a family heirloom her grandmother had given her for protection. "To keep you safe," she explained, tying it around Jack's neck, "until war end." Jack touched the pendant reverently, then removed his dog tag, separating one from the chain. "So you'll remember my full name," he said, placing it in her palm, "when I come back for you." Lynn clutched the metal tag tightly before tucking it into a small pouch she wore beneath her clothes, next to her heart. "I not forget." The sound of distant voices shattered their cocoon of intimacy. A patrol moving through the jungle earlier than expected. Lynn leapt to her feet, instantly alert. "We go now," she said urgently, helping Jack up and passing him the crutch. "Different way than planned." They slipped out of the shelter and into the morning jungle, moving as quietly as Jack's injury would allow. Lynn led the way, choosing paths only she could see, freezing occasionally as sounds of the patrol drifted toward them. After an hour of tense progress, they reached a small clearing dominated by the ruins of what must have been the temple Lynn had mentioned. Ancient stones covered in vines, partially reclaimed by the jungle. "Hide here," Lynn instructed, showing Jack a concealed space beneath fallen stones. "I bring food, water later, when safe." Jack grabbed her hand before she could leave. "If you can't come back, if it's too dangerous, I'll understand. I'll find my way." Lynn's eyes flashed with determination. "I come back," she promised. "Tonight." Their goodbye kiss was brief but fierce, laden with all the words they didn't have time to say. Then Lynn was gone, disappearing into the undergrowth with a silent efficiency that still amazed Jack. He settled into his hiding place, crutch beside him, hand reflexively touching the jade pendant at his throat. Now there was nothing to do but wait, and hope, and remember every detail of the night they had shared beneath the banyan tree. Lynn never returned to the temple ruins. Jack waited through the day, listening to every sound in the jungle with increasing anxiety as hours passed without any sign of her. When darkness fell, he convinced himself she was simply being cautious, waiting for deeper night when patrols would be less active. By midnight, dread had settled into his bones with more certainty than the dampness that seeped through his clothes from the stone floor. Something had happened, something that prevented her from coming back as promised. With the first light of dawn, Jack made his decision. He couldn't leave without knowing. Using the crutch and every ounce of strength he had regained during his recovery, he began the painful journey back toward the banyan tree, following landmarks he had carefully memorized during their escape the previous day. The jungle felt different without Lynn guiding him, more hostile, full of unseen eyes tracking his clumsy progress. Every snapping twig beneath his feet sounded like a gunshot, every bird call like a warning. Still, he pressed on, drawn by a need stronger than self-preservation. When he finally reached the vicinity of the banyan tree, instinct made him stop and listen before approaching. A familiar acrid smell reached his nostrils. Smoke, not from cooking fires, but from destruction. Moving with greater caution, Jack circled until he found a vantage point through the vegetation. What he saw made his blood run cold. A squad of NVA soldiers moved through the area, methodically searching. The underbrush around the massive banyan had been cleared by fire, black scorch marks climbing halfway up the aerial roots. The bamboo shelter where he and Lynn had spent those precious weeks was gone, reduced to ashes and twisted remains. Among the soldiers, Jack spotted a figure that made his heart lurch. Lynn, her hands bound behind her back, being led roughly toward a waiting truck on a nearby dirt track. Even from a distance he could see the defiant tilt of her chin, the straight line of her back refusing to bend despite whatever had happened during the hours she'd been in custody. Without thinking, Jack started forward, hand reaching for a sidearm that was no longer there. A nearby soldier turned at the movement, raising his rifle. The crack of the shot sent birds scattering from the canopy. Jack felt white-hot pain tear through his right shoulder, spinning him backward into the undergrowth. Through a haze of shock, he witnessed Lynn's head whip around at the sound, her eyes scanning the tree line before a soldier shoved her roughly into the truck. "No!" The shout tore from Jack's throat, but it was lost amid the sudden flurry of activity as soldiers converged on his location. Survival instinct took over. Abandoning the crutch, Jack forced himself upright and ran, adrenaline temporarily masking the agony in both his leg and freshly wounded shoulder. He crashed through vegetation, zigging and zagging to make himself a difficult target as bullets splintered tree trunks around him. A ravine appeared suddenly in his path. Without hesitation, Jack threw himself into it, tumbling down the steep slope in a controlled fall until he hit the shallow water at the bottom. He dragged himself beneath an overhanging bank, pressing his body into the mud as voices shouted in Vietnamese above. For hours he remained motionless as the search continued. Eventually the voices receded, but Jack stayed hidden until nightfall, using scraps of his shirt to bandage the bullet wound in his shoulder. The round had passed clean through, missing bone but leaving him weakened from blood loss. When darkness provided cover, he pulled himself from the ravine and oriented himself southward, toward the American zone that now represented his only chance for survival. Each step was a study in agony, each mile a testament to human endurance driven by something beyond physical strength. 4 days later, delirious, feverish, more crawling than walking, Jack stumbled into an American patrol. The soldiers initially raised their weapons at the wild-eyed, filthy figure lurching from the jungle until one recognized the remains of a flight suit beneath the caked mud and blood. "Captain Reynolds?" The young sergeant lowered his M16 in shock. "Holy shit, sir! We thought you were dead!" Jack collapsed into waiting arms, managing only 2 words before consciousness fled. "Help her." Recovery in a field hospital passed in fragments of lucidity between morphine hazes. Jack learned his medevac had been reported shot down 6 weeks earlier, with all hands presumed dead when no distress call was received. He was listed as missing in action, and the search had been abandoned after 3 days. When he was coherent enough, Jack told a simplified version of his survival story to his commanding officer, a version that mentioned a downed pilot being saved by a local nurse, but omitted the depth of their connection. He gave Lynn's full name and village, insisting she'd been arrested for helping him and needed extraction. "We'll look into it, Reynolds," the colonel said, his expression indicating the matter was already closed. "But without specific intelligence on prisoner movements, there's not much we can do. You know that." Jack did know. Thousands went missing in this war every month. One village nurse wouldn't merit a rescue operation, especially not with offensives being planned elsewhere. As soon as he could walk without assistance, Jack began calling in every favour he'd accumulated during his time in Vietnam. He reached out to CIA contacts, to South Vietnamese officers he'd befriended, to anyone who might have information about prisoners from Lynn's region. The answers were always the same: nothing, or worse, conflicting reports that led nowhere. Some said she'd been sent to a re-education camp near Hanoi. Others claimed she'd been released after questioning. One particularly disturbing rumour suggested she'd been executed as a collaborator, along with several others from her village. Jack refused to believe the worst. The jade pendant Lynn had given him never left his neck, a constant reminder of his promise. When his wounds healed enough for flight duty, Jack requested assignment to any mission that would take him over the region where Lynn's village had been. From the air he saw the landscape transformed by war. Bomb craters where rice fields had been, forests defoliated into skeletal remains, villages abandoned or razed to the ground. The banyan tree remained standing, a solitary giant amid destruction, its aerial roots like arms reaching for something forever beyond grasp. Jack's tour of duty ended in late 1970. He was given medals he didn't want for a survival story he couldn't fully tell, then sent home to an America that had little use for returning pilots, except as symbols in an increasingly divisive debate about the war. He tried to readjust to civilian life, completing his engineering degree and taking a job with a construction firm in Portland. But Vietnam and Lynn haunted his dreams. The jade pendant remained his most treasured possession, worn beneath his shirts like a talisman against forgetting. In letters to former comrades still in country, he always included the same question: any news of Nguyen Mai Lin? The answers, when they came, were always negative. When Saigon fell in 1975, Jack watched the chaotic evacuation on television with a hollowness in his chest. The war that had brought them together and then torn them apart was officially over, but the country Lin had refused to leave was now permanently beyond his reach. Still, he refused to give up hope. When diplomatic relations slowly warmed in the late 1980s, Jack was among the first Americans to apply for a humanitarian visa to Vietnam. His stated purpose, to help rebuild infrastructure damaged during the war, was accepted by authorities on both sides. Landing in Ho Chi Minh City, formerly Saigon, in 1989, Jack felt like he'd entered a time warp. Nearly 20 years had passed since he'd last set foot on Vietnamese soil. His hair had greyed at the temples, lines had formed at the corners of his eyes, but the humidity, the sounds, the smells, they all triggered memories so vivid they were almost hallucinations. From the city, he travelled north to the region where Lin's village had been. The journey took days, over roads still bearing the scars of war, and through communities still rebuilding from decades of conflict. When he finally reached the area, he found little he recognised. The village itself had been relocated several miles from its original location. New construction stood where bamboo homes had once clustered beneath protective trees. Children who had never known American soldiers stared curiously at the tall foreigner with his halting Vietnamese phrases. Jack sought out the village elders, showing them a faded photograph of himself in uniform that he'd brought along with a hand-drawn map of where the original village had stood. One ancient woman squinted at the image, recognition dawning slowly in rheumy eyes. "Bak Si Mai," she said. American doctor, the closest translation she could find for his role as a medevac pilot. Lu Lam Roy. Long time ago. "I'm looking for Nguyen Mai Lin," Jack said carefully, using the pronunciation Lin had taught him all those years ago. She was a nurse here during the war. The old woman's face changed, something like caution replacing curiosity. She spoke rapidly to a younger man beside her, who turned to Jack with a guarded expression. "Why you look for her?" he asked in accented English. Jack hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. "She saved my life during the war," he said finally. "I wanted to thank her." The man translated for the elder, whose eyes narrowed further. After a lengthy exchange, the man turned back to Jack. "You come tomorrow," he said. "Maybe someone can help you." Jack spent a restless night in the village's modest guest house, hope and anxiety warring within him. He removed the jade pendant from around his neck for the first time in years, holding it in his palm like a compass that had finally led him home. The next morning a young woman appeared at his door. She couldn't have been more than 17 or 18, dressed in the simple clothes of a rural villager, but carrying herself with unmistakable dignity. "My grandmother says you look for Lin," she said without preamble, her English surprisingly good. Jack's heart thundered in his chest. "Yes. Do you know where she is?" The girl studied him with an intensity that felt familiar somehow. "Why should I believe you mean no harm? Many Americans come after war, some good, some not." Jack reached into his pocket and withdrew his remaining dog tag. "I gave her one of mine," he said, showing it to the girl, "and she gave me this." He held out the jade pendant, its surface worn smooth from years of anxious handling. The girl's eyes widened slightly as she recognized it, her composure slipping momentarily. "Come," she said abruptly, turning to leave without checking if he followed. She led him through the village and beyond, along a narrow path that wound through restored rice paddies and into a stand of trees that had somehow survived both the war and the subsequent years of intensive logging. In their midst stood a sight that made Jack's breath catch in his throat. A banyan tree, not as large as the one that had sheltered them, but similar enough to stop him in his tracks. The girl paused, watching his reaction. "You know such trees?" Jack nodded, unable to speak past the tightness in his throat. Beneath the banyan stood a simple wooden structure, not quite a house, not quite a shrine, its entrance facing east toward the rising sun. The girl gestured for Jack to wait, then disappeared inside. Long minutes passed. Jack's hands trembled as he struggled to prepare himself for whatever might come next. Joy, disappointment, or the final confirmation of loss he'd refused to accept for nearly 2 decades. When the door opened again, a woman emerged slowly into the dappled light beneath the banyan. She was thin, her once black hair now streaked with silver, her face bearing lines etched by years of hardship. But her eyes, those eyes that had looked upon him with compassion when he was an enemy, with tenderness when he became something more, remained unchanged. "Jack Reynolds," Lynn said softly, her hand rising to touch something at her throat. The missing half of his dog tags, worn on a simple cord just as he wore her jade pendant. The distance between them vanished. Jack couldn't remember moving, but suddenly she was in his arms, solid and real and alive, her tears dampening his shirt as his own fell into her hair. "You came back," she whispered against his chest. "I promised I would," he replied, his voice breaking. "I never stopped looking." Later, seated beneath the banyan tree that so resembled their first sanctuary, they pieced together the years of separation. After her arrest, Lynn had been imprisoned briefly, then released when the local commander decided she was more valuable as a healer than as a prisoner. Her family had been relocated to this new village, where she continued her work as a nurse through the remaining years of the war and beyond. She had married briefly, a union arranged by her family in the aftermath of the war, when they feared for her future as a woman suspected of American sympathies. Her husband, a kind man much older than herself, had died 5 years after their marriage, leaving her with one daughter. That daughter had grown up, married, and given Lynn a granddaughter, the same intense young woman who had led Jack to her. "Vanley," Lynn called to the girl who sat at a respectful distance, "come meet your namesake properly." The girl approached cautiously, her eyes never leaving Jack's face. Namesake. Lynn smiled, the expression transforming her face to one Jack recognised from memory. "Yes, Van for my brother who died in the war, and Lee ... She looked at Jack. "The closest I could come to your state. Oregon. I couldn't speak its name without raising questions, but I wanted her to carry something of you." Jack felt humbled by this revelation, that Lynn had found a way to honour their connection even when separated by impossible distances and political divides. "What happens now?" Lynn asked quietly when Vanley had left them alone once more. "You found me. Your promise is kept." Jack reached for her hand, weathered now like his own, but fitting perfectly against his palm just as it had 20 years earlier. "Now," he said, "we make a new promise. If you want to." Lynn's eyes searched his face. "Your home is America. Mine is here." "Home is where you are," Jack replied simply. "It took me 20 years and half the world to figure that out, but I know it now. Whether that's here in Vietnam, back in Oregon, or somewhere else entirely, I don't care. I just don't want to lose you again." Lynn closed her eyes briefly, tears slipping from beneath her lashes. When she opened them again, they held the same certainty he remembered from their first night together, beneath another banyan tree. "I kept something for you," she said, reaching into a pocket of her simple dress. From it she withdrew a folded piece of paper, worn thin with age and multiple readings. Jack unfolded it carefully, recognising his own handwriting despite the years that had passed. It was the letter he had written the morning they parted, the one he assumed had been lost when the shelter was burned. "You are my home," he had written in English with a clumsy Vietnamese translation beneath. "I will find you." "You did find me," Lynn said softly, "after all this time." As the setting sun filtered through the aerial roots of the banyan tree, Casting the same dappled patterns that had witnessed their first love, Jack and Lynn began the patient work of building a future from the fragments of a past that war had stolen but never fully destroyed. Above them, the ancient Banyan stood as it had for generations before them and would for generations after, its roots connecting sky to earth, past to future, and two souls who had found their way back to each other against all odds. Naburishtar's knuckles whitened as he gripped the edge of the stone observation platform. The night air hung heavy with the scent of incense and river clay as he stared upward, his breath caught in his throat. There, against the black canvas of night, Mars glowed with unnatural ferocity, and trailing behind it, a comet of deep crimson streaked across the heavens like a wound. "No," he whispered, checking his tablets again. "It cannot be." But the calculations were unambiguous. This was the 9th celestial omen in a sequence he had been tracking for months. 9, the number of completion, of finality. The blood comet of Nergal, crossing the path of passing in conjunction with Mars during the month of Tashritu. In the ancient texts, such a sign heralded one thing only: the fall of kings, the fall of Babylon itself. At 45, Naburishtar had served as royal astrologer to 2 kings. Silver threaded his black beard now, and the lines around his eyes had deepened from decades of night observations. He had earned his position through precision and honesty, qualities increasingly rare in Babylon's fractured court. "Master?" A voice interrupted his thoughts. Kalani, his apprentice, climbed the final steps to join him. Slender and quick-minded, she carried additional calculation tablets. "I brought the ephemeris you requested, but the temple archivist asked why we needed the error prophecies. They're restricted texts." "Because the archivists guard knowledge as if it were gold, when it should flow like water," Nabur replied, more sharply than intended. He softened his tone. "What do you see, Kalani?" She followed his gaze upward, her expression shifting from curiosity to concern. The warrior and the messenger of flame, together in Tashrutu. It's unusual. "It's unprecedented in our lifetime," Nabur corrected. "The last recorded sighting was during the fall of Nineveh." The implication hung between them. Nineveh, the mighty Assyrian capital, had fallen nearly a century ago, its destruction so complete that it passed into legend. "You believe this foretells destruction for Babylon?" she asked, her voice carefully neutral. Nabur gathered his tablets. "I believe in what the heavens reveal, not what men wish to see. This is the 9th sign, Kalani, not in isolation, but as culmination." Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of sandaled feet on stone. A palace messenger appeared, his bronze pectoral gleaming in the torchlight. "Royal astrologer," he bowed stiffly, "your presence is required at court, immediately." Nabur exchanged a glance with Kalani. "Prince Belshazzar holds court at this hour." "The emergency council has been convened," the messenger replied. "News has arrived from the east." The east, where Cyrus of Persia had been steadily consuming territories, his empire expanding like a flood across the known world. For years, Babylon had observed with detached confidence, protected by its massive walls and the reputation of invincibility built over centuries. As they descended the ziggurat stairs, Kalani whispered, "Will you tell them about the omen?" "Truth is my obligation," Nabur answered, though uncertainty gnawed at him. "But truth at court requires careful presentation." The last time he had delivered unwelcome celestial news, a decade ago during a partial eclipse, his warning had been misconstrued. Markets panicked, grain hoarding began, and people starved needlessly. King Nabonidus had nearly stripped him of his position. The throne room buzzed with tension. Belshazzar, son of the absent King Nabonidus, reclined on the lesser throne, jewel-encrusted goblet in hand. At 30, the Prince Regent embodied Babylon's excesses, brilliant but capricious, educated but impatient. Around him clustered the city's power brokers, General Riat Adu with his war-weathered face, merchants in fine linens, and Belatu Shumu, the high priest of Marduk whose elaborate headdress marked him as the god's earthly voice. "Ah, our star reader arrives," Belshazzar announced, silencing the murmurs. "Perhaps the heavens have prepared us for this news." Nabur bowed. "What news comes from the east, my prince?" General Riat Adu stepped forward. "Cyrus has crossed the Diyala River with an army larger than any previously reported. Sippar has surrendered without resistance." Shocked voices erupted. Sippar lay barely 2 days' march from Babylon. "Impossible!" Belatu Shumu's voice cut through the chaos. "Sippar houses the temple of Shamash himself. The sun god would never permit." "The sun god apparently found Persian terms acceptable," the general interrupted dryly. "Their priests surrendered the city gates at dawn." Belshazzar silenced them with a raised hand. "Naburishtar, what say the stars of this Persian advance? Surely Marduk would warn his chosen city." All eyes turned to the astrologer. Nabur felt the weight of each gaze, the general's skepticism, the priest's hostility, the prince's desperate hope for reassurance. "The heavens speak clearly tonight, my prince," Nabur began carefully. "I have observed a conjunction that appeared only once before in our recorded histories." "And what did this conjunction herald?" Belshazzar leaned forward. "The fall of Nineveh," Nabur answered truthfully. The room fell silent. Then Belatu Shumu laughed, the sound echoing artificially against the painted walls. "Astrologer, you overstep," the high priest said. "Your discipline deals with agricultural timing and festival dates, not matters of state. Marduk's temples have received no such omens." "Because you haven't looked," Nabur replied evenly. "This is the 9th celestial warning. The previous 8. "Enough!" Belshazzar's voice cracked with strain. "Babylon has stood for 1,000 years. Our walls are impenetrable. The Euphrates itself guards our gates." General Riat Adu cleared his throat. "With respect, my prince, Cyrus has conquered 16 cities previously thought impenetrable. The army requires direction. If we believe the city threatened—" "You would have us panic based on a comet," Belatu Shumu interrupted. "Create chaos in our markets, undermine confidence in our king's return." "I speak only of what the skies reveal," Nabur insisted. "The patterns are consistent with—" "With your interpretation," the priest countered. "An interpretation, I remind the council, from the same astrologer whose eclipse prediction caused needless suffering a decade ago." The old wound deliberately reopened. Nabur felt heat rise in his face. "That was a misapplication of my warning, not an error in reading." "Yet people starved all the same," Belatu Shumu smiled thinly. Belshazzar rubbed his temples. "General, double the western garrisons. Priest, ensure the temples perform the appropriate rituals. Neber, continue your observations, but contain these predictions to this council." As the gathering dissolved, Nabur felt a presence at his elbow. General Riat Adu, stone-faced but with eyes that missed nothing. "Walk with me, astrologer." They moved through columned hallways where their footsteps echoed against alabaster and lapis lazuli. "You believe what you saw," the general stated rather than asked. "The heavens don't lie, General. Men do. And yet you presented this omen knowing it would be rejected." Riat Adu stopped, studying Nabur's face. "You're no political fool, despite what Belatu Shumu implies. Truth is my duty, regardless of its reception." The general laughed without humour. "Truth is luxury in wartime, Naburishtar. What we need now is advantage." He lowered his voice. "Come to my villa tomorrow. Bring your observations, all of them. Perhaps together we can determine what action these stars of yours truly demand." As Riat Adu walked away, Nabur felt a prickling sense of being watched. Turning, he glimpsed a figure retreating into the shadows, not a guard or courtier, but someone moving with deliberate stealth. The blood comet had been seen by others, and in Babylon's court knowledge was never neutral. It was power, wielded like a blade. Dawn broke over Babylon like molten copper spilling across the sky. From the royal observatory, Nibbur watched the city awaken. Smoky cook fires, merchants arranging their wares beneath awnings of striped cloth, water carriers balancing clay vessels on strong shoulders. How many of these people, he wondered, had any notion that their world teetered on the edge of cataclysm? "You didn't sleep," Kalani observed, appearing with bread and figs. "The stars demanded attention," Nibbur replied, accepting the food gratefully. In truth, he'd been consulting obscure texts, forbidden ones, smuggled from the restricted archives by a sympathetic scribe. The Enuma Anu Enlil tablets spoke of similar conjunctions during the fall of Ur and the Gutian invasions, pattern upon pattern, confirmation upon confirmation. "You're troubled by more than stars," Kalani noted, her perceptiveness occasionally unsettling. Despite being half his age, she possessed an uncanny ability to read human intentions, perhaps more skillfully than celestial ones. "General Rihat Adu has summoned me to his villa," Nibbur admitted. "He seems unusually interested in my observations." Kalani's expression remained neutral, but something flickered in her eyes. "The general is a practical man. If he believes your warnings, perhaps others will follow. Or perhaps he seeks to control the narrative." Nibbur studied his apprentice. "What do you know of him?" "Only that he's commanded Babylon's armies for 15 years, survived 2 kings, and maintains extensive trade connections in Damascus and Egypt." She paused. "And that his niece married into a Median family with Persian sympathies." Nibbur raised an eyebrow. "You've made inquiries." "Knowledge is survival," she echoed his own frequent teaching. "Especially now." As Nibbur gathered his tablets for the meeting, a commotion erupted from the street below. A crowd had formed around a man in dusty robes who gestured wildly, his voice carrying upward in fragments. "Waters run backwards, walls of air where stone should stand. Cyrus approaches with demons at his command." Palace guards pushed through the gathering, seizing the man roughly. One struck him across the face, silencing his proclamations. "Fear spreads faster than truth," Nibbur murmured. "Is it only fear?" Kalani challenged quietly. "Or does he see what others refuse to acknowledge?" The question hung between them, unanswered. General Riat Adu's villa occupied a privileged position in Babylon's administrative district, close enough to the palace for convenience, yet removed enough for privacy. Unlike the ostentatious homes of merchants or priests, it presented a facade of military simplicity. Clean lines, minimal ornamentation, strategic sight lines. A servant conducted Nibbur through an inner courtyard where a fountain played musically over carved stone. The general waited in a sparse reception room, a map-covered table before him. "Astrologer," he nodded, dismissing the servant. "Your punctuality honours me." "Your invitation offered little choice, General." A hint of amusement crossed Riat Adu's weathered face. "Direct as always. It's why I requested you personally when Nabonidus sought a new court astrologer." This was news to Nibbur. "I believed my appointment came through the temple." "The temple provided candidates. I provided perspective." The general gestured to the tablets Nibbur carried. "You've brought your observations?" For the next hour, Nibbur detailed the 9 omens, beginning with subtle shifts in planetary positions months earlier, culminating in the blood comet. The general listened without interruption, occasionally making notations on a wax tablet. "And these signs," Riat Adu finally said, "convince you that Babylon will fall?" "They indicate a profound change in governance," Nibbur answered carefully. "Whether through conquest or internal collapse remains unclear." "Yet you specifically reference Nineveh in council." "The patterns most closely resemble those recorded then, yes." The general rose, pouring 2 cups of wine. "And if I told you we have reports of Persian engineers studying the Euphrates for weeks, measuring depths, calculating flow?" Nabur accepted the wine but didn't drink. "I would say the heavens and earth align in their warnings. Balatushumu would call it coincidence. Balatushumu serves the temple's interests, not truth." "And what of the king's interests?" The general's voice hardened. "Nabonidus has spent years neglecting Marduk for foreign gods, leaving his son to play at rulership while he wanders the desert. Now he returns expecting loyalty." The conversation had shifted to dangerous ground. Nabur chose his words with precision. "I serve the office, not the man." "A convenient distinction." Riat Adu leaned forward. "But times of change require choosing sides, astrologer. When the Persians arrive, and they will arrive, what matters is not who predicted their coming, but who positions themselves advantageously in the new order." The implication crystallized. "You're negotiating with Cyrus." "I'm ensuring Babylon's survival," the general corrected. "Cyrus doesn't destroy what submits. Ask the Medes, the Lydians, even the Jews. He requires only acknowledgement of his authority." "And you would facilitate this submission?" "With minimal bloodshed," Riat Adu confirmed. "But I need your cooperation. Your warnings, while accurate, must be modulated. Too much panic, and the city becomes ungovernable. Too little concern, and fools like Belshazzar might attempt genuine resistance." Nabur set down his untouched wine. "You want me to manipulate my readings?" "I want you to interpret them strategically," the general countered. "The stars speak, but men determine what their words mean. Do they not?" Before Nabur could respond, a discreet knock interrupted them. The servant reappeared, whispering something to Riat Adu, whose expression darkened. "It seems we must continue this discussion later," the general said. "The king's caravan has been sighted. Nabonidus returns to his troubled city at last." As Nabur gathered his tablets, the general added, "Consider carefully where your stars lead you, astrologer. Not everyone survives transitions of power, but those who help navigate them can flourish beyond imagination." The threat and promise hung in the air like incense. Outside, the city had transformed. Word of the king's return spread through the streets, prompting hasty preparations. Garlands appeared on doorways, merchants discounted their wares, temples opened for sudden influxes of worshippers seeking blessings. The machinery of royal arrival groaned into motion, part genuine reverence, part practiced performance. Nabur walked quickly, mind racing. The general's veiled treason complicated an already fraught situation. If Riat Adu controlled the army and had opened channels to Cyrus, Babylon might already be lost regardless of celestial warnings. So absorbed was he in these thoughts that Nabur failed to notice the followers until he turned into a less populated street. 3 men in nondescript clothing, maintaining exact distance, their eyes never leaving him. Not palace guards or temple servants, something else entirely. Nabur cut through a marketplace, winding between stalls of copper pots and dyed textiles. The men adjusted course smoothly. Professionals then, but whose? A narrow alley offered temporary concealment. Nabur ducked into it, pressing himself against the rough brick. Footsteps approached, hesitated, then moved past. He released a held breath, and felt cold metal against his throat. "Nabur Ishtar," a voice murmured behind him, "reader of stars and keeper of omens. Someone very important wishes to speak with you about your recent observations." "The palace can summon me officially," Nabur managed, the blade pressing uncomfortably against his pulse. A dry laugh. "If it were the palace, would we meet in such informal circumstances?" The blade withdrew slightly as a scented cloth pressed against Nabur's face. He struggled briefly as sweet-smelling darkness overwhelmed his senses, his last conscious thought a realization. The Ninth Omen wasn't just about Babylon's fall. It was about his own. Consciousness returned in fragments. First came sound, water dripping steadily onto stone, then sensation, cold floor beneath him, hands bound, finally sight, a windowless chamber lit by a single oil lamp, walls lined with clay tablets in wooden shelves. An archive room, but not the royal archive he knew intimately. This collection seemed older, the tablets darker with age, their arrangements following an unfamiliar system. "He wakes," a voice observed. Nabur blinked away lingering disorientation. 3 figures regarded him from across the small room. 2 were clearly guards, their posture betraying military training despite civilian clothes. The third, a slender, aging man in austere robes, studied Nabur with clinical detachment. "Forgive the theatrical nature of your invitation," the robed man said. "Discretion was essential." "Kidnapping a royal astrologer lacks discretion," Nabur replied, testing his bonds. "Tight but not painful, restraint rather than punishment." "Merely borrowing," the man corrected. "I am Shubshi Mashra Shakan, keeper of the old archive." The name triggered recognition. The old archive, a semi-mythical collection maintained by traditionalists who believed the royal library had been corrupted by political influences. They preserved texts purged from official records during dynastic transitions. "You risk much for a conversation," Nabur observed. "We risk everything for truth," Shubshi Mashrashakan gestured, and one of the guards cut Nabur's bonds. "Your blood comet observation has created ripples in certain circles." "The conjunction is undeniable," Nabur rubbed his wrists. "Its interpretation is precisely why you're here." The archivist moved to a recessed shelf, retrieving a tablet so ancient its edges had worn smooth. "This records identical celestial phenomena before Ur's collapse, with one critical difference you've overlooked." He placed the tablet before Nabur, who leaned forward with professional interest despite his situation. The cuneiform was archaic, but decipherable. Astronomical observations in the left columns, interpretations on the right. As Nabur read, his breath caught. According to this ancient record, the blood comet heralded not just political upheaval, but rebirth. Destruction followed by renewal, an ending that contained a beginning. "This contradicts nothing in my reading," Nabur finally said. "Change comes to Babylon, catastrophic change." "But not necessarily final change," the archivist pressed. "The stars speak of transition, not termination. Cyrus is not the doom of civilization, but its inheritor." Understanding dawned. "You're Persian sympathizers." "We're knowledge preservers," Shubshi Mashrashakan corrected sharply. "For 2 centuries we've watched Babylon's ruling houses distort history to serve their narratives. Nabonidus neglects Marduk for foreign cults. Belshazzar drains the treasury for pleasure palaces while infrastructure crumbles. Meanwhile, Cyrus practices religious tolerance and administrative innovation," Nabur finished. "So I've heard. General Riyat Adu made similar arguments earlier today." Surprise flickered across the archivist's face. "The general revealed himself to you?" "Not explicitly, but his meaning was clear." Nabur studied the old man carefully. "You coordinate with him?" A careful pause. "Let us say our interests temporarily align, but where the general seeks political advantage, we seek cultural preservation." "And what role have you assigned me in this preservation?" The archivist signalled, and the guards retreated to the corridor outside, closing the heavy door. "Your 9 omens will be the talk of every tavern by nightfall, despite the council's attempt at secrecy," he said quietly. "Belatu Shumu already positions himself to declare your reading heretical. The only question is whether panic or repression prevails when Nabonidus arrives." "Unless I offer a third interpretation," Nabur surmised, "one that acknowledges change while preventing panic." "Precisely. The transition need not be blood-soaked if properly managed. Cyrus doesn't want Babylon destroyed, he wants it incorporated." Nabur considered his position. These archivists offered a compelling historical precedent that modified but didn't contradict his observations, if he emphasized the renewal aspect of the omen. And if I refuse? Shubshimashra Shakan smiled sadly. Then events proceed without your guidance. The blood comet becomes a tool for those like Balatushumu, who would rather see Babylon burn than change. And historians, if any survive, will record that the greatest astrologer of the age failed his final test. A masterful manipulation, appealing to both Nibiru's ego and conscience. Yet something in the archivist's desperation rang true. "I'll consider your interpretation," Nibiru said carefully, "but I must verify it against my own calculations." Relief visibly washed over the old man. "We ask nothing more." He retrieved another tablet. This contains observational details missing from the royal archives, purged during Nebuchadnezzar's revisionism. Take it, compare, then decide. A guard escorted Nibiru through winding corridors that eventually opened into an unfamiliar section of the city's western quarter. Only as he emerged into late afternoon sunlight did Nibiru realize how long he'd been detained. The streets buzzed with anticipation of the king's arrival. Royal guards established positions at major intersections, merchants hastily rearranged displays to feature luxury goods, and temple officials in formal regalia directed preparations for welcome ceremonies. All this theatre for a king who had abandoned his city for years, chasing religious visions in the desert while his son mismanaged the realm. The irony wasn't lost on Nibiru. He needed time to process the archivist's revelations, but time had become scarce. The Royal Observatory would already be preparing for tonight's ceremonial observations, traditional star readings to mark the king's return. His absence would be noted. As Nibiru hurried through increasingly crowded streets, a hand suddenly grasped his arm, pulling him into a recessed doorway. He tensed, preparing for another abduction. "Master Nibiru," Kalani's urgent whisper, "where have you been? The palace has searched everywhere. They're saying you fled after delivering false omens." "What? Who's saying this?" "Balatushumu. He's convinced Prince Belshazzar that your blood comet reading was deliberately provocative, designed to create panic before the king's arrival." "Of course." The high priest had moved quickly to undermine him. "I was consulting alternative sources," Nibiru explained, showing her the ancient tablet. "There may be more to the Ninth Omen than I initially understood." Kalani's eyes widened as she recognized the tablet's age. "Is that from—" "Ask me no questions about its provenance," Nibiru cut her off. "We must return to the observatory immediately. Tonight's ceremonial reading becomes crucially important." As they navigated the thickening crowds, Kalani moved with unusual tension. Twice she glanced over her shoulder, her hand repeatedly touching a pouch at her waist. "Something troubles you beyond my absence," Nibiru observed. She hesitated before responding. "While you were consulting, I received a visitor at the observatory, a trader from Damascus who asked pointed questions about Persian astronomical techniques." "A spy?" "Almost certainly, but his knowledge was genuine. He spoke of observational methods I've never encountered, ways of calculating planetary positions with remarkable precision." "Did he offer names, contacts?" "Better." Her hand went to the pouch. "Star charts, Persian calculations for the next 50 years. Nibiru nearly stopped walking. "Kalani, possessing such documents could be called treason," she finished, "or could be called scientific exchange. The difference depends entirely on who prevails in coming days." The implication stunned him. His own apprentice had independently established connections with Persian sympathizers, but for scientific purposes or political ones. "You must be careful," he said finally. "Very careful. The court fractures along multiple fault lines now." She studied him with unsettling directness. "And where do you stand, Master? With Nabonidus? With the priests? With the general's pragmatism? Or perhaps with those who prioritize knowledge above transient rulers?" Before he could answer, They reached the ziggurat's base where palace guards immediately surrounded them. "Royal astrologer," their captain said stiffly, "you're summoned to the king's presence, immediately." "Nabonidus has arrived?" Nabur asked. "Within the hour. The welcome procession approaches the Ishtar gate." The captain hesitated, then added with pointed emphasis, "The king expects a favourable reading." The implicit threat hung in the air as they were escorted upward. Tonight's stars would determine more than royal fortunes. They would determine Nabur's own. The royal procession wound through Babylon's central avenue like a bejewelled serpent. Thousands lined the processional way, some from genuine loyalty, others from calculation, most from simple curiosity. Gold flashed in the late afternoon sun as Nabonidus' personal guard marched in perfect formation, their polished armour proclaiming Babylon's wealth more effectively than any treasury count. From a balcony overlooking the route, Nabur watched with divided attention. Part of his mind registered the pageantry, the flag-bearers, the incense carriers, the chanting priests. But his thoughts primarily grappled with the ancient tablet from the old archive and its controversial interpretation of the blood comet. If Shubshi-Mashra Shakan spoke truly, the omen foretold change but not destruction, transition, not obliteration. The difference seemed academic when Persian forces gathered beyond the horizon, yet it might mean everything in how Babylon faced its approaching crisis. "The king looks unwell," Kalani murmured beside him. Nabur focused on the royal litter now passing below. Nabonidus sat stiffly beneath a golden canopy, his face unnaturally pale despite desert exposure. At 60-something, his exact age a court secret, the king had always maintained vigour unusual for his years. Today, however, something vital seemed diminished in him. 10 years in the desert changes a man," Nabur replied, "even a king." The desert? Or what he found there? Kalani's tone suggested deeper knowledge. Before Nabur could question her, a palace attendant appeared at his elbow. "The king requests your immediate presence in the throne room. You're to bring your observation tablets and celestial instruments." The throne room had transformed since yesterday's council meeting. Haste-arranged opulence now draped every surface. Fresh flowers, gold vessels, precious textiles displayed as casual decoration. Courtiers in their finest garments created carefully orchestrated groupings, each positioned to catch the king's eye without appearing to seek attention. Nabonidus occupied the great throne, fingers drumming restlessly on its golden arms. Prince Belshazzar stood nearby, his forced smile betraying tension. General Riat Adu maintained a warrior stillness by the military standards, while Belatu Shumu positioned himself prominently among his priests. "Astrologer," the king's voice cracked with disuse. "Approach!" Nabur moved forward and prostrated himself formally. "My king honours me with his attention." "Rise." Nabonidus's eyes held a feverish intensity. "I am told you've observed unusual celestial activity during my absence." Carefully Nabur rose. "The heavens have indeed shown remarkable patterns, Majesty." "Patterns some interpret as ill omens," Belatu Shumu interjected smoothly, "though such readings always contain ambiguities." The high priest's implied challenge hung in the air. Nabur measured his response, acutely aware of competing factions observing this exchange. The general wanted strategic ambiguity. The archivist wanted emphasis on transition rather than destruction. The priest wanted Nabur discredited entirely. And the king, what did Nabonidus want? "I have observed 9 significant celestial events culminating in yesterday's blood comet," Nabur stated plainly. "Such sequences appear rarely in our records, most notably before periods of profound change." "Change," Nabonidus repeated, leaning forward. "Speak plainly, astrologer. Do the stars foretell my doom?" Direct royal questions demanded direct answers, yet multiple interpretations now competed in Nabur's mind. His original reading, the archivist's historical precedent, political expediency. The stars foretell transformation, Majesty. Whether that transformation brings suffering depends not on celestial decree, but on human response. Nabonidus's eyes narrowed. Clever equivocation, but I didn't spend a decade communing with Sin to accept diplomatic half-truths now. Sin, the moon god. The deity Nabonidus had elevated above Marduk during his religious reforms, outraging traditionalists. While in the desert, the king continued, I experienced visions, powerful messages from Sin himself. In the most recent, I saw Babylon's rivers turn to stone while fire rained from heaven. The city neither fell nor stood, but changed, transformed. His gaze bore into Nabur. Does this align with your Ninth Omen? The room stilled. Nabonidus had just described, with unsettling accuracy, elements of the ancient tablet's interpretation of the Blood Comet, an interpretation supposedly purged from official records centuries ago. Such a vision, Nabur said carefully, shows remarkable consonance with certain alternative readings of the present celestial signs. Alternative readings not found in the royal archives, Belatushumu noted with dangerous softness. Not all knowledge resides in sanctioned repositories, High Priest, Nabur countered. The stars themselves keep the oldest records. Enough cryptic exchanges, Nabonidus declared. Tonight, astrologer, you will conduct a formal reading from the Ziggurat summit. All Babylon will witness what the heavens truly portend. He raised his voice to address the court. I have returned to guide this city through its transformation, whatever form that takes. As the formal audience concluded, Nabur found himself cornered by Belatushumu near a column of lapis lazuli. You've aligned yourself with dangerous factions, astrologer, the high priest murmured. The old archive should have remained buried in obscurity where Nebuchadnezzar wisely left it. So the priest knew of Nebu's consultation. The temple's intelligence network apparently rivaled the palace's own. Knowledge serves no faction, high priest. It simply is. A philosopher's naivety, Belatushumu smiled thinly. Knowledge always serves those who possess it. Tonight's reading determines whether you retain that privilege. He leaned closer. Choose your interpretation with care. The king's mind balances on a blade's edge between revelation and madness. As the priest glided away, Nabur felt a different presence at his back. He's right about one thing, General Riat Adu said quietly. Tonight's reading matters more than you know. Everyone seems remarkably concerned with my astronomical interpretations today, Nabur observed dryly. Because astronomy is no longer merely science, the general replied. It's become policy. Cyrus marches while Nabonidus dreams, and Babylon's fate hangs on whether its people face that truth with dignity or denial. The general's gaze shifted to activity across the hall, where Prince Belshazzar huddled with his sycophants. Tonight, I position my most loyal units at strategic points throughout the city, ostensibly for the king's protection. And actually, Nabur dared to ask. Riat Adu's weather-lined face revealed nothing. Insurance against foolish resistance when the inevitable occurs, he straightened. I won't tell you what to read in your stars, astrologer, but know that blood is easily spilled and impossible to return to the vessel. The warning delivered, he departed, leaving Nabur increasingly isolated in the swirling court currents. Evening approached with unsettling swiftness. Nabur sequestered himself in the observatory, reviewing his calculations one final time. The blood comet's position remained unambiguous. Its meaning, that had become the battleground. Kalani entered, carrying ceremonial robes for the public reading. Her usual composure seemed fractured, tension evident in her movements. "You've made your decision?" she asked. "I've reviewed all possible interpretations," Nabur answered carefully. "Historical precedent suggests multiple valid readings. But you can only present one tonight," she set down the robes. "Master Nabur, before you choose, there's something you should know." Her voice dropped. The Persian advance guard has already entered the city. Nabur froze. Impossible. The walls are irrelevant when gates open from within, she finished. My contact confirmed it this afternoon. Cyrus's engineers have diverted part of the Euphrates, lowering the water level at the river gates. By midnight, Persian forces can wade through. You've known this was coming, Nabur realized. Not a question. Kalani met his gaze unflinchingly. I've known that Babylon's time under current governance draws to a close, yes. The stars revealed it months ago, though you focused on more traditional interpretations. And you didn't think to share these alternative readings. Would you have believed them from an apprentice, she challenged, or would you have reported me for Persian sympathies? The accusation stung because it contained truth. Nabur had ignored subtle indicators his brightest student had been carefully highlighting, too invested in traditional methodology to recognize innovation. Tonight's reading was never going to change Babylon's fate, Kalani continued softly, but it might change how that fate unfolds. Panic and resistance mean bloodshed. Acceptance means transition. The realization crystallized with perfect clarity. Nabur stood at the fulcrum of history, not as the great astrologer who predicted an empire's fall, but as the man who determined whether that fall became slaughter or surrender. The Ninth Omen was never about prediction, he murmured. It was about preparation. Kalani nodded solemnly. The stars reveal the path. They don't dictate how we walk it. As twilight descended, torches illuminated the processional way to the great ziggurat. Thousands gathered, their faces upturned with mingled hope and dread. Upon the massive stepped structure, Babylon's elite assembled on the second highest level, while Nabur, Nabonidus, and select priests occupied the summit platform. The night sky opened above them like a vault of polished obsidian. Stars emerged with cold clarity. The blood comet now prominently visible, its crimson trail stretching across the heavens. Nabur stood before his astronomical instruments, quadrant, astrolabe, and calculation tablets, the culmination of a lifetime's devotion to celestial truth. Yet truth, he now understood, contained multitudes. The stars spoke clearly. Interpretation transformed their message into either salvation or destruction. People of Babylon, he began, his voice carrying across the hushed gathering. The heavens manifest signs for those with wisdom to read them. For months, the celestial spheres have shown patterns of increasing significance, patterns now culminating in the Ninth Omen. He gestured toward the blood comet. Ancient records tell us this configuration heralded the fall of Nineveh and the transition of changes that reshaped the known world. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Nabur saw Balatushumu tense, preparing to intervene, while Nabonidus leaned forward with feverish intensity. But those who see only destruction misread the heavens, Nabur continued, for the ancients recognized what we have forgotten, that endings contain beginnings. Transition, not termination, forms the celestial message. He turned to face the king directly. Majesty, your vision of rivers turning to stone speaks profound truth. Change comes to Babylon, inevitable as the stars' progression. But how that change manifests, whether through blood or peaceful transition, remains our choice. Nabonidus's eyes widened with understanding. Whatever madness or wisdom the desert had instilled in him, he recognized the diplomatic path Nabur offered. Before the king could respond, a messenger arrived breathlessly, whispering urgently to General Riat Adu. The general's face remained impassive, but he immediately moved to Nabonidus's side with measured urgency. Words passed between them. The king's expression shifted from confusion to resignation. He raised a hand, silencing the growing murmurs. "People of Babylon," Nabonidus proclaimed, his voice stronger than it had been since his return. "The heavens speak truth through our astrologer. Transition approaches. Indeed, arrives at our very gates. Gasps and cries erupted as understanding spread. Nabur caught Kalani's eye across the platform. She nodded once, confirmation of what he already knew. The Persians had entered. "I have ruled as sin directed," Nabonidus continued. "Now the gods direct a new path. Babylon shall endure, not through futile resistance, but through wisdom. No blood need stain our streets if we recognize divine will." In that moment, history pivoted. The crowd might have erupted in panic or calls for resistance. Instead, a strange calm descended, the acceptance of inevitability guided by celestial authority. Belatu stepped forward, seizing the narrative with political instinct. "The gods have spoken through stars and kings," he announced, as if this had been his position all along. "Marduk welcomes worthy successors when they come in peace." As the night progressed, reports filtered through the city. Persian forces entering unopposed through the riverbed. Cyrus himself approaching with promises of autonomy and religious freedom. The Babylonian army standing down on General Riat Adu's orders. A conquest without battle, a transition without tears. The Ninth Omen fulfilled not as catastrophe, but as transformation. Hours later, as dawn approached, Nabur stood alone on the ziggurat summit. The blood comet had faded with night's passing, its message delivered. "You chose well," Kalani said, joining him in the liminal light. "I chose truth," Nabur replied, one of several possible truths. "The one that preserved life," she observed. "History will remember you for it." "History remembers what victors inscribe on tablets," he said wryly. "My name may vanish like the comet itself." "Perhaps." She held out a small clay tablet. "Which is why I've prepared this. Your observation record, complete with interpretations. I have contacts who will preserve it in places even conquerors don't think to look." Nabur accepted the tablet, oddly moved by his apprentice's foresight. "You've surpassed your teacher, Kalani. Only because you taught me to see beyond the obvious." She gazed toward the eastern horizon where the sun now crested, painting Babylon's towers gold. "Cyrus offers me a position in his new observatory. He values Babylonian astronomical knowledge." "You should accept," Nabur said without hesitation. "The stars remain, regardless of who rules beneath them." "And you? Will you serve the new king?" Nabur considered the question as dawn's light transformed the city. Babylon stood as it had yesterday, its walls intact, its towers proud, its people alive. Yet everything had changed. "My time as royal astrologer ends with Nabonidus's reign," he decided. "But perhaps I might find purpose in the old archive, preserving knowledge for those who come after us." In the distance, trumpets announced a new arrival. Cyrus the Great, conqueror of nations, entered Babylon not as destroyer, but as successor. The Ninth Omen completed its arc across history's sky, leaving Babylon transformed but unbroken, a transition written in stars and fulfilled by human wisdom. 6 months passed since Babylon's bloodless submission. Summer heat shimmered above the city, distorting its towering silhouette against cloudless skies. From his modest quarters near the old archive, Nabur observed the subtle transformations reshaping the ancient metropolis. Persian administrative efficiency revealed itself in small, meaningful changes. Aqueducts repaired after decades of neglect, standardized weights and measures in marketplaces, multilingual proclamations ensuring Persian edicts were understood by all citizens. Cyrus had kept his promises of religious tolerance, restoring Marduk's primacy in Babylon while honouring local traditions throughout his expanding empire. Nabonidus lived in comfortable exile, granted an estate in distant Carmania, where he could pursue his religious contemplations without political consequence. Prince Belshazzar had not fared as well, attempting a futile rebellion that ended with his execution, the only significant bloodshed of the transition. Nabur ran weathered fingers over the clay tablets surrounding him. His new position as senior archivist satisfied his scholarly nature in ways court astronomy never had. Here, amid the accumulated wisdom of centuries, he could trace patterns across civilizations, celestial observations from Akkadians, Sumerians, and early Babylonians, each culture building upon its predecessor's knowledge. The archive door swung open, admitting Shubshi Mashra Shakan. Age had further bent the old archivist's shoulders, but his eyes remained sharp. "Our Persian friends request more astronomical calculations," he announced, setting down a sealed tablet. "It seems their road-building projects require precise seasonal predictions." Nabur broke the seal. The request came through official channels but bore Kalani's distinctive notational style. As Cyrus's newly appointed chief astronomer, she maintained discreet connections with her former mentor. "They trust our calculations more than their own," Nabur observed. "They're practical enough to recognize superior methodology," Shubshi Mashrashakan replied. "Conquest doesn't equate to superiority in all domains." Together they worked through the calculations, combining Babylonian precision with Persian innovations Kalani had introduced. The synthesis created something new, a methodology neither purely Babylonian nor Persian. "You predicted this," the old archivist remarked, watching Nabur inscribe the final figures. "Not just Babylon's transition, but this blending of knowledge." "I observed possibilities," Nabur corrected. "The stars suggested patterns. Humans determined their manifestation." "A distinction increasingly lost in popular accounts," Shubshi Mashrashakan said dryly. "In taverns, they already call you the prophet of Babylon, who foretold Cyrus's coming. Some claim you've been granted divine sight by Sin himself." Nabur grimaced. Such myth-making undermined everything he valued about astronomical science. "Dangerous nonsense. I observed a conjunction and applied historical precedent." "History becomes legend, becomes myth," the old man shrugged, "which is why preservation of accurate records matters so profoundly." After completing the calculations, Nabur walked through the city, observing its resumed rhythms. Babylon under Persian governance functioned remarkably like Babylon under Babylonian rule. Merchants haggled, priests conducted rituals, children played in side streets. Ordinary life continued beneath changed authority. Near the central market, a freshly painted building caught his attention. The Persian administrative headquarters had replaced its Babylonian military predecessor, emblazoned with Cyrus's royal standard. "Does the famous stargazer approve of our renovations?" a familiar voice inquired. General Riyat Adu, now Governor Riyat Adu under the Persian administration, approached with a small retinue of mixed Babylonian and Persian guards. His transition from military commander to civilian administrator had proceeded seamlessly, his pragmatism rewarded with continued authority. "The building serves its purpose," Nabur replied neutrally. The general dismissed his entourage with a gesture, falling into step beside Nabur. "Still disapproving of those who facilitated necessity?" "I neither approve nor disapprove of political calculations, Governor. They exist outside my domain." "Yet your astronomical calculations made political outcomes possible," Riyat Adu countered. "Your public reading convinced the populace that submission fulfilled divine will rather than betrayed patriotic duty." They walked in silence for several moments, the unspoken question hanging between them. Had Nabur manipulated celestial interpretation to serve political ends? Or had he simply recognized truth in its complex totality? "The stars revealed transition," Nabur finally said. "I offered an interpretation that minimized suffering. Whether that served Babylon, Cyrus, or your ambitions matters less than the blood not spilled." Riyat Adu laughed softly. "We're not so different, astrologer. We both read patterns others miss and act accordingly." "With different motivations," Nabur noted, "but similar results." The governor paused as they reached a newly constructed Persian fire altar. Cyrus returns next month for the autumn equinox ceremonies. He requests your presence. Apparently your reputation has reached imperial ears. I've retired from court astronomy, Nabur demurred. This isn't a request for professional services, Riat Adu clarified. Rather recognition of historical significance. The man whose reading facilitated peaceful transition deserves acknowledgement. The stars facilitated transition, Nabur corrected. I merely reported their position. The general's weathered face creased with genuine amusement. Maintain that fiction if it comforts you. We both know interpretation shapes reality as surely as facts themselves. As Riat Adu departed, Nabur remained troubled by the exchange. Had he simply recorded astronomical truth, or had he shaped narrative to achieve preferred outcomes? The boundary between observation and manipulation had blurred during that crucial night. Returning to the archive, Nabur found an unexpected visitor waiting. Belatu Shumu, no longer bedecked in the high priest's regalia, but still carrying himself with practiced dignity. The archivist said I might find you here, the former priest said. I've brought something that belongs in these collections. He unwrapped a small bundle containing a clay tablet, its surface covered with precise cuneiform. Nabur recognized it immediately. Astronomical calculations from the Royal Observatory, specifically those documenting the Blood Comet. I removed this from the royal records before Persian administrators catalogued them, Belatu Shumu explained. Insurance, initially. Now, historical completion. Nabur accepted the tablet with scholarly reverence. A surprising act of preservation from someone who once threatened me for these very observations. Perspectives shift with circumstances, the former priest replied without apology. Like you, I've found unexpected purpose under new governance. Cyrus values religious knowledge as much as astronomical wisdom. As advisor on Babylonian rites? As comparative theologian, Belatu Shumu corrected. The Persian Zoroastrian practices share interesting elements with our older traditions. Scholarly documentation of these connections serves the empire's multicultural integration. Former adversaries repurposed by historical currents, perhaps the most Babylonian outcome possible. Adaptation had always been their civilization's greatest strength. Did you believe your own interpretation that night, Nabur asked suddenly, or was it political expedience? Belatu Shumu considered the question with unexpected candour. Does it matter? The interpretation served its purpose. Babylon stands, its people live, its knowledge continues. He gestured to the archive surrounding them. Isn't that what truly matters? After the former priest departed, Nabur remained among the tablets, contemplating the complex interplay between truth, interpretation, and outcome. He retrieved a fresh clay tablet and began writing. Not astronomical calculations, but personal reflection. I, Nabur Ishtar, once royal astrologer to King Nabonidus, record these words in the 5th month of Cyrus's governance of Babylon, not as prediction or proclamation, but as testimony for those who come after. The stars speak truth, but human ears hear selectively. The Ninth Omen revealed transition inevitable as sunrise. Whether that transition came through blood or peaceful acceptance, that choice belonged to human wisdom, not celestial decree. Truth exists in multiple dimensions. The Blood Comet foretold Babylon's fall. This was accurate. It also heralded Babylon's continuation under changed governance. This too was accurate. Both readings existed simultaneously in the same celestial event, like light and shadow inseparably linked. Did I manipulate interpretation to achieve preferred outcome? Perhaps. Did I recognize deeper truth that transcended immediate political concern? Also perhaps. The boundary between prophet and pragmatist blurs under historical scrutiny. For future scholars who discover these words, question not just what was observed, but why certain observations were preserved while others vanished. Truth resides not merely in what is recorded, but in understanding who did the recording and for what purpose. The stars endure, interpretations evolve, wisdom lies in recognizing both constants and variables across the cosmic equation. As Nabu inscribed the final words, twilight descended over Babylon. From his window he observed the first stars emerging, eternal, unchanging patterns against which human dramas briefly played. Kalani had been right. The Ninth Omen was never about prediction, but preparation. Not about foreseeing the inevitable, but framing how inevitability would be received. In a cedar box beneath his sleeping pallet lay the original Blood Comet calculations and his personal interpretations. Alongside them rested Kalani's secretly prepared record, and now Belatu Shumu's preserved tablet. Multiple perspectives on a single celestial event, each containing partial truth. Someday, perhaps centuries hence, scholars would discover these contradictory accounts and attempt to reconstruct what actually happened when Babylon fell without falling, when an empire transitioned without destruction. Would they understand that astronomical truth and human interpretation had become inseparable, that Nabu had become both observer and participant in the cosmic pattern? Outside, Babylon continued its eternal rhythms. Markets closed for evening. Temple fires illuminated ziggurats. Persian administrators and Babylonian citizens alike returned to their homes. The city breathed on, adapting as it had for centuries before and would for centuries after. The Ninth Omen had completed its arc through history. The Blood Comet had faded from view. But the pattern it revealed, the delicate interplay between cosmic forces and human choices, remained written in both stars and human hearts. Nabu sealed his reflection tablet and placed it carefully among older records, his contribution to the eternal conversation between those who observe the heavens and those who interpret their meaning. Truth, he had learned, was not singular, but multifaceted, a constellation of perspectives forming patterns visible only when viewed together across the vast skies of time. The end. The train station promise. Claire Bennett had always been good at disappearing, not the magic trick kind, though sometimes she wished she possessed that power, but the art of fading into backgrounds, of being present but unseen. At 16, she had mastered the ability to move through the halls of Riverside High like a ghost, clutching her worn leather journal to her chest like armour. It wasn't that she wanted to be invisible. Rather, invisibility had become a comfortable habit, like the way she tucked her feet under her when she wrote, or how she always chose the window seat on buses so she could press her forehead against the cool glass and pretend she was somewhere else, somewhere where quiet girls who filled notebooks with half-finished stories weren't overlooked. The morning of the field trip dawned grey and drizzly, perfect weather for disappearing. Claire sat alone on the bus, watching raindrops race down the window while her classmates chattered about the museum they were headed to in the city. She barely noticed when they pulled into the train station, too absorbed in sketching out a scene in her journal about a girl who could walk through walls. "Everyone stay together," Mrs. Patterson's voice cut through the humid air as they filed onto the platform. "The train arrives in 10 minutes. Claire hung back from the group, breathing in the peculiar mix of metal and moisture that seemed unique to train stations. The platform was nearly empty at this hour, save for a few hurried commuters, and her breath caught. A boy sat on one of the wooden benches hunched over a sketchbook. His dark hair fell across his forehead as his pencil moved across the page with quick, sure strokes. He looked up suddenly, as if sensing her gaze, and Claire found herself unable to look away from eyes that seemed to hold every shade of autumn. He smiled, and something shifted in Claire's carefully constructed world of shadows and silence. The platform beneath her feet felt less solid, as if the ground itself was conspiring to push her toward him. She clutched her journal tighter. "You're holding your breath," he said, his voice carrying across the space between them with surprising warmth. "Artist's habit. I do it too when I'm drawing." Claire realised he was right and let out a shaky exhale. She hadn't even noticed she was doing it. Before she could retreat into her well-worn silence, he held up his sketchbook, turning it toward her. On the page, rendered in swift, elegant lines, was the station platform, and there, at the edge of the scene, a girl with her head bent over a journal. Her. He'd been drawing her. The train whistle pierced the morning air and Claire jumped. She could hear Mrs. Patterson calling for final boarding, could feel the moments slipping away like water through her fingers. The boy stood, shouldering his backpack, and Claire noticed he wore a uniform from St. Michael's, a private school across town. "I'm Jason," he said, and there was something in the way he said it, like he was sharing a secret rather than just his name, that made Claire's heart stutter. "Claire," she managed, her voice barely above a whisper. The train doors hissed open behind them. In the chaos of her classmates' boarding, Jason stepped closer. "Do you believe in fate, Claire?" She didn't get to answer. Mrs. Patterson appeared at her elbow, ushering her toward the train. As Claire stepped through the doors, she looked back. Jason still stood on the platform, sketchbook in hand, that same quiet smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The last thing she saw before the doors closed was him tearing a page from his book and folding it carefully into his pocket. Claire found her window seat, pulse racing beneath her skin. As the train pulled away from the station, she opened her journal to a fresh page and began to write, her pencil moving with an urgency she'd never felt before. She didn't notice she was smiling until she caught her reflection in the window, and for the first time in years the girl looking back at her didn't seem quite so invisible anymore. The museum field trip passed in a blur of Renaissance paintings and marble sculptures, but Claire's mind kept drifting back to the boy from the train station. His sketch of her, the way he'd captured her in just a few swift lines, made her feel simultaneously exposed and understood. She found herself writing fragments of their brief encounter in her journal, trying to preserve every detail before it faded like a dream. She never expected to see him again on the return journey, but there he was, sitting on the same bench, as if the morning had rewound itself. This time, when their eyes met, Claire didn't look away. Instead, she did something that surprised even herself. She walked toward him. "You're back," he said, closing his sketchbook. "So are you." Claire's voice was steadier now, though her heart wasn't. Jason patted the space beside him on the bench. "I have a confession to make. I might have memorised your school's field trip schedule from the station bulletin board last week." "You planned this?" He shrugged, but there was a hint of nervousness beneath his casual demeanour. "I've seen you here before, you know, writing in your journal, lost in your own world. I wanted to know what stories you were creating." Claire clutched her journal tighter, but not from fear this time. "They're not very good stories." "I doubt that." He pulled the folded paper from his pocket, the sketch from this morning. "Here, trade you? A drawing for a story?" The platform around them bustled with afternoon commuters, but Claire felt suspended in a bubble of possibility. Slowly, she opened her journal to the story she'd been working on during the museum tour. "It's about a girl who can see people's memories in photographs," she said, her voice barely audible above the station noise. "But she can't remember her own past." Jason leaned closer to read, his shoulder brushing hers. The contact sent a shiver through her that had nothing to do with the cool spring air. "This is beautiful," he said after a moment. "The way you describe memory like water slipping through her fingers." He looked up at her. "You're really good, Claire." For once she believed it. They talked until the shadows lengthened across the platform. Jason shared his own creative struggles, how his mother worried about his focus on art, how he sketched in margins of his textbooks during class. Claire found herself telling him about the weight of her parents' expectations, the suffocating pressure to be practical, to be perfect. "Sometimes I feel like I'm living someone else's life," she admitted, "like the real me is still waiting to begin." "Maybe this is the beginning," Jason said softly. He reached for her hand, his fingers brushing against her palm. The touch was electric, terrifying in its possibility. The station clock chimed 5, startling them both. Claire's heart sank. Her train would arrive in minutes, and she could see Mrs. Patterson gathering the group. "I don't want this to be the end," Jason said, standing. There was an urgency in his voice that matched the pounding in Claire's chest. "Meet me here again, 1 year from today, same time, same bench. Promise me." Claire's mind raced with all the reasons she shouldn't. Her parents' disapproval, the distance between their schools, the ridiculous romance of it all. But for once the practical voice in her head was drowned out by the thundering of her heart. "I promise," she whispered. Jason pulled out his sketchbook, tore out a page and quickly wrote something. He folded the paper and pressed it into her hand. "Don't read it until you're on the train." The arrival whistle pierced the air. In the chaos of boarding, Claire barely had time to look back. Jason stood watching, his expression a mix of hope and something else. Was it fear? She wanted to run back, to ask for his phone number, his email, anything more concrete than this ethereal promise. But the doors were closing and the moment slipped away. Only when the train lurched into motion did Claire unfold his note. Inside was a small sketch of their bench, and below it, in hurried handwriting, "Some people spend their whole lives waiting for magic, but magic isn't found, it's made. You make ordinary moments magical just by being you. 1 year from today, we'll make some more." -J Claire pressed the note to her chest, feeling the weight of everything unspoken between them. Outside her window, the station receded into the gathering dusk, taking Jason with it. But his words echoed in her mind, a promise and a warning wrapped in one. Magic, like love, required a leap of faith. She opened her journal and began to write, pouring out all her hopes and fears about the year ahead. The last line gave her pause. What if this is the beginning of my real story? What she didn't write, couldn't bring herself to acknowledge, was the whisper of doubt that threaded through her excitement. In fairy tales, promises made at train stations always came true. But this wasn't a fairy tale, and Claire knew better than most how stories could take unexpected turns. 1 year could feel like forever or like no time at all. For Claire, it was both. She arrived at the station 30 minutes early, her heart drumming against her ribs. The wooden bench, their bench, stood empty. Spring sunlight filtered through the station's high windows, casting long shadows across the platform. Claire ran her fingers over Jason's note, now worn soft at the creases from countless readings. 4:45 p.m, the same bustling crowd of commuters, no Jason. 4:55 p.m. A train arrived, disgorging its passengers. None of them had autumn-coloured eyes. 5 p.m. The station clock chimed, each bell strike echoing in Claire's chest like an accusation. 5:15 p.m. She couldn't feel her fingers anymore. They'd been clutching her journal so tightly. 5:30 p.m. The sun had shifted, throwing different shadows. Still no Jason. By 6 p.m, Claire's hope had curdled into something bitter and sharp. She'd been so stupid, believing in train station promises and boys who drew girls in journals. She thought of all the stories she'd written over the past year, filling pages with fantasies of this moment. None of them ended with her sitting alone, fighting back tears while strangers hurried past. The next morning, Claire did what she'd spent a lifetime perfecting. She disappeared. She threw herself into AP classes and college applications, into being the daughter her parents always wanted. She packed away her journal, telling herself stories were for children who still believed in magic. But she couldn't stay away from the station. Every few months she found herself drawn back, sitting on their bench, watching faces in the crowd. Each time she told herself it would be the last. Each time she returned. Years passed. Claire went to college, graduated, started writing again. Not stories about magic anymore, but quiet, aching pieces about loss and time and the weight of unspoken words. Her first published story was about a girl who made a promise she couldn't keep. She never mentioned it was autobiographical. On a rainy spring afternoon, 7 years after that first promise, Claire sat in a cafe near the station, working on her latest piece. The cafe was new, one of many changes to the area, but the view of the platform remained the same. She wasn't waiting anymore. At least that's what she told herself. But her gaze still drifted to the bench whenever someone sat down. A familiar silhouette caught her eye. Dark hair, broad shoulders, a sketchbook in hand. Claire's coffee cup clattered against its saucer. It couldn't be, but it was. Jason looked older, his jawline sharper, hints of silver threading his temples. He sat on their bench, opened his sketchbook, and began to draw. The gesture was so achingly familiar that Claire forgot how to breathe. Before she could think, she was moving. The bell above the cafe door chimed as she stepped into the rain. Her feet carried her across the platform, drawn by the same gravity that had pulled her toward him 7 years ago. He looked up. Claire, he breathed, and her name in his voice was both a homecoming and a wound. You never came, she said. The words she'd held back for 7 years spilled out. I waited, and you never came. Jason's face crumpled. I did come. I was here at 5 p.m. exactly, just like we promised, but you weren't. What? No, I was here from 4:30 until after 6. On May 15th? Claire felt the world tilt. May 15th? The promise was for May 14th. I have your note. She fumbled in her bag for her wallet, where she still kept the worn piece of paper. Jason was already pulling out his own weathered notebook. He flipped it open to a page marked with a faded train ticket. There, in Claire's careful handwriting from 7 years ago, was a story about a girl who could see memories in photographs, and at the bottom, a hastily scrawled date, meet May 15th, 5 p.m. I wrote it down wrong, Claire whispered, the realization hitting her like a physical blow. We were here on consecutive days, missing each other by 24 hours. I came back too, Jason said softly, every few months, just hoping. They stared at each other across 7 years of missed connections and unspoken words. The rain fell harder, but neither of them moved. Around them, commuters rushed past with umbrellas and hurried steps, but Claire and Jason remained frozen in their own pocket of time, like a sketch caught between one stroke and the next. I never stopped writing about you, Claire admitted, her voice barely audible above the rain. I never stopped drawing you, Jason replied, and opened his sketchbook. Pages and pages of her, sitting on the bench through different seasons, her profile in winter light, her silhouette in summer dusk. 7 years of glimpses, each one a testament to a promise that refused to die. Claire felt tears mixing with the rain on her cheeks. All those years of believing he hadn't cared, when he'd been carrying her with him just as she'd carried him, in art, in words, in the spaces between heartbeats. What do we do now? She asked, her voice shaking. Thunder rolled overhead, and Jason stood, closing the distance between them. He reached out, his fingers hovering just shy of touching her face, as if he wasn't sure she was real. We start over, he said, or we pick up where we left off. Or, his voice caught, or you walk away, and this becomes another story in your journal. Claire looked up at him, at the boy who'd seen her when she was invisible, now a man who'd spent 7 years drawing a ghost. In his eyes she saw the same autumn colours that had haunted her dreams, and something else, a fear that mirrored her own. the fear of reaching for magic and finding only empty air. The next moment would change everything. Claire felt its weight pressing against her chest, demanding an answer to a question 7 years in the making. Was it braver to hold on to a beautiful dream, or to risk turning it into reality? Claire reached for Jason's sketchbook with trembling fingers. "Show me," she whispered. "Show me everything I missed." They found shelter from the rain in the cafe, claiming a corner table by the window that overlooked their bench. Steam rose from fresh coffee cups as Jason turned pages, sharing 7 years of sketches, not just of Claire, but of his life. His mother's proud smile at his art school graduation, the small design studio he'd started, the empty apartment that never quite felt like home. "I drew this the night I missed you," he said, pointing to a dark, chaotic piece. The bench stood alone in the rain, the platform around it dissolving into shadow. "I was so angry at myself for not double-checking the date, for not getting your number, for—" He broke off, running a hand through his rain-damp hair. "I kept thinking about all the ways I could have done it differently." Claire pulled out her own journal, its pages swollen with years of writing. "I did the same thing, wrote hundreds of versions where we got it right." She opened to a dog-eared page. "This one's about a girl who builds a time machine out of train tickets and station clocks just to fix one moment." Jason smiled, touching the words gently. "Read it to me?" So she did. As the afternoon light softened into evening, they traded stories for sketches, filling in the gaps of their lost years. Claire learned about Jason's struggle to convince his mother that art could be more than a hobby, how he'd work through college at a print shop to help support them both. Jason discovered how Claire had found her voice as a writer, turning her private journal stories into published pieces that spoke to others who knew what it meant to miss something, or someone, with their whole heart. "I used to think you hadn't shown up because I wasn't worth waiting for," Claire admitted, staring into her third cup of coffee. "That I'd imagined the connection between us." "Claire." Jason reached across the table, taking her hand. His fingers were stained with graphite just as they had been 7 years ago. "You were never imaginary to me. Look." He flipped to a recent sketch, Claire at the bench last month, her head bent over her laptop, sunlight in her hair. The detail was extraordinary, down to the small frown she got when searching for the right word. "You saw me? All those times?" "Every time. I just couldn't make myself approach you. I was afraid you'd hate me for not being there that day, that you'd moved on, found someone else who didn't break their promises." "There wasn't anyone else," Claire said softly. "Not really. How could there be? They all felt like rough drafts of this story." Outside, the rain had stopped. The setting sun broke through the clouds, painting the station in shades of gold and rose. On the platform, their bench caught the light, glowing like a beacon. "I have a confession," Jason said. "Remember that first sketch I did of you? The one from the morning we met?" Claire nodded. "I still have it. Every time I thought about giving up art, about taking a real job like my mum wanted, I'd look at it. Something about the way you were lost in your writing, creating your own world. It reminded me why I started drawing in the first place, to capture moments that matter, to make the ordinary magical." He pulled out his wallet and carefully extracted a folded piece of paper, the original sketch, worn soft at the creases, just like Claire's note. "We've been carrying pieces of each other all this time," Claire realised, touching the aged paper with reverence. "Maybe that's what kept bringing us back here. Not just the promise, but the pieces of ourselves we left with each other." The cafe was nearly empty now, the evening commuter rush long past. Through the window they could see new passengers hurrying to catch their trains, each focused on their own destinations, their own stories. "So what now?" Claire asked, echoing her earlier question. But this time there was no fear in her voice, only possibility. Jason stood, offering his hand. "Now we write a new story. Together this time." He nodded toward their bench. "Starting right there." where it all began. Claire took his hand, feeling the years of longing and regret begin to dissolve like rain. As they stepped out into the golden evening light, she realised something. The magic hadn't been in the promise they'd made 7 years ago. It was in this moment, in choosing to begin again, in believing that some stories were worth waiting for, worth fighting for, worth rewriting until they got it right. They sat on their bench, shoulders touching, as the station lights flickered on one by one. Jason opened his sketchbook to a fresh page. Claire uncapped her pen. "Tell me a story," he said. "Draw me a memory," she replied. And together they began to fill the blank page with everything that waited ahead of them. No longer a promise of what might be, but the start of what already was. 1 year later, the wooden bench had finally been replaced. Claire ran her hand along the sleek metal surface, remembering all the hours she'd spent on its predecessor, waiting, writing, wondering. The new bench was part of the station's modernisation project, just like the digital departure boards and automated ticket machines that had replaced the old paper schedules and window kiosks. But some things hadn't changed. She opened her latest novel, running her fingers over the dedication page. For the boy who drew magic in ordinary moments, and the bench where our story began. Some promises are worth the wait. The book had started as a simple love story about missed connections, but it had grown into something more, a meditation on time, art, and the courage it takes to believe in second chances. The reviews had called it her breakthrough work. Claire knew it was simply the story she'd been trying to write all along. She checked her phone, 4:55 p.m, right on schedule. Jason arrived with his portfolio case slung over his shoulder, grinning when he spotted her. Even after a year of seeing him every day, that smile still made her heart skip. "Ready?" he asked, settling beside her. Claire nodded, pulling out 2 paper train tickets. Not the efficient digital passes most commuters use now, but proper cardboard tickets, like the ones they'd had 7 years ago. She'd specifically requested them from the ticket office, earning a puzzled look from the clerk. "It's today, isn't it?" Jason asked softly, taking his ticket. "The day we were supposed to meet. The actual date." "May 15th, Claire confirmed. "I thought we could finally keep that promise. Better late than never." They sat in comfortable silence as the 5 p.m. train pulled in. Around them, the station hummed with life. Students with backpacks, business people with briefcases, tourists with cameras. Claire wondered how many of them were starting their own stories right now, making promises they hoped to keep. "I have something for you," Jason said, opening his portfolio. He pulled out a large framed piece, a triptych of sketches. The first panel showed Claire at 16, writing in her journal on the old wooden bench. The middle panel captured her at 23, alone and waiting in the rain. The final panel was them together on the new bench, Claire reading from her novel while Jason sketched. "Past, present and future," he explained, "though I suppose they're all past now." "Not all of them," Claire said. She reached into her bag and retrieved a small wrapped package. "I have something for you too." Jason unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a leather-bound journal, its cover embossed with an intricate design of train tracks and constellations. "Open it," Claire urged. The first page held a handwritten note for the next chapter of our story. This time, we'll write it together. The rest of the pages were blank, waiting to be filled. "I thought we could use it to plan the wedding," Claire said quietly. "A proper story needs a proper ending, after all." Jason's smile widened as he pulled a small velvet box from his jacket pocket. "Funny you should mention that." Claire's breath caught. "Jason, I was going to wait until dinner, but..." He glanced around the station, his eyes soft with memory. "This feels right. Where else would I ask you to spend the rest of your life with me, if not here?" He slid off the bench and knelt before her, opening the box to reveal a ring. But it wasn't just any ring. The band was engraved with tiny train tracks that wrapped around to meet at a small, perfect diamond. "Claire Bennett," he said, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands, "will you help me make ordinary moments magical for the rest of our lives?" Through tears, Claire saw a small crowd gathering, commuters pausing their rush home to witness this moment. She thought about the girl she'd been, the one who tried so hard to disappear, who never imagined she'd be the centre of such a beautiful scene. "Yes," she whispered, then louder, "yes." The station erupted in applause as Jason slipped the ring onto her finger. When he kissed her, Claire heard the 5:15 train whistle in the background, the same whistle that had torn them apart 8 years ago, now heralding their new beginning. Later that evening, they sat at their bench one last time before heading home. Jason sketched the station at twilight while Claire wrote in their new journal, each of them doing what they'd always done, making art from love, and love from ordinary moments. On the first page, beneath her earlier note, Claire added, "Some people spend their lives searching for magic in grand gestures and perfect timing, but real magic lives in the missed connections that find their way home, in wrong dates that lead to right moments, in love that waits as long as it takes to get the story right. And sometimes, magic is simply two artists on a bench, transforming an ordinary train station into the beginning of forever." She showed the words to Jason, who added a small sketch in the margin. Two figures on a bench, surrounded by stars, their stories finally synchronized, their time finally right. Above them, the station clock struck 6, and neither of them needed to catch a train. They were already exactly where they were meant to be. Mop and Redemption. The mop slid across the linoleum in long practiced arcs, back and forth, the squeak of rubber soles against freshly cleaned floor, the scent of industrial cleaner hanging in the air. For Marcus Mac DeLeon, this rhythm had become a meditation, one that kept the other sounds at bay, the remembered screams, the gunshots, the begging. Mac arrived at Lincoln Heights High School each morning at 4:30 a.m., a full 3 hours before the first bleary-eyed teacher would stumble through the doors clutching coffee. These pre-dawn hours were sacred. Just him and the empty halls, the building settling and sighing around him like an old friend keeping secrets. Today marked 5 years since he'd taken this job, 5 years of invisibility, of penance. "You're just the janitor," Principal Simmons had told him during his hiring interview, not unkindly but matter-of-factly. "Keep the bathrooms clean, the floors mopped, and don't interact with the students more than necessary. We've had incidents before." Mac had nodded, grateful for any opportunity. When you've spent 8 years in prison for aggravated assault and conspiracy charges tied to the Eastside Diablos, employment options narrowed considerably. His parole officer had pulled strings to get him this interview. Mac wasn't about to squander it by mentioning that at 26, he'd been the youngest lieutenant in the Diablo's bloody history. The school bell rang, jarring him from his thoughts. First period. He wheeled his cart toward the East Wing bathrooms, always a disaster after homeroom. As he passed the bank of lockers near the art room, he noticed a student slumped against the wall, hood pulled low over his face. Truancy wasn't Mac's problem. He kept walking. Hey, janitor man." Mac paused, considered ignoring the call, then turned slowly. The kid, 15, maybe 16, was watching him with narrowed eyes. Something in that gaze was unsettlingly familiar. "Got a name?" the boy asked, chin tilted in challenge. "Mac," he answered, voice rusty from disuse. "Shouldn't you be in class?" The boy shrugged. "Shouldn't you be emptying trash cans instead of asking questions?" The disrespect didn't bother Mac. Nothing much did anymore. But something about this kid caught his attention. The defensive posture. the too cool facade hiding something vulnerable, the fresh bruise blooming on his right cheekbone. "What happened to your face?" Mac asked before he could stop himself. The boy's hand flew to his cheek, then dropped quickly. Nothing. That's one hell of a nothing. A beat of silence stretched between them. Then, "Jordan Cruz," the boy finally offered. "That's my name." Mac nodded once, then continued pushing his cart down the hallway. He could feel Jordan's eyes on his back. Later that afternoon, Mac was cleaning graffiti off the boy's bathroom wall when Jordan appeared in the doorway. The tag was fresh, still tacky under Mac's chemical-soaked rag. 3 interlinked diamonds with a crown above them. Mac recognised it immediately. The Royal Diamonds, rivals to his former gang. They'd been recruiting heavily in this neighbourhood. "Nice technique," Jordan commented, watching Mac work. "You're not scrubbing hard enough, though." "I know what I'm doing," Mac replied, deliberately gentling his strokes. "Hard scrubbing damages the paint underneath, creates a shadow that's harder to clean next time." Jordan leaned against the sink. "There's always a next time." "Doesn't have to be," Jordan snorted. "In this neighbourhood, please." Mac turned to look at the boy directly. "You draw this?" "What if I did?" "I'd say you've got talent, but this," Mac gestured to the wall, "this marks you, makes you visible to people you don't want seeing you." Something flickered in Jordan's expression. Surprise, maybe respect. Before he could respond, shouting erupted in the hallway. 3 older boys appeared in the doorway, blocking the exit. "Cruz," the tallest one called out. "We've been looking for you, little man. Andre says you owe him for protection this week." Jordan's posture changed instantly. Shoulders hunched, eyes darting for escape routes. Mac recognised the look of cornered prey. "I'll pay tomorrow," Jordan mumbled. "Nah, today. Unless you want to end up like your buddy Miguel." The threat hung heavy in the air. Mac stood perfectly still, calculating. Every instinct told him to stay out of it. Keep his head down, stay invisible. That was the deal he'd made with himself. But then the tallest boy grabbed Jordan by the collar, slamming him against the bathroom stall, and something in Mac, something he thought long buried, snapped awake. His mop handle swept in a perfect arc, catching the bully behind the knees. The boy dropped with a surprised yelp. Before his friends could react, Mac had positioned himself between them and Jordan. "School's property," Mac said calmly. "Take your business elsewhere." The boys hesitated, suddenly unsure. There was something in Mac's stance, in his eyes, that didn't match the janitor uniform. "Whatever," the fallen boy muttered, scrambling up. "We'll catch you later, Cruz." When they'd gone, Jordan stared at Mac with new eyes. "Where'd you learn to move like that?" Mac didn't answer. Instead, he resumed cleaning the graffiti, his movements methodical again. After a moment, he said, "That tag, it's not even right. The diamonds use 3 connected diamonds, not stacked, and the crown has 5 points, not 3. He realised his mistake immediately. Jordan's eyes widened. "How would you know that?" Mac's hand stilled on the wall. The silence stretched between them like a tightrope. "I notice things," he finally said. "Part of the job. Now get to class." As Jordan reluctantly left, Mac stared at his reflection in the bathroom mirror. The face looking back was lined with regret. Fatigue etched around eyes that had seen too much. He'd revealed too much. Broken his own rule of invisibility. Something about Jordan Cruz reminded him painfully of another boy, one who'd stood at a similar crossroads decades ago and chosen wrong. That afternoon, Mac received a summons to Principal Simmons' office. As he sat across from her desk, he already knew what was coming. "Mr. DeLeon," she began, peering at him over reading glasses, "we had an incident report today involving you and some students in the bathroom." "I was cleaning graffiti," he said. "Some boys came in to hassle another student. I suggested they leave." Principal Simmons studied him. "The report suggests you did more than suggest." "No one was hurt." "That's not the point." She removed her glasses. You were hired with the understanding that you would have minimal interaction with students. Your background check raised concerns. Mac met her gaze steadily. I've been here 5 years without incident. And I'd like to keep it that way. Her tone softened slightly. Look, I understand you thought you were helping, but we have protocols for these situations. Next time, call security. Mac nodded, though they both knew security was a joke at Lincoln Heights. 2 aging rent-a-cops who spent most of their time in the parking lot smoking. As he left her office, he glimpsed Jordan waiting in a chair outside. Their eyes met briefly before Mac looked away. He'd made a mistake getting involved. He wouldn't make it again. But as he pushed his mop down the empty hallway after final bell, he knew it was already too late. For the first time in 5 years, someone at Lincoln Heights had really seen him, and Mac had seen something worth saving. Dawn broke grey and sullen over Lincoln Heights as Mac unlocked the service entrance. 3 weeks had passed since the bathroom incident. 3 weeks of deliberate avoidance, of taking different halls when he spotted Jordan, of ignoring the boy's occasional attempts to engage him. Better this way. Safer. But the graffiti had been getting worse. More diamonds tags, more territorial markings. Something was building in the neighbourhood. Mac recognised the signs from his former life. Rival gangs establishing boundaries, recruiting drives, the pressure cooker of the streets heating up. He was buffing the main hallway floor when Jordan appeared, seemingly from nowhere. "You've been dodging me," the boy said, hands stuffed in his pockets. Mac kept the buffer moving. "Not my job to talk to students." "But it is your job to step in when someone's getting beat down in the bathroom," Jordan challenged. Mac shut off the machine. The sudden silence amplified his sigh. "What do you want, Jordan?" "I want to know how you knew about the diamonds tag. How you moved like that with the mop. You're not just some janitor, are you?" "Yes, I am," Mac's voice hardened. "And you need to focus on being a student instead of tagging walls and getting into trouble." Jordan's laugh was bitter. "Yeah, because a diploma's going to change everything, right? Make the diamonds leave me alone, pay my mum's medical bills, get us out of the projects." Mac studied the boy. The bruise on his cheek had faded, but new tension lined his young face. Dark circles shadowed his eyes. "You're not sleeping," Mac observed. Jordan shrugged. "Diamonds have been coming around our building, recruiting hard. My cousin joined up last year. They expect me to follow." "And what do you want?" The question seemed to catch Jordan off guard. He looked away. "Doesn't matter what I want." "Always matters," Mac said quietly, "even when it seems like it doesn't." The first bell rang, saving Jordan from having to respond. But as he turned to go, he paused. "I've been watching you. The way you move. The way you're always aware of exits, of who's coming in a room. The way you never turn your back to an open door." A beat. "My dad moved the same way, before he went to prison." Mac's expression remained neutral, but his heart hammered against his ribs. Jordan was too observant for his own good. "Your father teach you how to use those?" Mac nodded toward Jordan's hands, knuckles scabbed and split from fighting. Jordan flexed his fingers. "Nah, that I learned on my own." He hesitated. "Could use some pointers, though." "Go to class, Jordan." For the rest of the day, Mac felt unsettled. The boy had seen too much, was asking dangerous questions. Getting involved would violate his probation, could cost him his job, could drag him back into a world he'd barely escaped. As he gathered trash from the art room after school, Ms. Reyes, the guidance counsellor, was erasing the whiteboard. "Jordan Cruz turned in a project today," she remarked without turning round. "First assignment he's completed all semester." Mac grunted noncommittally. "It was a self-portrait," she continued. "Interesting piece. He drew himself holding a mop like a staff, like some kind of urban warrior monk." Now she did turn, fixing Mac with a knowing look. "Any idea why?" "No." Ms. Reyes smiled slightly. "He's a good kid, you know. Smart. Sees things others miss. Just needs someone to believe in him." She gathered her things. "Have a good evening, Mr. de Leon." Outside, the November air bit through Mac's worn jacket as he headed for the bus stop. 3 blocks from school, he noticed a black SUV crawling alongside him. The window rolled down. "Yo, Killer Mac. Long time." Mac's blood ran cold. He knew that voice. Hector Bones Delgado, former leader of the Eastside Diablos, his old boss. "Don't call me that," Mac said without stopping. "That's not who I am anymore." Bones chuckled. "Once a Diablo, always a Diablo, homie. Get in. Let's talk." Nothing to talk about. The SUV accelerated, cutting him off. Bones stepped out. Older now, heavier, but still radiating menace. Gold gleamed on his fingers and around his neck. "That how you treat family after all these years?" Bones spread his arms. "I heard you were working at that school. Couldn't believe it. My boy, mopping up after these children." "It's honest work," Mac said tightly. "Is it now?" Bones circled him slowly. "Thing is, people been talking, saying you broke up something between some diamonds and a kid at the school, saying you might be taking an interest in local business again. I'm clean, just doing my job." Bones nodded thoughtfully. "See, that's good, because the diamonds have been pushing into our territory again, getting bold, and if they thought they had someone like the legendary Killer Mac on their side..." He let the implication hang. "I'm not on anyone's side," Mac insisted, "and I'm not that person anymore." "We'll see." Bones clapped him on the shoulder. "Just remember who you really are, Mac. Who your real family is. You start forgetting. I might have to remind the authorities about certain cases that never got solved." The threat was clear. "Stay away from me," Mac said, "and stay away from the school." Bones laughed. "Still giving orders like a lieutenant. I like that." He climbed back into the SUV. "I'll be seeing you, Mac." That night Mac couldn't sleep. The encounter with Bones had awakened old fears, old instincts. He thought he'd buried that life. Now he realised he'd only been hiding from it. The next morning Mac found Jordan waiting by the service entrance. "Teach me," Jordan said without preamble. "Teach you what?" "How to defend myself, for real. Not just street fighting. I know you know how." Mac shook his head. "Not happening." "Why not?" Jordan stepped closer, desperate. "The diamonds came to my apartment last night. Said I have until the end of the week to join up." His voice cracked slightly. "They said they'd hurt my mom if I don't." Mac closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, decision crystallized. "Meet me in the gym after last bell. Don't tell anyone." Later, as Mac showed Jordan how to hold his hands, protect your face, your center line, how to stand, balanced, knees soft, ready to move. He felt something he hadn't in years. Purpose. "Fighting's the last resort," Mac explained, demonstrating a simple block. "First is awareness. Second is avoidance. You only fight when you have no other choice." "Is that what you did?" Jordan asked, mimicking the movement. "When you were... whatever you were before?" Mac's jaw tightened. "Number. And that's why I ended up in prison." He adjusted Jordan's stance. "I'm teaching you so you don't make my mistakes." For the first time, a genuine smile crossed Jordan's face. "So you admit it. You were somebody." "I was nobody," Mac corrected. "Just another fool who thought violence made him a man." He handed Jordan a mop. "Now show me that block again, with this." As Jordan practiced, Mac watched the boy's reflections in the gym's wall of mirrors. So much anger in that small frame, so much potential, but also something Mac recognised from his own youth, a desperate hunger to be seen, to matter. "Why are you helping me now?" Jordan asked later as they put away the equipment. Mac considered the question carefully. "Because someone should have helped me when I was your age." It wasn't the whole truth, but it was enough for now. The winter rain hammered against the gymnasium skylight as Mac demonstrated another technique with the mop handle. 2 months of these after-school sessions had transformed Jordan, not just physically, but in his bearing. The boy stood straighter, met people's eyes. His grades had improved enough that Ms. Reyes had taken notice. cornering Mac in the hallway. "Whatever you're doing," she'd said quietly, "it's working, but be careful. Principal Simmons is watching." The warning had sent a chill through Mac. He'd been discreet, but he knew he was violating her explicit instructions about student interaction. If she reported him, his parole officer would be notified. Best case, he'd lose his job. Worst case, back to prison. But every time he considered ending these sessions, he remembered the look in Jordan's eyes that first day. And he remembered another boy, himself, who'd been throwing away his life by 15 because no one had ever shown him another way. "Your footwork's improving," Mac noted as Jordan perfectly executed a sidestep maneuver. Jordan grinned, breathless. "Been practicing at home?" "With the mop I gave you?" "Yeah. My mum thinks I've gone crazy, suddenly volunteering to clean the apartment." They shared a laugh, a sound Mac realised had been absent from his life for far too long. "Hey," Jordan said, suddenly serious. "There's something I need to tell you. The diamonds, they came around again last night." Mac's hands stilled on his own mop. "What happened?" "Nothing big, just talking trash. But their leader, Andre, he mentioned you." "What did he say?" Jordan looked uncomfortable. "He asked if I knew who you really were. Said you used to run with the Diablos. Called you Killer Mac." The old nickname hung in the air between them. Mac turned away, focusing on the rain streaming down the skylight. "Is it true?" Jordan's voice was quiet. A long silence stretched. Finally Mac nodded once. "You killed people?" Mac faced the boy. "I did a lot of things I can't take back." "So you were in prison? That's why you're a janitor now." 8 years, Mac confirmed. "Got out 5 years ago. This job was part of my parole." Jordan absorbed this. "That's why you know all this stuff. Why you move the way you do." "I learned to fight in prison, to survive. Before that, I was just a thug with a gun. Thought it made me powerful." Mac's voice hardened. "Nothing heroic about it, Jordan. Nothing to admire." "What did you do to get locked up?" "Aggravated assault, conspiracy, racketeering." Mac looked directly at Jordan. "I hurt people, for money, for respect, for a family that forgot about me the minute I went inside." Jordan was silent for a moment. "But you changed." "I try to. Every day." Jordan picked up his mop again, twirled it absently. "My dad got 10 years. Armed robbery. Mum says he'll be out next year, but..." He shrugged. "He stopped writing 3 years ago." Mac understood. "Prison changed you, hollowed you out. Some men never found their way back." "That why you're teaching me this stuff?" Jordan asked. "So I don't end up like him, like you were?" "Partly." "What's the other part?" Mac considered the question. "Redemption, maybe," he finally said. "Trying to put some good back in the world to balance the bad I've done." The gym door banged open, startling them both. Principal Simmons stood in the doorway, her expression thunderous. "Mr. De Leon, my office, now." Her gaze shifted to Jordan. "Mr. Cruz, go home." Jordan started to protest, but Mac shook his head slightly. The boy gathered his things and left, shooting Mac a worried glance. In her office, Principal Simmons didn't mince words. "I explicitly told you to minimize contact with students," she paced behind her desk. "Now I find you've been conducting some kind of martial arts class with a student with disciplinary issues." "I've been helping him," Mac said quietly. "You've been overstepping." She stopped pacing. "Do I need to remind you of the conditions of your employment here? Of your background?" "No." Jordan Cruz has a file 3 inches thick. Fighting, truancy, suspected gang affiliations, and you think teaching him combat skills is helping? "They're defensive skills," Mac corrected. "And yes, it is helping. His grades are up. He's staying out of trouble." Principal Simmons sat down heavily. "Mr. De Leon, I took a chance hiring you, against better judgment, against policy, because your parole officer convinced me everyone deserves a second chance." She sighed. "Don't make me regret it." "Jordan's a good kid," Mac insisted. "He just needs someone to believe in him." "That's not your job," she shot back. "You're the janitor. The word stung more than Mac wanted to admit. I'm also the only adult male in his life who gives a damn what happens to him. Principal Simmons studied him for a long moment. This stops. Now, or I'll have to let you go, and report the violation to your parole officer. Her expression softened slightly. I'm sorry, Mr. De Leon, but I'm responsible for the safety of every student in this building. Mac nodded stiffly and left. Outside, the rain had stopped, leaving the world washed and gleaming under streetlights. Mac pulled his collar up against the chill and headed for the bus stop. His mind raced with the implications of Principal Simmons' ultimatum. Losing this job meant likely returning to prison for parole violation, but abandoning Jordan now. He was so lost in thought he didn't notice the black SUV until it cut across his path. 4 men emerged surrounding him. Bones stepped out last. We need to talk, Mac, Bones said, gesturing toward the vehicle. Get in. Not interested. One of the men moved closer. Mac recognized him. Andre, leader of the local diamond set. What is this? Mac demanded. Since when do Diablos roll with diamonds? Bones smiled coldly. Times change. Territories merge. The diamonds have agreed to come under my organization. One big happy family now. Still not interested. Thing is, Bones continued as if Mac hadn't spoken, we've been watching you, getting cozy with that Cruz kid, teaching him things. His smile vanished. After I specifically told you to stay in your lane. Jordan's got nothing to do with any of this. Andre stepped forward. Kid's got everything to do with it. His cousin's one of my best soldiers. Family business. He doesn't want any part of it, Mac said. Not his choice, Andre sneered. Besides, we already got plans for him. Special first assignment all picked out. Something in Andre's tone made Mac's blood run cold. What assignment? Bones and Andre exchanged glances. Let's just say there's a certain school janitor who's been causing problems. Needs to be dealt with. Bones spread his hands. Poetic, right? The kid takes out the man trying to save him. He won't do it. He will when his mama's life depends on it, Andre said casually. Rage, an emotion Mac thought he'd buried years ago, surged through him. His hands curled into fists. Bones noticed. There he is. Killer Mac. I knew he was still in there somewhere. He signalled to his men. Take him for a ride. Remind him what happens to people who don't know their place. The first punch caught Mac in the stomach. He doubled over, years of prison-honed instincts taking over. He blocked the second blow, countered with an elbow strike that sent one attacker sprawling, but there were too many. A blow to the kidney brought him to his knees. Another split his lip. As consciousness faded, his last thought was of Jordan. The fluorescent lights of the emergency room buzzed overhead as Mac winced through the physician's examination. 3 cracked ribs, facial contusions, possible concussion. The doctor's voice seemed to come from very far away. You're lucky someone found you, she was saying. Exposure could have been as dangerous as the beating in this weather. Mac nodded absently. The someone had been Ms. Reyes, driving home late after a parent-teacher conference. She'd spotted him in the gutter 2 blocks from school and called 911. I've notified the police, the doctor continued. They'll want to take a statement. No police, Mac said immediately. She frowned. Sir, you were assaulted. I fell, Mac insisted, slipped on the ice. The doctor's skepticism was clear, but she didn't push. You should stay overnight for observation. Can't, need to get home. Truth was, he needed to find Jordan. Warn him. But as he struggled to sit up, the room spun violently. Maybe a few hours rest first. When he woke, daylight was streaming through the hospital window. He'd slept through the night. Panic gripped him as he checked the clock. 11:43 a.m. Jordan would be at school. Vulnerable. Mac signed himself out against medical advice, ignoring the protests of the nursing staff. Every breath sent sharp pain through his ribcage as he caught a bus to Lincoln Heights. The school was ominously quiet when he arrived. No Jordan in his usual spots. Mac tried the cafeteria, the library, even risked a quick check of the boy's locker. Nothing. In desperation, he knocked on Ms. Reyes's office door. "Mr. de Leon," she stood quickly, shock registering at his battered appearance. "You should be in the hospital." "Jordan Cruz," Mac rasped. "Need to find him." Her expression changed. "He's not here. Didn't show up today. I called his mother, but there was no answer." Fear seized Mac's chest. "I need his address." "I can't give you that information," she said gently. "You know that." "Please." Mac rarely begged for anything. "He is in danger." Ms. Reyes studied him for a long moment. Then she turned to her computer and wrote something on a slip of paper. "If anyone asks, you never got this from me." The projects were 15 blocks from school. A maze of identical brick buildings with broken elevators and graffiti-covered hallways. Mac found Jordan's building and climbed 6 flights of stairs, each step an agony for his injured ribs. Apartment 613. He knocked, then pounded when there was no answer. Finally the door cracked open. Jordan's mother, thin, exhausted, with the same wary eyes as her son, peered out. "Mrs. Cruz? I'm Mac de Leon from Lincoln Heights. Jordan's ... What was he? Teacher? Mentor? Friend? I work at Jordan's school." "He's not here," she said flatly. "Left last night, didn't come home." Mac's heart sank. "Did he say where he was going?" She shook her head. "His cousin came by, Andre. They argued, then Jordan took off." Her eyes filled with tears. "I'm scared for him. Andre's bad news, into all kinds of things." Mac hesitated, then made a decision. "Mrs. Cruz, Jordan's been spending time with me after school, learning self-defense, talking about his future." He swallowed hard. "I think he might be in trouble. Real trouble." Her expression hardened. "Why should I trust you, looking like that?" She gestured to his battered face. "Because I know what the gangs want from Jordan. I know because..." Mac took a deep breath. "Because I used to be in one. Before prison. Before I changed my life." To his surprise, she nodded slowly. "Jordan told me. Said you were teaching him to be better than that life." Her voice broke slightly. "Said you were the only one who believed he could be." Mac blinked back unexpected tears. "I need to find him. Before he does something he can't take back." Mrs. Cruz disappeared deeper into the apartment, returning with a piece of paper. "He left this. Wouldn't tell me what it meant." It was a crude map. Mac recognized the area immediately. An abandoned warehouse near the river. Former Diablo's territory. The perfect place for an initiation, or an execution. "I'll bring him home," Mac promised. The warehouse loomed against the twilight sky, its broken windows like empty eye sockets staring down at Mac. Pain radiated through his body with each careful step. He wasn't ready for this. Not physically. But time wasn't on his side. From inside, faint voices echoed. Mac found a side entrance, easing through rusted doors into the cavernous space. Hiding behind a stack of rotting pallets, he assessed the situation. In the centre of the warehouse, illuminated by portable floodlights, stood Jordan. Surrounding him in a loose circle were 8 gang members, a mix of diamonds and Diablos. Andre stood directly before the boy, holding out what appeared to be a gun. "Time to prove yourself," Andre was saying. "One shot, that's all it takes." "And if I don't?" Jordan's voice was steady, but Mac could hear the fear underneath. Bones stepped forward. "Then we visit your mama. Simple choice." Mac's mind raced. Even at full strength, he couldn't take on 8 armed gang members, but he couldn't let Jordan make this choice either. Time slowed as Jordan reached for the gun. Mac saw the boy's hand trembling, saw his eyes, wide with terror and indecision. "Jordan," Mac called, stepping out from his hiding place. "Don't do this." All heads whipped toward him. Jordan's face registered shock, then relief, then terror again. "Mac, what are you doing here?" "Looking for you." Mac moved forward slowly, hands raised. "You don't have to do this, Jordan. Andre's laugh was ugly. Look who dragged himself off the pavement. Killer Mac himself coming to save the day. This isn't his fight, Mac said, eyes locked on Jordan. Let him go. I'm the one you want. Bones stepped forward. Actually, this is exactly his fight. His initiation. Kill or be killed. That's gang life. He gestured expansively. You taught him all those fancy moves. Let's see if they pay off. Jordan looked from the gun to Mac, conflict raging across his young face. Whatever they're threatening, Mac said quietly, it's not worth your soul, kid. Shut up! Andre shoved the gun closer to Jordan. Take it! Do it now or we go to your mum's place next. In that moment, Mac saw something change in Jordan's eyes. A decision. A hardening. The boy took the gun. That's it, Andre coaxed. One shot, right between the eyes, just like we practiced. Jordan raised the weapon, pointing it at Mac. His hand shook violently. It's okay, Mac said softly. I understand. Jordan's finger moved to the trigger. Mac closed his eyes. The shot never came. Instead, there was a clatter as the gun hit the concrete floor. No, Jordan said, his voice stronger than Mac had ever heard it. I won't. Silence fell over the warehouse. Then Andre lunged for the dropped weapon. Before he could reach it, Jordan executed a perfect sidekick, just as Mac had taught him, catching Andre in the chest. The gangbanger stumbled back, wheezing. Chaos erupted. 2 diamonds rushed Jordan while Bones and the others turned on Mac. Despite his injuries, prison-honed instincts took over. Mac blocked a wild swing, countered with an elbow strike to the throat, dodged another attacker, used his momentum to send him crashing into a stack of crates. Through the melee, he glimpsed Jordan holding his own against Andre, blocking, countering, just as they'd practiced in the gym. Pride surged through Mac, followed immediately by terror as he saw Bones pull a knife. Jordan, look out! The warning came too late. Bones lunged, blade flashing in the floodlights. Jordan twisted, avoiding a fatal blow, but the knife still caught him across the shoulder. He cried out, falling to one knee. Bones raised the knife for a killing strike. Something primal exploded in Mac's chest. He roared, a sound more animal than human, and charged, ignoring the pain screaming through his injured body. He slammed into Bones with all his remaining strength, driving them both to the ground. The knife clattered away. Bones writhed beneath him, cursing. Mac pinned him, fist raised. One punch, then another. Years of bottled rage finding release. Every blow felt like vindication, like justice. Mac! Stop! Jordan's voice penetrated the haze of violence. You'll kill him! The words cut through Mac's fury like ice water. He froze, fist still raised, breathing hard. Bones lay beneath him, bloodied and semi-conscious. Kill him. The words echoed. Killer Mac. The monster he'd been. The monster he'd sworn never to be again. Slowly, Mac lowered his fist and stood on shaky legs. Around them, the fight had stopped. The other gang members stared, uncertain, many already backing toward exits. It's over, Mac said, voice raw. Jordan's out, we both are. Andre laughed weakly from where he'd fallen. Nobody gets out. You know that better than anyone, killer. Watch us. Mac helped Jordan to his feet, examining the knife wound. Not too deep, but bleeding steadily. We need to get you to a hospital. As they limped toward the exit, Bones' voice, slurred but venomous, followed them. This isn't finished, Mac. You're dead. The kid's dead. His mother too. Mac paused, turned. You come near either of them again, and I'll go back to prison for something worth doing. The cold certainty in his voice silenced even Bones. Outside, the night air was sharp with coming snow. Jordan leaned heavily against Mac, both supporting each other. Why'd you come? Jordan asked, wincing as they navigated the uneven pavement. Couldn't let you throw your life away, Mac answered simply. Not when mine's already wasted. It's not wasted, Jordan said fiercely. You saved me. Mac didn't respond. His mind was racing ahead. The threats weren't idle. Bones would retaliate, and now, because of Mac, both Jordan and his mother had targets on their backs. As they waited in the ER for Jordan's wound to be stitched, Mac made a call he'd hoped never to make again. His parole officer answered on the third ring. "Jenkins, it's Mac de Leon." A pause. "Mac? It's almost midnight. What's wrong?" "I need help. Not for me, for a kid and his mother." Briefly, Mac outlined the situation, leaving out his own involvement in the warehouse fight. Jenkins sighed heavily. "Jesus, Mac, you know I can't—" "Please," Mac interrupted. "I'm begging you. This kid deserves a chance." Another long pause. "There might be something. A witness protection program for juveniles involved in gang activity. But it would mean relocating, new city, new identities. Would his mother be included? Yes. But Mac, this is serious. There's an extensive vetting process, and the kid would need to testify against the gangs, names, operations, everything." Mac looked across the waiting room where Jordan sat, shoulder freshly bandaged, eyes hollow with exhaustion. "He'll do it. I'll make sure of it." The next morning they picked up Mrs. Cruz and drove to the police station in Jenkins' car. Jordan was quiet, working through the implications of what lay ahead. His mother alternated between tears and stoic determination. Detective Ramirez, a veteran of the gang unit, listened impassively as Jordan detailed everything he knew about the Diamonds and Diablos. Names, drug houses, territory, the merger between the gangs, the attempted forced initiation. "And you're willing to testify to all this?" Ramirez asked when Jordan finished. The boy glanced at Mac, who nodded encouragingly. "Yes," Jordan said firmly. "I'll do whatever it takes to get my mum somewhere safe." "It won't be easy," Ramirez warned. "New city, new names, no contact with anyone from your past." "I understand." Mrs. Cruz gripped her son's hand. "We'll be together. That's what matters." After hours of statements and paperwork, Jenkins drove them to a hotel where they would stay until the formal arrangements were made. As Mac prepared to leave, Jordan pulled him aside. "What about you?" the boy asked. "Bones will come after you too," Mac shrugged. "I can handle myself." "Come with us," Jordan urged. "Start fresh somewhere too." The offer touched something deep in Mac's soul, but he shook his head. "Can't. Parole terms. Besides," he managed a small smile, "someone's got to keep those school hallways clean." Jordan's eyes filled with tears. "I won't even get to say goodbye." "This isn't goodbye," Mac said firmly. "It's just the beginning of your real life." He pulled the boy into a careful hug, mindful of his injured shoulder. "Remember what I taught you," Mac whispered. "Not just the fighting, the living, head up, eyes forward, one good choice at a time." As he walked away, Mac felt lighter than he had in years. For the first time since prison, he had a purpose beyond mere survival. He had made a difference. Just one life. But maybe that was enough. Lincoln Heights felt empty without Jordan. 3 months had passed since he and his mother had entered the witness protection program. 3 months of Mac jumping at shadows, waiting for Bones' retaliation. But nothing had come. The silence was almost worse than an attack. Mac continued his routine. Arrive before dawn, clean the halls, avoid unnecessary interaction. But now there was a hollow space in his chest where purpose had briefly resided. Ms. Reyes caught him in the east hallway one afternoon. "You miss him," she observed. "Not a question." Mac grunted non-committally. "He left something for you." She handed over a folded piece of paper. Found it in his locker after he transferred. Mac waited until his lunch break to read it in the privacy of the boiler room. "Mac, by the time you read this, I'll be gone. Mum and I are getting a fresh start somewhere thanks to you. Detective Ramirez says I can't tell you where, but it's far from here. Somewhere I can finish school without looking over my shoulder. I wanted to say thank you, not just for saving my life that night, but for showing me I had one worth saving. Before you, All I saw was dead ends. Now I see possibilities. I'm going to do something good with this second chance. Maybe become a counsellor or something. Help kids like me, like you helped me. Stay safe. I wish you could come with us. You deserve a fresh start too. Minus JPS. I left something in the gym equipment room. Bottom locker, combination 18723. That evening, Mac found a small wooden box in the locker. Inside was a handmade bracelet, simple cord with wooden beads, and another note. Made this in art class. Ms. Reyes showed me how. Something to remember me by. Stay strong, killer. Just kidding about the killer part. Mac slipped the bracelet on, throat tight with emotion. 2 days later, Principal Simmons called him to her office. Her expression was grave. Mr. DeLeon, I've received some concerning information. She shuffled papers on her desk uncomfortably. A detective came by, asking questions about you and Jordan Cruz. Mac's heart sank. He mentioned gang activity, a warehouse incident, said you were involved. I was helping Jordan, Mac said quietly. He was in trouble. Principal Simmons sighed heavily. You put yourself at risk. You put the school at risk. She looked genuinely regretful. I'm sorry, but I have to let you go. Effective immediately. Mac nodded. He'd been expecting this. For what it's worth, she added, the detective also said Jordan and his mother are safe now because of you, that you likely saved his life. A pause. I've spoken with your parole officer, explained the circumstances. He's agreed not to report this as a violation. Thank you, Mac said, surprised. Jordan was doing better. His grades, his attendance, his attitude. She met Mac's eyes directly. You were good for him. I just wish you'd done it differently. As Mac cleaned out his small locker in the maintenance room, Ms. Reyes appeared. I heard, she said simply. It's not right. Mac shrugged. It's fair enough. I broke the rules. To save a life. She leaned against the doorframe. What will you do now? Find another job, I guess. Something quiet. Ms. Reyes studied him thoughtfully. Have you ever considered working with at-risk youth? Officially, I mean. Mac laughed bitterly. Ex-con with gang ties. Not exactly who parents want around their kids. Maybe not, she acknowledged. But there's a community centre in Westdale. They run a programme for teens from the projects. Boxing, mentorship, tutoring. The director is unconventional. Believes in second chances. Why are you telling me this? Because what you did for Jordan wasn't a mistake, she said firmly. It was a calling. She pressed a business card into his hand before leaving. Mac stared at it for a long moment. Second Chance Youth Centre. Marcus Freeman, Director. He pocketed the card. Something to think about, at least. That night, walking home from the bus stop, Mac sensed he was being followed. He ducked down an alleyway, pressing himself against the wall, waiting. Sure enough, footsteps approached. Bones appeared at the alley entrance, alone. Been looking for you, Mac. Here I am, Mac replied calmly, though his heart hammered against his ribs. Let's get this over with. To Mac's surprise, Bones laughed. Always ready for a fight. Some things never change. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to Mac, who declined. Heard you got fired. News travels fast. I got eyes everywhere. Bones lit his cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating his scarred face. The Cruz kid. He's gone. Witness protection, I hear. Mac said nothing. Gave up a lot of information, Bones continued. Enough to cause me serious problems. Raids, arrests, had to shut down 3 operations. Sounds like a personal problem. Bones chuckled. You know what's funny? I respect it. Kid had balls, standing up like that. He blew out a stream of smoke. Reminds me of you back in the day. Mac tensed, waiting for the attack he was sure would come. Relax, Bones said. I'm not here to settle scores. Then why are you here? Bones took another long drag. To tell you we're even. The kid's testimony hurt, but most of what he knew was low-level stuff. Andre's crew, not my main operations. He flicked ash onto the pavement. Besides, I'm getting out. Out of the life? Mac couldn't hide his skepticism. Getting too old for this shit. Too many young wolves nipping at my heels. Bones shrugged. Got family in Arizona. Legitimate business opportunities. It's time. Why tell me this? Because I want you to know you don't need to keep looking over your shoulder. Bones studied Mac thoughtfully. You know, I always wondered why you changed. In prison. What made Killer Mac turn into... He gestured vaguely. Whatever you are now. Mac considered the question. I got tired, he finally said. Tired of the fear, the anger, tired of hating myself for the things I'd done. He met Bones's gaze directly. Aren't you tired, Hector? Something flashed across Bones's face. Recognition, perhaps. Understanding. Yeah, he admitted quietly. I am. They stood in silence for a moment. Two men who had walked similar paths now finding themselves at different crossroads. One more thing, Bones said, reaching into his jacket. Mac tensed, but Bones merely pulled out an envelope. From the cruise kid's mother. Found its way to me. Thought you should have it. Mac took the envelope cautiously. We're done, Mac, Bones said, dropping his cigarette and crushing it under his heel. Live your life, I'll live mine. Far away from each other. After Bones left, Mac opened the envelope with trembling fingers. Inside was a photograph and a short note in unfamiliar handwriting. Mr. De Leon, I know I shouldn't be sending this, but I had to thank you. Jordan is doing well. We both are. He's on the honour roll at his new school. Talks about becoming a counsellor someday. He still practices those moves you taught him. Says they help him focus. Remind him of what matters. I don't know if anyone's ever thanked you for turning your life around, for becoming the man you are now instead of the man you were. So I'm thanking you. Not just for saving my son's life, but for showing him how to live it with dignity. Maria Cruz. The photograph showed Jordan in what looked like a school gymnasium, proudly holding up a certificate of some kind. His smile was wide, genuine, free of the shadows that had haunted him in Lincoln Heights. Mac traced the image with his fingertip, then carefully folded the note and photo, tucking them into his wallet. The next morning Mac called the number on Ms. Reyes's card. Marcus Freeman agreed to meet him that afternoon at the Second Chance Youth Centre. The building was nothing special. A converted warehouse with fresh paint and a small basketball court out front. Inside, teenagers practiced boxing in a makeshift ring. Others worked at computers along one wall. In a corner, a group sat in a circle, talking quietly with a counsellor. Marcus Freeman was not what Mac expected. Mid-50s with greying dreadlocks and glasses, he had the build of a former athlete gone slightly soft with age. His handshake was firm. Ms. Reyes told me about you, Freeman said, leading Mac on a tour. Said you helped a kid get out of the game, at considerable personal cost. I just did what needed doing, Mac replied. Freeman studied him thoughtfully. You know what we do here? Work with at-risk kids, keep them out of gangs. That's part of it. Freeman stopped, gesturing around the centre. But our real work is redemption, theirs and ours. Yours? Freeman rolled up his sleeve, revealing a faded prison tattoo. 10 years for armed robbery. Got out, got educated, got purpose. He smiled slightly. Most of our staff have similar stories. We believe those who've walked through the fire are best equipped to lead others away from it. For the first time in months, Mac felt something stir in his chest. Possibility, purpose, a way forward. I'm not a counsellor, he warned, not educated. But you know the streets, know the life, know how to leave it behind. Freeman handed Mac an application. Start as a volunteer, 3 months probation. If it works out, we'll talk about a permanent position. What would I be doing? Teaching kids to defend themselves for starters. I hear you're good with a mop handle. Freeman winked, and Mac realised Ms. Reyes had told him everything. But mostly, you'd be showing them there's another way, by example. Mac filled out the application on the spot. 6 months later, Mac stood in the centre's boxing ring demonstrating a defensive stance to a group of teenagers. His movements were confident, his voice clear as he explained the principles behind the technique. "It's not about winning fights," he told them. "It's about having the discipline not to get into them in the first place." After class, he checked his office mailbox. Inside was a small package with no return address. He opened it carefully. A handmade wooden plaque. Carved into its surface were the words, "Dedicated to those who sweep away the darkness to reveal the light," and below that simply, "Thank you, Mac." -J Mac hung the plaque in his small office. Every morning when he arrived, he touched it briefly, a reminder of the boy who had helped save him just as much as he had saved the boy. Sometimes redemption comes not in grand gestures but in simple acts of faith, in believing someone can be more than their worst mistakes, in clearing a path for them to walk towards something better, in showing them how to sweep away the darkness to reveal the light. Mac had been given a second chance. Now he was paying it forward, one kid at a time, and somewhere in another city, under another name, Jordan Cruz was doing the same,